Chapter 13 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 13, Air Operations 1962, Interdiction, Strikes, and Reconnaissance. In World War II and the Korean conflict, interdiction had slowed the flow of enemy forces, supplies, and equipment into and within battle areas. In Vietnam, according to General Anthus, the most lucrative targets were Viet Cong training areas, troop concentrations, supply depots, and sampans. Admiral Felt and General O'Donnell had the same impression. Interdiction air attacks against Viet Cong base areas held a special attraction because the Vietnamese ground forces seldom penetrated to them. Yet air interdiction was very complex. The Viet Cong rarely wore distinctive uniforms, and they mingled freely with civilians. To tell them from the general populace called for timely intelligence and reliable aerial reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the Vietnamese Air Force owned but 2 C-47s rigged with cameras for day photography. The Single Air Photo Intelligence Center and its 12 photo observers were situated in the J-2 Division of the Joint General Staff. The L-19 observers could do visual reconnaissance, but the best of them were being shifted to tactical fighters. Able-Mable RF-101s operated out of Don Mueang Airport near Bangkok, Thailand. They sustained a daily sortie rate of 2.8 flights and photographed high-priority areas of interest to MACV and the Vietnamese. When over South Vietnam, these planes as a rule staged through Tan Son Nhut, where they turned over their film to the small U.S. Air Force photo processing cell for interpretation. Although the RF-101 was good for general reconnaissance of clearly fixed targets, it was not suited to spotting an enemy who hid under heavy foliage by day and moved at night. Furthermore, processing and interpreting the photography in Saigon, then delivering it to requesting units by U.S. Army courier plane usually took several days. Some ground commanders complained that the interval between a request and a delivery was at times 30 to 45 days. Intelligence from members of the enemy forces was needed, and it was scarce. Starting in December 1961, U.S. intelligence advisors did their best to teach their methods to Vietnamese. Besides the 44 specialists in MACV J2 intelligence, 230 Americans worked with Vietnamese units in the field. Unproductive from the U.S. Air Force point of view, MACV intelligence was oriented toward ground operations. Normally, Vietnamese interrogations of prisoners should have yielded significant information. But the law authorized the military to hold prisoners only 2 days before handing them over to provincial authorities for a court hearing. This was not time enough to learn about enemy activities vulnerable to air interdiction. Vietnamese Army units in the field, provincial officials, and covert agents could request Saigon for specific strikes. If Saigon approved, Vietnamese pilots were free to attack these targets, usually marked by air observers. While U.S. Air Force officers were not empowered to question an approved strike, General Anthus asked for positive control by radar or forward air controllers when farm gate aircraft took part. Targets were often described in vague terms like groups of huts, troop concentrations, or VC strongpoints, and were frequently hidden under jungle cover. In spite of precautions, airstrikes were dangerous, particularly in heavily populated and poorly mapped regions. In January 1962, for example, Vietnamese officers wanted an airstrike at dawn on the Viet Cong-held village of Ba Tu in the Parrot's Beak close to the Cambodian border in War Zone C. Because the Vietnamese could not handle pre-dawn takeoffs, Farmgate was asked to fly the mission. At first, Colonel Gleason, Farmgate commander, thought the target too close to Cambodia, but accepted the task when the Vietnamese labeled it crucial. Radar at Tan Son Nhut monitored the flight, warning the planes as they neared the canal that supposedly was the border. The aircraft failed to receive the message, but an SC-47 that had performed weather reconnaissance was flying back and forth over the canal to mark it. From another C-47 positioned along the border, Colonel Gleason led and an airborne coordinator directed the strike. As 8 T-28s and 3 B-26s bombed, rocketed, napalmed, and strafed, the Minister of Defense and the 3 Corps commander watched from a C-47. The Farmgate commander felt sure no one had made a mistake. Yet a few days later, the Cambodian government charged T-28s with having crossed the frontier, killed a villager, and injured 3 others. The Vietnamese defense minister shrugged off the protest, saying that the whole area was a VC hotbed. The State Department, however, wished to prevent disruption of Vietnamese-Cambodian relations. At American insistence, Saigon apologized and awarded compensation. General Anthus, 2nd ADVON commander, forbade Farmgate to strike within 5 miles of the border during daylight and 10 miles at night. Moreover, a forward air controller, airborne or on the ground, had to mark the targets. These restrictions might have afforded the Viet Cong complete sanctuary along the border, but the rules did not apply to Vietnamese pilots, who could operate more freely. Toward the end of January, all available Vietnamese and Farmgate planes at Bien Hoa, Pleiku, and Da Nang simultaneously attacked 14 carefully pinpointed targets in 5 areas. After-action reports revealed good results. The defense minister said the strikes were so timely and accurate that the Viet Cong suspected spies in their midst. All the same, top American officials had nagging doubts about the validity of the targets selected by the Vietnamese. They stressed to the Joint General Staff the value of intelligence, proper controls, and serious post-strike assessments. Admiral Felt, CINCPAC, knew the problems of bombing areas where friendly and hostile people intermingled. Impressed by Vietnamese officers who wanted to avoid using weapons against innocent persons, he sponsored better air-ground communications for close air support. At the Secretary of Defense Conference on February 19, 1962, General Anthus showed how air interdiction hurt the Viet Cong. Defense Secretary McNamara evinced interest in using flares for strikes to relieve outposts under night assault. He ordered CINCPAC and MACV to furnish Hamlet's cheap but efficient short-range VHF-FM voice radios so they could call for help when attacked. The Secretary warned that U.S. advisors were to do nothing that the Vietnamese could do for themselves, and were to risk hazards only when inescapable. Well-managed interdiction based on hard intelligence worked remarkably well. On March 2nd, the 2 Corps commander requested an immediate strike against a group of Viet Cong holding a meeting in the village of Han Nha. The Air Operations Center validated the request and dispatched 2 Vietnamese 86s and a Farmgate B-26. They killed at least 12. Even so, the issue of haphazard air attacks lived on. 2 U.S. Army advisors informed Army Brigadier General Harvey J. Jablonski, the MACV J-4 logistics, that the Viet Cong were exploiting strafing and bombing attacks for propaganda purposes. By removing just the killed and wounded males, they gave the villagers the idea that the women and children left behind were the targets and victims of airstrikes. Jablonski passed this information on to Ambassador Nolting, who on March 3rd met with Generals Harkins, Timms, Jablonski, and Anthus. Nolting at first thought of curtailing air activity, but Jablonski would not cite instances of air attack. Harkins then pointed out that tighter curbs would benefit merely the Viet Cong. General Jablonski, in Hawaii, repeated the charge he had made in Saigon, and the question was re-examined at the Secretary of Defense Conference of March 21st. Ambassador Nolting urged close scrutiny to prevent killing innocent people, and Defense Secretary McNamara agreed to allow air operations to go on under strict controls and stringent intelligence criteria. Roger Hilsman, Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs, later defined this decision as the worst of 2 worlds: military men disturbed by air restrictions and diplomats fretting about propaganda benefits to the enemy. To assist the Vietnamese in gathering better intelligence of Air Force interest, Admiral Felt authorized, and the Air Force sent a detachment of the 6499th Support Group to Saigon. 6 officer and 6 enlisted intelligence specialists arrived in March, but 2 officers were unqualified and removed. Denied direct access to enemy prisoners, the others could ask questions only through Vietnamese interrogators. An additional obstacle was the lengthy procedure in processing a request for a pre-planned interdiction strike. The 2nd ADVON Intelligence Directorate could propose a target, and the Joint General Staff's Air Photo Intelligence Center researched and prepared data sheets and folders. 1 copy went to the province chief for checking, a 2nd to the Air Operations Center for preliminary planning. Field Command next decided if the target was susceptible to ground action, which took precedence over air. These steps could consume several days or several weeks. Actually, most intelligence rose from the Ground Force Division and province chief levels. These authorities often suggested targets to the Corps Commander, who routed the requests to the Operations Center. Yet no matter how intelligence generated strikes, the province chief was the key. He alone determined whether bombing a target would imperil his people. To pinpoint Viet Cong radio transmitters for air intelligence, the Air Force delivered a C-54 to Vietnam in March 1962. The transport featured infrared detectors, cameras, and a high-frequency direction finder. About the same time, the U.S. Army Security Agency put airborne radio homing units in 3 Army L-20s. During their first operational flight on the 12th of April, the C-54 and L-20s came upon far more Viet Cong radio transmitters than expected. However, the direction-finding equipment could not give a precise fix on the radio sites. The Viet Cong radios were short-range, low-power sets, and they operated in periodic short bursts. Though the American equipment was not advanced enough to place the signals accurately, the C-54 flew 102 special missions in 10 months. The cameras worked fine for ordinary photography, but the infrared and the direction finder did poorly. The U.S. Air Force pilots could return fire against a known source in self-defense, but needed to be very careful, for they rarely knew a source's exact location. In the daytime, Farmgate planes could not fire unless under positive control of a Vietnamese forward air controller, and cooperation with Vietnamese L-19 controllers was frequently difficult. In addition, the elaborate reconnaissance and the target marking no doubt alerted the Viet Cong to impending strikes. This impeded action against an already elusive foe. In the spring of 1962, Interdiction focused on small groups of guerrillas and sampans near Vietnamese army positions. Then, late in May, the Joint General Staff and MACV targeted the Yo Sa War Zone headquarters area of Interzone V. With utmost care, they identified, authenticated, and pinpointed 19 targets spread over an area of 230 square miles. As a final validation, a plane flew a Viet Cong defector over the area. Vietnamese and American aircraft, 11 B-26s, 11 AD-6s, and 2 T-28s, took off on May 27. Bad weather obscured 5 of the targets, but the planes made repeated strikes on the other 14. Regardless of the careful preparations, a B-26 pounded the friendly village of Dak Ket, killing 4 persons and demolishing a dozen buildings. The strike pilots saw no Viet Cong on any of their runs, but bomb damage assessment photography showed a command post wiped out, 14 other structures burned and destroyed, and 30 damaged. The Vietnamese field commanders hailed the attack as a total success, and No Dien, President Diem's brother, reported about 400 enemy killed. Some Viet Cong defectors later credited their change of heart to the bombings. Both PACAF and 2nd ADVON were willing to accept the mission of disrupting Viet Cong security in base areas beyond the reach of ground forces. The American embassy in Saigon nonetheless questioned the wisdom of the attacks. Some U.S. observers were positive that air power at Dak Ket had killed no more than 50 of the enemy. The commander of Interzone V had escaped. Innocents had been killed. Consequently, General Anthus ordered Farmgate no longer to fly free area missions without a forward air controller. As spring wore on, a more extreme belief nudged aside assertions of how air interdiction hurt pacification because it endangered guiltless people. On April 15th, MACV published the first extensive Viet Cong order of battle, listing 18 battalions, 79 companies, and 137 platoons. The overall strength was put at 16,305, less than the 25,000 estimated by the Vietnamese. But backing up the regular troops were paramilitary organizations of around 10,000 part-time guerrillas. And over the first 2 weeks of May, 1,000 to 1,800 more Viet Cong had stolen into Zone D from Laos to form a new battalion. After weighing this information, MACV J2 intelligence concluded that air interdiction had no military effect on the Viet Cong. What then could isolate the Viet Cong from the populace who furnished them food and other supplies, or from their logistics routes that brought them weapons, ammunition, medical materials, and fresh troops? There was no other way than by air interdiction and ground thrusts into enemy base areas. Admiral Felt desired these missions continued. He especially wanted Vietnamese Rangers and regular units to fight guerrilla style in the Viet Cong war zones. It is, of course, basic to our side, Felt told General Harkins, that the initiative be denied the VC. Our concept is to harass them, push them down, and extend them far beyond the capabilities of their logistics support, thus destroying them. On the other hand, Harkins deemed nearly all of the ground commanders too inexperienced for large-scale efforts, and the Rangers lacked leaders for extended field operations. Unlike the Army, the Vietnamese Air Force could carry the war into the jungle areas held by the Viet Cong. What the pilots needed was valid target intelligence. In August, Colonel Ralph A. Newman, Air Liaison Officer with Vietnamese Air Force Field Command, instructed liaison officers to work closely with the ground forces at division and regimental levels. The aim was to identify targets for interdiction, chiefly for Vietnamese planes returning from sorties with unused ordnance. Most crews hesitated to land with bombs and rockets hanging outside the aircraft, and since 1958 had jettisoned them on vacant land near the airfields. Aware of this waste, General Anthus proposed assigning pre-planned targets, preferably in Zone D, so at least the munitions would fall on Viet Cong territory. Anthus and the Air Liaison officers pressured I and II Corps to accept this proposal. They stressed that a backlog of such targets would ease scheduling, distribution, and use of aircraft, as well as keep the Viet Cong off balance. By September 1962, however, the suggestion was still hanging fire. Admiral Felt asked General Harkins, MACV commander, whether area denial methods might make Zone D too hot for the Viet Cong. Felt advised, entire extent of techniques and devices available for such purpose should be used. We have in mind, for example, scatter bombing with butterfly bombs, proven lethal in Korea, and other type Air Force mines. We also visualize use of chemical irritants and defoliants to expose targets for airstrikes. In other words, we want to destroy or drive sick, starved, blistered, and blasted Viet Cong from Zone D so that we can scoop them up outside of their nest or prevent them from setting foot in the area again. Thus spurred, MACV and the Joint General Staff started to target War Zones D and X, headquarters of Viet Cong Interzone V, for an intensive air campaign. On October 3rd, the 5th Division submitted 129 specific targets. President Diem next ordered a 5-day bombing attack in Zone D to begin on November 1st, followed by a Special Forces ground penetration. He also called for the I and II Corps to cooperate in a similar bombing and to follow up penetration into War Zone X, which lay in the mountains dividing the two corps. Gradually, the Corps commanders and Field Command obtained many more targets through military channels. Provincial chiefs designated free areas for air attack. Vietnamese crews could strike these areas without a forward air controller, but Farmgate had to have targets marked by a Vietnamese L-19. Review of the free areas came when Vietnam's strained relations with Cambodia worsened. Feeling threatened by both South Vietnam and Thailand, Cambodia, on August 20, 1962, had appealed to President Kennedy for a neutral status like that of Laos. President Diem resented the implication that South Vietnam was an aggressor. He said there was little question that Viet Cong redoubts drew support from across the border. Vietnamese troops who carried out sporadic raids into Cambodia had captured communist weapons and ammunition destined for the Viet Cong. Undeterred, Prince Norodom Sihanouk, Cambodian chief of state, charged on September 10th that Vietnamese amphibious craft under air cover had violated his country's soil. Any more such aggressive acts, he threatened, would lead to severed diplomatic relations, recognition of North Vietnam, and closer ties with China. 5 weeks later, Vietnamese naval forces moved against the island of Phu Quoc near the Cambodian coast. They seized 17 tons of ingredients for making explosives. Sihanouk's threat to invite Chinese assistance startled the State Department. Ambassador Nolting met with President Diem and stressed there must be no military action that might bring Chinese Communist forces onto Vietnam's flank. In compliance, the Joint General Staff banned ground and air operations within 10 kilometers of the Cambodian border. If a river, road, or other physical feature clearly marked the border, Vietnamese forces could pursue the enemy to within 2½ kilometers. Otherwise, the chase would cease at 8 kilometers. Vietnamese pilots could open fire on a hostile aircraft 10 kilometers inside South Vietnam if certain that the plane would fall inside Vietnamese territory if shot down. Though the border restrictions did not sit well with Vietnamese officials, Secretary of State Dean Rusk and the Joint Chiefs of Staff wondered whether the restraints went far enough. Militarily, Rusk cabled Nolting, there is general agreement that success lies not in drawing tight cordon sanitaire in Maginot Manor along vaguely defined frontier, but primarily in working outwards from rural areas 1, and secondarily through strikes against VC strongholds. Usefulness of latter, when carried out near frontier, must be considered less important than political diplomatic problem. The Joint Chiefs suggested a new name be found for free areas. Admiral Felt did not object, and 2nd Air Division, formerly 2nd ADVON, commenced to call them approved interdiction targets. To General Anthus, sponsorship of area denial by Admiral Felt smacked of indiscriminate bombing. Even in Zone D, it was impossible to know positively that all victims were Viet Cong. When Felt proposed having C-123s drop 10,000 pounds of napalm on marked targets during a ground offensive into Zone D, Secretary Rusk objected. He wanted napalm confined to high-priority targets that were clearly Viet Cong installations. Moreover, the State Department retained the right to pass on all plans meaning to use napalm in large amounts. In the end, General Harkins withheld U.S. Air Force aircraft from delivering napalm in Zone D and allowed the Vietnamese to do so. Ambassador Nolting supported this decision. The curbs put on Americans made it hard to carry the war to the heart of the enemy sanctuaries. The best that General Anthus could do was to allow F-102s to fly across Zone D at night, breaking the sound barrier and causing sonic booms. It may not destroy anything, Anthus said, but I can say positively there has been considerable VC sleep lost in the last few weeks. Scarcely less important than interdiction was U.S. Air Force support of Vietnamese ground operations. Air Force officers constantly offered air support to ground commanders through the Tactical Air Control System. To sell this support, steps were taken to strengthen the Air Operations Center at Tan Son Nhut and the radar facilities at Da Nang and Pleiku, procure and employ American air liaison officers and forward air controllers, and persuade locally powerful Army commanders to coordinate with air forces. In general, these commanders were jealous of their authority, secretive about their plans, and inexperienced in applying tactical air support. Inasmuch as the Air Operations Center depended on day-to-day knowledge of Vietnamese ground operations, U.S. Army and Vietnamese liaison officers were assigned to the center in February 1962. The idea was to inject tactical air into operational planning at the outset. If Vietnamese ground commanders had but an inkling of how the support system was supposed to work, U.S. Army advisors had not the air experience to qualify them as air liaison officers. They refused to accept the tactical air control system outright, and from the U.S. Air Force view, were quick to criticize, slow to help. Bolstering of the Joint Operations Center was one of the benefits accruing from the April 1962 visit of General LeMay. He ordered several U.S. Air Force officers assigned to the center, Lieutenant Colonel Charles J. Bowers assuming the duties of Deputy Director. These officers monitored and encouraged the submission of daily requirements for air support and allocated sorties on the basis of available aircraft. Quite a few things weakened centralized control of tactical aircraft. Inexperienced personnel and unreliable equipment bred problems. In April, for example, communications between Tan Son Nhut and Da Nang remained out for 3 days. Moving aircraft from rotational duty at Da Nang and Pleiku demanded special approval from Vietnamese Air Force headquarters. Consequently, the Air Operations Center could not route these planes rapidly to areas of greater need. Also, the center was heavily committed to operations requested by Field Command and 3 Corps. This led I Corps at Da Nang and 2 Corps at Pleiku to look upon the AD-6s at these fields as theirs to use without telling the center. Likewise, the fighter squadron at Nha Trang now and then flew T-28 strikes in response to local requests without the center's knowledge. When General Anthus made staff visits to Corps, Division, Regimental, and Battalion headquarters, he found little understanding of how the tactical air control system was meant to function. Attempts to bring helicopter activities under the Air Operations Center did not go well. General Harkins in April directed armed tactical aircraft to accompany helicopter assault missions. He was therefore certain that the center was wholly aware of all U.S. Army flight operations in the country. Yet Army ground liaison officers readily admitted that the MACV order for escort planes was observed only about 10% of the time. The figure of 10% was misleading, seeing that these ground operations mostly involved small forces of company or platoon size in very brief firefights. Since the Air Operations Center was unable to coordinate all air operations, it could not wholly exploit available air support. Data on ground operations being planned was often not to be had. The commanders were sensitive to Viet Cong espionage and personally drew up and launched actions with scant notice, even to their own staffs. A few commanders went so far as to suspect the center to be a Viet Cong source of information, and with reason. The Vietnamese Air Force dispatched fragmentary operations orders from Tan Son Nhut to its squadrons in the clear. Because the teletype circuits were possibly insecure, there were inevitable leaks. U.S. Army officers disliked the tactical air control system, deeming it too rigid. Accordingly, there was no realistic policy governing the relationship between fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters. In June, MACV gave General Anthus coordinating authority over all air operations. In July, General Harkins ordered helicopter support missions to have proper air escort, unless the helicopter unit commander judged it unnecessary. In August, Admiral Felt considered it essential to have every type of air operation coordinated by the Air Operations Center, and to have air cover from fixed-wing aircraft for each helicopter operation. Not until December 1962 did the latter requirement go into force. Airstrikes close to friendly troops called for close cooperation between air missions and the movement and fire of ground units. As in Korea, tactical air control parties came to be used. The Air Force supplied a seasoned fighter pilot to serve as the air liaison member of the control party. The Army furnished the vehicles and mechanics, radio gear, and operators. The AN-VRC-30 ground mobile radio jeep carried the air liaison officer and Army members of the control party. The vehicle's radios linked with the forward air controller and the strike pilots above, and with ground and air units. The control party's work was thwarted whenever the jeep was slowed or stopped by cut and mired roads, ambush parties, and jungles and swamps. A further frustration was the meager experience of Vietnamese in coordinating air-ground operations. The shortage of L-19 pilots prevented the assignment of air liaison officers to ground units. The foremost need was to secure sufficient two-man L-19 crews, pilot and observer, to place AD-6 strike aircraft on the target. So, in lieu of an air liaison officer, the Vietnamese Air Force sometimes designated an L-19 crew to serve as forward air controller for a ground unit during a single operation. The pilot and observer repaired to the unit, received briefings on the planning action, and tried to become familiar with the procedures and terrain. The crew then returned home to conduct other air control and reconnaissance missions. On the day of the operation, however, the L-19 crew flew back and controlled airstrikes for the ground unit. Unable to operate at night, L-19 crews in daytime usually flew at 3,000 to 5,000 feet, far too high for good surveillance and target marking. The air observer marked targets for fighters by radio direction or hand-thrown smoke grenade, commonly by both methods. Criticism and penalty awaited an L-19 crew if ground fire damaged the plane. The observer was subject to severe punishment if he erred in marking a target, and friendly casualties resulted. To communicate with regular troops, the Civil Guard, and the Self-Defense Corps units, L-19s carried AN/PRC-10 Army radios lashed to their back seats. Because the plane could power only its own radios or the PRC-10, the crew could not converse with strike aircraft and ground forces at the same time. The PRC-10 lash-up was a poor makeshift, and ground units wanted man-pack radios that could mesh with existing UHF, VHF airborne sets. No such radios were obtainable in 1962. The U.S. Agency for International Development was giving large numbers of radios to provincial paramilitary forces. These sets were the commercially procured HT-1 and TR-20, with characteristics similar to those of the PRC-10. As an interim measure, MAG refitted U.S. Army helicopters and Vietnamese and farm-gate aircraft with the AN/ARC-44 Army radio. This set could tie in with the PRC-10, HT-1, and TR-20. Complications of this sort paled beside the general insufficiency of the L-19s. They were often simply unavailable. In April, for example, farm-gate pilots arrived over the target and could see a firefight on the ground, but the Vietnamese controller never showed up. Toward the end of 1962, Farmgate received two L-28As, later known as U-10As, for forward air controller duty. They were too costly for such use. Moreover, Farmgate still had to have Vietnamese air observers or air guides on the ground to mark targets for strikes. 3 U.S. Army helicopter companies, each attached to a corps, enabled troops to move swiftly against the Viet Cong. On the way to the target areas, the chopper pilots liked to fly at 700 feet and hug the terrain. Their success led Secretary of Defense McNamara to deploy a Marine squadron of 24 UH-34D helicopters to Vietnam. Afterwards, he moved 2 more Army H-21 companies to the country, plus a company of 15 armed UH-1A and UH-1B helicopters from Okinawa and Thailand. Manned by Americans, these gunships were to deliver suppressive fire, now deemed to be self-defense. In September 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff ordered all helicopter gunships bearing U.S. markings to carry a Vietnamese observer. In July 1962, strike aircraft flew 139 combat sorties in support of helicopters. Farmgate, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Eugene H. Muller, Jr., perfected tactics whereby 2 T-28s supported each helicopter flight. One T-28 swooped down to 200 feet, flew slightly ahead of the leading helicopter, and made slow turns to search for the enemy. The second T-28 stayed above the formation, set to make a firing pass on a target. As the helicopters approached in trail for landing, the strike aircraft flew on each side and strafed the flanks to suppress enemy fire. Despite Admiral Felt's belief that transport helicopters constantly required fighter escort, General Harkins authorized helicopter gunships to operate alone if need be. Bad weather now and then grounded strike aircraft, but not necessarily helicopters. In addition, escorts were hard put to fly slowly enough to stay with the helicopters. Seeking to put U.S. Army air operations under the Tactical Air Control System, General Anthus warned Harkins against fighting 2 distinct air wars. On the other hand, Army officers tended to see armed helicopters best used when under a ground commander's control and carrying out local operations. In August, MACV gave the Tactical Air Control System supremacy solely over air traffic control. The Viet Cong ambushed 462 road convoys during the first 7 months of 1962, most of them in 3 corps north of Saigon and near Zone D. On the morning of June 16th, some 400 to 500 Viet Cong took up ambush positions along the road to Bien Hoa, about 5 kilometers south of Ben Cot. Opening fire on the convoy in mid-morning, the Communists killed 2 American advisors and 23 Vietnamese. The column requested air support, and 3 hours elapsed before the strike units at Bien Hoa got orders to take off. By that time, the enemy was withdrawing towards Zone D. Even so, a B-26 and 2 AD-6s under L-19 control killed 50 enemy and enabled pursuing Vietnamese troops to recover nearly all the equipment and weapons stolen from the convoy. Air Force officers pointed out to Vietnamese commanders that a single L-19 over the convoy would probably have sighted and reported the enemy, and no doubt would have prevented the ambush. On July 14th, a Viet Cong battalion ambushed a convoy en route from Saigon to Phuc Long, killing 25 persons, including a U.S. Army advisor, and wounding 29 others. The convoy had not asked for air cover. In fact, neither II Corps nor Field Command had known that the column was on the road. The request for air support came 1.5 hours after the fighting erupted. By then, the guerrillas had long been gone. General Anthus emphasized to MACV the advantages of air cover for convoys and rail movements. Not only would tactical air enhance security, it would also absorb Vietnamese and farm gate sorties currently unused. At General Harkins's suggestion, President Diem in August directed his Army commanders to call on the Vietnamese Air Force to protect trains and convoys conveying arms, ammunition, and other critical cargo. The simple presence of the unarmed L-19 often broke up an ambush. On August 3rd, 2 L-19s spied 200 guerrillas lying in wait between Quang Ngai and Da Nang for an ammunition train headed north. When the planes appeared, the Viet Cong fled. Later that month, an L-19 stopped the first vehicle of a convoy just short of an explosive charge. In contrast to the 32 requests for convoy escort from January to July 1962, there were 506 between August and October. Doing most of the train and truck convoy escort, L-19s flew ahead of the movement and searched for signs of ambush. They radioed for ground or air reinforcement as required. Except for the compulsory combat air cover for high-priority cargoes, tactical aircraft selected to escort usually stayed on ground alert. The combination of planes devoted to this duty constituted about 10% of the total tactical air effort. Convoys would have incurred less damage had they kept travel to days and hours when aircraft were on hand to afford cover and protection. The technique was effective. From July on, no train or convoy escorted by air ran into ambush for several months. Helicopter assault operations proved more complex than train or convoy escorts. On August 30th, I Corps mounted an air-ground operation 55 miles south of Da Nang. Plans envisioned 10 Vietnamese H-34s and 12 U.S. Army H-21s to lift 200 Rangers and 200 Special Forces troops to the battle area. 4 T-28s would fly helicopter escort, while 4 AD-6s, 4 T-28s, and 1 B-26 readied the landing zone. A CV-2 Caribou out of Da Nang was to be the airborne command post. The I Corps Air Liaison Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Byron R. Callan, pointed out in vain that the Caribou lacked the fuel capacity for orbiting during the whole operation. The plane would have to return to Da Nang for refueling. Early on D-Day, 6 C-123s ferried 200 Vietnamese troops from Da Nang to Quang Ngai to join the others. The Caribou command post checked the weather in the battle area and signaled for the first helilift of 200 troops. The strike planes made their pre-landing attacks, but by the time the helicopters came, fog had rolled into some of the landing areas. The Caribou sent the helicopters back to Quang Ngai. When the fog lifted, the Caribou called for the mission to continue. Although the 4 T-28s escorting the helicopters completed another pre-landing strike, the Viet Cong opened up on the choppers with sharp fire. A damaged H-21 escaped to an emergency landing area. After the crew was rescued, a T-28 destroyed the craft to avert its capture. Subsequent to the safe landing of a second wave of helicopters, the Caribou needed to go to Da Nang for refueling. While it was away for over an hour, orbiting fighters relayed messages to the commander, but he was out of direct contact with his troops. The fighting on the ground was inconclusive, and in mid-afternoon helicopters began extracting the forces. As the last chopper left the scene, the Viet Cong opened fire, downing another H-21. The wounded crewmen were rescued, and a T-28 shattered the copter on the ground. Why were the T-28s unable to suppress the Viet Cong fire? The Caribou's limited communications for directing fighters and ground troops were frequently interrupted for one reason or other. Target marking was poor. An American forward air controller flew an L-19 over the area for 3 hours at 2,000 feet. His Vietnamese observer marked just one target, the smoke bomb missing by 3,000 feet. Lastly, the delay between the pre-landing strikes and the first helicopter landing had likely alerted the Viet Cong. At Da Nang on September 22nd, the 2nd Division commander planned a heliborne attack to begin on the 24th. The 6 Vietnamese T-28s on station could not muster the firepower for the air support required. Delayed until fresh aircraft arrived, the operation went on September 26th. By then, the Viet Cong had slipped away. The growing accuracy of Viet Cong ground fire against aircraft caused concern among U.S. Air Force officers. The toll of farm gate planes shot down mounted. A T-28 on August 28, 1962, a U-10 on October 17th, and a low-flying B-26 on November 5th. Other aircraft were damaged. Following a night napalm strike, Lieutenant Colonel Miles M. Doyle nursed his B-26 home after losing an engine to .30 caliber rounds. To silence enemy gunners, the farm gate commander ordered his pilots to strafe while delivering ordnance at low levels. Army pilots of armed helicopters were optimistic about the defensive abilities of the UH-1. The chopper carried 2 8-tube, 2.75-inch rocket pods and 2 .30 caliber machine guns, each mounted on a landing skid. General Anthus continued to plead for the UH-1 and other U.S. Army aircraft to go under the Tactical Air Control System. Meanwhile, the Army used the gunships for firepower formerly furnished by artillery, explaining that the UH-1 supplemented rather than replaced strike aircraft. A vital adjunct to interdiction and close support was air reconnaissance, and MAG in April 1962 had projected a program for the Vietnamese. Its centerpiece was the transfer to them of 4 RT-33 photojets. Since the State Department did not at first object to the transfer, 13th Air Force made ready to train pilots for the planes. Next, MAG formally asked for the RT-33s together with 3 RC-47s and 14 RT-28s. The RC-47s would get photo coverage underway at once, and small Vietnamese photo processing cells at Pleiku and Da Nang could supplement the American facility at Tan Son Nhut. Examining the proposal in June, SINCPAC recommended that 3 camera-equipped C-47s be secured, 1 for each corps. 2 Able-Mable RF-101s be completely committed to missions in Vietnam, a Vietnamese photo processing cell be opened at Tan Son Nhut, and an austere U.S. Air Force reconnaissance technical squadron be set up in Saigon for detailed photo interpretation and target production for all of Southeast Asia. At the Secretary of Defense Conference in Hawaii on July 23, 1962, Admiral Felt spoke out strongly for giving the Vietnamese RT-33 photojets. Mr. McNamara was negative because of the Geneva Accords, and he questioned the superiority of the RT-33 over conventional aircraft. General Harkins favored the photojets but suggested a compromise: bring 2 U.S. Air Force RF-101s to Vietnam and furnish the Vietnamese RC-47s and RT-28Bs. 2 weeks later, Admiral Felt urged the Joint Chiefs to approve the RT-33s as superior reconnaissance planes needed for intelligence. He noted that the Army had sent some jet turbine-powered UH-1A helicopters to Vietnam. The Admiral opposed RC-47s because in Laos they were vulnerable to ground fire. He thought it difficult and expensive to modify the RT-28 into a camera plane that at best would have moderate performance. The State Department now strenuously opposed jet photo planes for the Vietnamese on political grounds, and Secretary McNamara remained unconvinced that Admiral Felt had made his case. Although the RT-33s stayed in the military assistance program, 3 camera-equipped RC-47s and 18 RT-28s arrived to buttress reconnaissance. At Tan Son Nhut, the Vietnamese activated the 716th Composite Reconnaissance Squadron. It accepted 2 C-45 photo aircraft, one having a 6-inch and the other a 12-inch vertical camera. While awaiting more planes, pilots of the 716th Squadron flew strike missions in T-28s. Not until mid-1964 would the Vietnamese attain a fully operational reconnaissance program. Meantime, the Air Force's 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron, 13 officers and 84 airmen, would be formed at Tan Son Nhut. Until the Vietnamese could do their own air reconnaissance, able-mable RF-101s were for a while deployed to Saigon. In July 1962, the Geneva Agreement suspended aerial reconnaissance over Laos, and by October, able-mable was flying about 88% of its sorties over Vietnam. This sparked the move in December of all 4 RF-101s to Tan Son Nhut, where they continued to fly 2.8 sorties a day. Flying from Vietnam rather than Thailand widely expanded the total photo coverage per sortie. Detecting the Viet Cong from the air demanded night and infrared photography, side-looking airborne radar, and infrared snooper scope techniques. Most of these methods were still in development. In April 1962, MACV had secured 2 RB-26C night photo aircraft for Farmgate, the planes reaching Bien Hoa in May. During the last half of 1962, they gave good service in the face of obstacles. Flash illuminant cartridges were in short supply. Reflections from flooded rice paddies blurred night photos. A ground accident on October 20th put 1 RB-26C permanently out of action. The coming of the Army's 23rd Special Air Warfare Detachment to Nha Trang in September 1962 reinforced reconnaissance. The detachment had 6 OV-1 Mohawk turboprop observation aircraft, rigged with cameras and 50 caliber machine guns. It further featured 2 portable laboratories to process photographs at division headquarters and at remote locations. Split into teams of 2, the OV-1s assumed direct support of Vietnamese ground units. The Mohawks flew mostly visual and photo reconnaissance, but carried Vietnamese observers who could approve targets. General Anthus felt it foolish to give aircraft to ground unit commanders. When he protested to General Harkins, the reply was, "We must all be objective." A U.S. Air Force forward air controller with the 23rd Division at Ban Me Thuo noted in November that the Mohawk detachment could make a 9-hour delivery on photo requests compared to the normal U.S. Air Force time of 7 days. Apprised of this, Anthus could only hope that the U.S. Air Force might not lose assigned roles and missions because of a failure to provide resources to perform them. Even with RF-101s flying from Tan Son Nhut and the photo processing cell working at peak efficiency, photo delivery took from 3.5 to more than 5 hours. The local Mohawks could deliver emergency photo requests within 2 to 3 hours. Admiral Felt pondered the status of the OV-1s. Was their local employment an economical use of force? Or did their presence ignore the basic U.S. policy of having Americans train the Vietnamese instead of fighting their war for them? Yet General Harkins cited the excellent results chalked up by Mohawks, and on December 14th asked for 4 more. Like the helicopter gunships, Harkins explained, the OV-1s complemented but did not compete with U.S. Air Force air power. Nevertheless, by December 1962, the Army had 199 aircraft in Vietnam, the Air Force 61. There were 8 Army generals, 3 Air Force. As the U.S. Air Force Director of Plans noted, it may be improper to say we are at war with the Army. However, we believe that if the Army efforts are successful, they may have a long-term adverse effect in the U.S. military posture that could be more important than the battle presently being waged with the Viet Cong. Both Army and Vietnamese Air Force aircraft remained outside the tactical air control system. As early as May 1962, Brigadier General Stephen D. McElroy, 13th Air Force Vice Commander, commented on the situation to General Anthus. Air Force T-28s flew combat, while Vietnamese T-28s were on the ground. Army helicopters made combat lifts, while Vietnamese H-34s were unused, unreported, or transporting passengers. In response, Anthus acknowledged this sensitive subject. Progress, he said, can only be measured in small units, meaning inches. A team from the Royal Australian Air Force noticed the same condition. The Vietnamese Air Force, along with the Navy, did not perform up to its full potential. Perhaps this was due to the absence of proper representation at senior military levels. Hence, there was no joint planning as practiced in more sophisticated armed services, and Air Force views and requirements received little consideration. In June 1962, the 49 Vietnamese strike aircraft flew but 412 of the 1,029 sorties of which they were capable. Too few flight leaders, no desire to fly combat, and scarce targets were the causes. Flying fell off markedly during weekends, siesta hours, nights, and bad weather. At any rate, the picture was not entirely dismal. The 412 sorties in June were a decided improvement over the 150 in January. The signs were mixed as 1962 closed, but it was unmistakably clear that the Republic of Vietnam, so shaky at the start of the year, had not collapsed. Even more encouraging was the attitude of the National Liberation Front, Hanoi's political structure in South Vietnam. Its press release in July 1962 called for the creation of a neutral state, much like Laos. Was Hanoi thinking of abandoning the effort to unify Vietnam by force? And what was the meaning of Ho Chi Minh's quoted statement praising Diem's patriotism? In 1959, Ho had predicted the defeat of South Vietnam in a year. In September 1962, he began saying that victory might take 15 to 20 years. Was he concerned that the Americans might bomb North Vietnam? The war against the Viet Cong, President Diem informed the National Assembly on October 9th, had taken an incontestable turn for the better. Later that month, Admiral Felt and Ambassador Nolting bolstered Diem by assuring him that the American resolve to resist communism in Vietnam would not weaken. Obviously then, the step-up in U.S. support for Vietnam that had started late in 1961 seemed to be working. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 14 Bac and Related Matters. American support arrested many adverse trends in Vietnam, and by May 1962, Secretary of Defense McNamara was looking ahead to the end of the counterinsurgency. As he said at his conference in Honolulu, the military assistance program for Vietnam would then be somewhere between $50 million and $75 million a year. McNamara was hoping to phase out the war in Vietnam and in the near future to send home major U.S. combat, advisory, and logistic activities. No doubt heartened by the signing of a new agreement on Laos, he directed General Harkins, MACV commander, to draw up a program. The plan would prepare Vietnamese armed forces to fight and win the war themselves, so that a systematic withdrawal of American forces could be geared to the headway made. 6 months ago, said the Defense Secretary, we had practically nothing, and we have made tremendous progress to date. However, we have been concentrating on short-term crash-type actions and now must look ahead to a carefully conceived long-range program. He then asked how long it would take to eliminate the Viet Cong as a disturbing force. General Harkins replied, about 1 year from the time that we are able to get the Vietnamese fully operational and really pressing the VC in all areas. Assuming that it would take about 3 years to bring the Viet Cong under control, the Secretary directed Harkins to plan on this basis. Besides training the Vietnamese to manage the war themselves, Harkins was to arrange a turnover of materiel to them. The objective, McNamara said, is to give SVN an adequate military capability without the need for special U.S. military assistance. The size of the American contributions was substantial. By mid-August, there would be 11,412 U.S. personnel in Vietnam, 2,282 Air Force, 7,946 Army, 643 Navy, and 541 Marine Corps. Of the $767 million in materiel programmed since 1956, more than $600 million had been delivered. Airfields refurbished or set to be included Tan Son Nhut, Bien Hoa, Pleiku, Nha Trang, Da Nang, Quy Nhon, Ba Me Tu, Hue, and Tue Hoa. A like upgrading of land and naval facilities was underway. The Military Assistance Program, subject to congressional approval, called for $177 million in fiscal year 1962 and $167 million the next year. Over and above these totals, the United States had given Vietnam over $1.5 billion for roads, railways, electric lines, water, communications, hospitals, and schools. U.S. advisors operated from Joint General Staff to battalion level, and some worked with province chiefs and training centers. Farmgate had trained and certified sufficient Vietnamese crews to man a second fighter squadron that flew missions out of Nha Trang. The Air Staff had approved sending 4 L-28s to Farmgate for forward air controller duty. 2 more glass-nosed B-26s were on hand for reconnaissance. Mule Train was supplied a second C-123 squadron to achieve the quick reaction General LeMay desired. Ignoring these hopeful signs, LeMay remained skeptical. The Air Force chief's disagreement with the war strategy was widely known among the top U.S. leaders, and Admiral Felt alluded to it at the May Secretary of Defense Conference. General O'Donnell, PACAF Commander-in-Chief, was disappointed with the emphasis on politics and economics at the conference. So many civilians were there that he could not make his points. Instead of preparing for victory in 3 years, he wanted to urge actions at once. Better utilization of available air in South Vietnam, improved airlift management, and a 3-star slot for the Air Force deputy to Harkins. General Anthus told the conferees that the basic stumbling block to expanding the Vietnamese Air Force, a precondition to removing U.S. Air Force elements, was the shortage of pilots. There was no debate on this. What mattered was that McNamara had set 1965 as the planning date for ending U.S. involvement in Vietnam, and Harkins needed to make it possible. By September, MACV prepared a national campaign plan as a guide. After briefing Mr. McNamara in October, General Harkins presented the plan to the Joint General Staff and the Vietnamese president. Diem informally approved the blueprint in principle, and on November 26th did so formally. No immediate implementation followed, but rather a discussion of when execution should begin. Not really a series of maneuvers, the plan was more an organizational and conceptual framework, a setting for the process of rooting out the guerrillas. A key provision was the restructuring of the Vietnamese armed forces. This would deprive provincial chiefs of control over paramilitary forces in their areas and of their freedom to appeal directly to Diem. Placing the paramilitary forces squarely in the military chain of command would do away with the provincial chiefs' private armies. CINCPAC harbored reservations as to the costs and the ability of the Vietnamese to train sufficient personnel in time, and MACV revised the plan in December 1962 and again in early 1963. The plan's intelligence annex contained merely territorial data and a map of what MACV thought were the Viet Cong tactical zones and secret bases. Missing was an enemy order of battle. The Joint Chiefs nevertheless approved the plan on March 4, 1963. They recognized that success hinged on the parallel development of many mutual supporting programs, meant to lead 90% of the native population to identify with the Diem government. The trouble was that many programs lay outside the military sphere. Civilian agencies were to work on political, economic, and social problems, and much would rest on additional deficit spending by the Vietnamese government. There were no doubts expressed on Diem's administration or the course of the war. The air staff, however, wondered where the government could find enough trainees to fill the pilot spaces. These seemed to be mere details. More to the point was Admiral Felt's comment that Diem had finally delegated operational authority to his military commanders. The National Campaign Plan called for 9 regular divisions plus other Vietnamese units, a total ground combat force of about 51 divisions. Operating under 4 autonomous Corps Tactical Zone Field Commanders, these troops were to decimate local Viet Cong elements, cut off replacements, and destroy supply, communications, control, and support facilities. The Communists would first be hemmed into specific areas. Next would come a general offensive to annihilate them by simultaneous explosion operations in the 4 core zones. This explosion of effort was supposed to drive the Viet Cong out of the country within a year. "Sounds reminiscent of Korea, of course," someone said, referring to General MacArthur's famous communique, "out of the trenches by Christmas." General Weed, MACV Chief of Staff, estimated that the military effort to at least drive VC underground should be concluded in 1 to 2 years. It would then be up to GVN, Government of Vietnam, to take over to win minds of people, improve economy, conduct civic action, etc. According to General Harkins, the plan could eliminate the Viet Cong as early as 1963. President Diem apparently believed so too, but later would feel that the Strategic Hamlet program first had to be completed. This could not be done before the spring of 1964. Diem reorganized the military. Inactivating the Central Field Command, he divided Vietnam into 4 core tactical zones, created the new 4 Corps in the Mekong Delta with headquarters at Can Tho, and established the capital military district around Saigon. The Corps Tactical Zone commanders would be given greater responsibilities. They were to exercise operational control, not only over their ground forces, but over supporting Vietnamese Air Force elements as well. Exactly what control the 2nd Air Division commander was to have over air operations was unstated, but General Anthus protested placing air power in the hands of the Corps commanders. He wanted, as always, a strong tactical air control system. A related issue was how to compute the air requirements for the explosion ground operations. Preliminary estimates showed a doubled strike sortie rate along with an upturn in calls for reconnaissance, target spotting and identification, and aerial resupply. How much and how fast the Vietnamese Air Force could be expanded was the central question. General Rowland, chief of the MAG Air Force section, outlined an ambitious program. Besides a second 86 fighter squadron in fiscal year 1964, he projected 2 more fighter squadrons in fiscal year 1966. Both would be equipped with the Northrop N-156 light jet fighter, later designated the F-5 Freedom Fighter. Rowland envisioned the replacement of the T-28s in one squadron and the A-1Hs in another with F-5s sometime between 1966 and 1968. He called for a total of 9 L-19 liaison squadrons, 1 for each regular ground division, and 4 helicopter squadrons. He visualized air reconnaissance handled by a squadron of 4 RT-33s and 18 RT-28s. Air transport would be performed by a single squadron of C-47s during fiscal year 1965 and by 2 C-123 squadrons, 1 each in 1965 and 1968. This program was eventually trimmed. The 9 liaison squadrons, for example, were cut to 4. Rowland also pointed out the advantage of pilot training in Vietnam. In October, a detachment of the Air Training Command was scheduled for movement to open an H-19 helicopter pilot training program at Tan Son Nhut. 2 months later, a second detachment was dispatched to give liaison pilot training at Nha Trang. To meet the rise in air requirements envisaged by the National Campaign Plan, General Anthus in October and November 1962 asked for these new squadrons: 1 T-28, 25 aircraft, 1 B-26, 25 planes, a third C-123 at least, 2 RF-101, 2 RB-26, and 3 liaison. Anthus justified the liaison units on several grounds. General Rowland's program had been whittled down. A current shortage of forward air control craft had delayed or referred many strike missions, and a step-up in visual reconnaissance and convoy cover could be foreseen. The MACV J4 set forth airlift requirements in support of the National Campaign Plan. His ideas of wholesale and retail operations resembled Army thinking. He specified sea lift to 5 port areas, then C-123 lift to various airfields where U-1 Otters, CV-2 Caribous, and helicopters working with the Corps were to pick up the cargo for ultimate delivery. He estimated having to move 36,000 short tons per month by air, 4.3 million ton-miles of airlift. This was almost twice the capacity of the 2 C-123 squadrons and the CV-2 company already in Vietnam. In December, General Harkins requested 2 more C-123 squadrons, 32 aircraft, and an additional CV-2 company, 16 planes, for arrival in the first 3 months of 1963. At first, the Civilian Irregular Defense Group program was managed out of the American Embassy by the CIA. Later, the program went under MACV and the U.S. Army Special Forces, Provisional, formed at Nha Trang on September 15, 1962. Working through the Tactical Air Control System and the Air Operations Center, Farmgate had serviced these units. While General Anthus wished to continue the practice, General Harkins preferred to give the Special Forces their own organic airlift and fire support, a miniature tactical air force. Harkins was thinking of setting aside 4 L-20s or L-28s for liaison, 4 CV-2 Caribous for airlift, and 12 UH-1 armed helicopters and 4 OV-1 Mohawks for strikes. These crafts were to be controlled by the Special Forces commander at Nha Trang. General Anthus dissented on the ground that the 24 aircraft would displace the Vietnamese planes at Nha Trang. He remarked that every ground unit could not have its own separate air force. Admiral Felt ruled in favor of central control of air support. He expressly said that he would allow no assignment of air power direct to the Vietnamese irregulars or to the U.S. Special Forces. Harkins next proposed to use Air America contract airlift for this purpose. In the end, a compromise was arranged. The Mohawks and Caribous disappeared from the proposal. With Defense Secretary McNamara's approval, the Secretaries of the Army and Air Force sent 12 non-organic helicopters and 4 liaison planes to Vietnam for the Special Forces to enable team chiefs to visit remote and otherwise inaccessible posts. Harkins agreed to use the other craft within the Tactical Air Control System. But in December, and over Felt's objections, he withdrew the 4 Army Caribou transports from the Southeast Asia Military Airlift System and committed them to direct support of the Special Forces. Preliminary explosion operations got underway in late October 1962. Ranger forces gathered for a penetration into Viet Cong Zone D in Phuc Long, Ben Long, and Phuc Thanh provinces, called a Special Tactical Zone. In spite of poor weather and deficient target marking, 86s on November 20th conducted pre-landing bombardment. 5 Mule-trained C-123s and 12 Vietnamese C-47s dropped 500 paratroopers at a site selected as a base camp on the eastern edge of Zone D. On December 19th, troops moved into Zone D, where double tree canopy cover towered to 80 feet. Planes flew 8 interdiction strikes and also close support missions. On the 23rd, a B-26 dropped napalm, and on January 1, 1963, a B-26 and 2 T-28s attacked with general-purpose bombs. Results in this thickly forested but fairly dry terrain turned out better than expected. An Army advisor who visited 4 interdiction targets found proof of a hasty enemy retreat. Rockets and .50 caliber rounds had pierced the jungle canopy, and 500-pound bombs had smashed trees to scatter lethal wood fragments. There were 10 fresh Viet Cong graves. In 3 weeks, the Rangers killed 62 Viet Cong and took 10 prisoners, at a cost of 12 killed and 68 wounded. When a report revealed a large Viet Cong assembly east of the city of Tay Ninh in northern Tay Ninh province, 3 Corps hurriedly launched a 3-day heliborne assault by the 5th Division on December 19th. The size of the enemy force was overstated, but the troops caught 3 Viet Cong. The prisoners gave the locations, functions, and staffing of 12 headquarters of the National Liberation Front. After special agents verified this information, 3 Corps asked the Joint General Staff to authorize a 3-day strike against the headquarters. Most of the 12 lay within 10 miles of the Cambodian border, too close in the opinion of Americans. The Joint General Staff disapproved the air attacks, but President Diem considered the chance too attractive. He set the operation for January 2, 1963. The operation was planned to kick off with a heavy hour-long air attack against 9 targets most distant from the border. Some delayed action bombs would be used. Next was to be a drop of 1,250 paratroops and a helicopter landing of a Ranger battalion, covered by light strafing attacks. The fighters would fly airborne alert from daybreak to dark, with C-47s helping out through the night. President Diem wanted American pilots to keep an eye on Vietnamese troops and prevent them from straying across the border into Cambodia. So that advance reconnaissance flights would not warn the enemy, key commanders flew over the terrain in a C-123. The entire force of 26 Vietnamese AD-6s and Farmgate's 16 B-26s and 24 T-28s at Bien Hoa engaged in the operation. Their day-long support was called Splendid. The paratroopers and Rangers suffered 9 casualties, but killed 76 Viet Cong and captured individual weapons and documents. Early assessments based on prisoner-of-war interrogations and on an intercepted Viet Cong radio message credited the airstrikes with killing about 400 persons. Later information coming from Cambodia raised the number to between 800 and 1,000. American observers praised the operation as the most successful ever undertaken in 3 Corps, terming it an intelligent use of tactical air support. Overshadowing these encouraging successes was the failure near the village of Bac in 4 Corps. Bac involved the 7th Division, reputed to have killed more Viet Cong in the Mekong Delta than any other division. So well had the 7th performed in the important plain of reeds that it appeared to have wrested control from the Communists. The enemy leaders seemed on the point of pulling back their regular units to sanctuary bases. Late in December 1962, intelligence pinpointed a Viet Cong radio in a relatively out-of-reach area near Bac. The village was situated in a complex of hamlets 35 miles southwest of Saigon and around 15 miles northwest of the 7th Division command post at Mae Tho, capital of Dien Tong province. In this rice-growing delta region, canals, dikes, and dirt roads channeled movement. Villages and tree lines offered cover and concealment to defenders. Soft, fertile earth made digging foxholes easy, and paddies gave good fields of fire. Nearly a company of Viet Cong troops was suspected to be in position to protect the radio, which was supposed to transmit for the Viet Cong Central Office for South Vietnam. On December 29th, the newly appointed 7th Division commander decided to knock out this prize. He selected 2 battalions from different regiments, a company of mechanized infantry and M113 amphibious armored personnel carriers, a ranger company, and 3 battalions of artillery, 2 of 105 mm and 1 of 155 mm howitzers. A paramilitary provincial force of 3 battalions would help out. The division commander planned heliborne landings north and west of Bac, these troops to sweep south and meet the M113s rolling north. Lieutenant Colonel John P. Vann, senior U.S. Army advisor, wished to start the operation at once to avert intelligence leaks. He suggested December 31st at the latest, but helicopters were not to be had before January 2, 1963. Major Herbert L. Prevost, a U.S. Air Force Air Liaison officer, first learned of the operation on December 30th. He readied a plan for strike aircraft support, but discovered on the 31st that all available aircraft would be supporting the operation in northern Tay Ninh province. the U.S. Army 93rd Helicopter Company nonetheless agreed to go ahead with the helicopter landings. It furnished 10 transport helicopters plus 1 UH-1B and 4 HU-1A helicopter gunships, armed with rockets and machine guns, to fly cover and fire support missions. At the final briefing on January 1st, Major Prevost accented the absence of fighter support. Perhaps, he suggested, the Air Operations Center would respond to emergency strike requests. He alerted the center to the possibility. The provincial troops deployed at 0630 on the 2nd of January, and the operation commenced shortly thereafter. Instead of meeting a Viet Cong company near Bac, 7th Division ran into a battalion. Armed with heavy machine guns, automatic rifles, and 60mm mortars, the foe was dug in under the tree lines bordering the helicopter landing zones. The first 3 helicopter lifts from Tonkin Airfield landed safely, but during the landing of the 4th, an H-21 was downed by enemy fire. The UH-1 gunships sought in vain to suppress the ground fire. They used up 8,400 rounds of .30 caliber and 7.62mm machine gun ammunition, along with 100 2.75-inch rockets. An H-21 trying to rescue the crew of the downed helicopter was shot out of the sky, and a UH-1B was disabled, and it crashed. 2 other damaged H-21s made it back to Tonkin. At 10:05, a Vietnamese L-19 over Bac radioed the Air Operations Center for help. The center diverted 2 AD-6s armed for strafing, and they arrived at 10:35. Afterwards, the center kept B-26s and T-28s, also armed for strafing, continuously active in the Bac area. These planes failed to quiet the enemy guns. Not until the arrival of a Farmgate B-26 at 1540 did things look up. This aircraft's repeated runs with napalm, bombs, rockets, and guns broke the Viet Cong defensive position near the village. By then, the Communists had won the battle. They pinned down the heliborne forces and put the armored company out of action by focusing fire on the gunners of the personnel carriers. The gunners were exposed from the waist up. The 4 Corps commander and the senior U.S. Army advisor, Colonel Daniel B. Porter, Jr., had reached Tonkin at noon. They suggested a paratrooper drop east of Bac to block Viet Cong escape routes. The division commander and Colonel Van agreed, and that afternoon the Joint General Staff chose 3 paratrooper companies from nearby Tonkinut. Boarding 6 C-123s, 319 troops floated down close to Bac at 1815. Because their drop zone placed them west rather than east of the village, they were in no position to stem the enemy retreat. During the night, separate Vietnamese units engaged in firefights with one another, while the Viet Cong battalion escaped with its wounded and all but 4 of its dead. As regular troops moved cautiously into Bac the next day, advance elements came under the fire of friendly mortars. 5 men were killed and 14 wounded. The final reckoning was 65 Vietnamese and 3 Americans killed, 100 Vietnamese and 6 U.S. advisors wounded, 14 helicopters hit by enemy fire, and 5 shot down. The Vietnamese captured 2 Viet Cong, found 4 bodies, and killed an estimated 100 enemy. Afterwards, the Viet Cong admitted 18 killed, 33 wounded, 3 missing, plus 29 civilians killed. Clearly, the combat had been poorly managed and poorly fought. The Vietnamese and Americans lost in prestige and in reputation for power. Colonel Van subsequently suggested that several Vietnamese officers should be relieved of command. He spoke bitterly to newsmen of wrong decisions during the battle. On General Harkin's orders, the Vietnamese Joint Operations Evaluation Group came up with the reasons for the Bac defeat. There had been no prior air-ground planning and no fighter escort for cover. When Vietnamese Air Force and Farmgate strike aircraft were diverted to Bac, the crews did not know the local situation. Communications between friendly forces had been deficient, and no fire support coordination center existed. Armed H-21s had tried to rescue downed crews before Viet Cong fire was silenced. Paratroopers dropped shortly before nightfall had been improperly loaded and briefed. They had fought friendly troops. Without waiting for the final report, Harkins asked the Vietnamese to relieve 2 commanders. To Admiral Felt, the unescorted helicopter operation at Bac was wrong. Visiting Vietnam, he spoke with Diem and senior Vietnamese and American officials. He told Harkins, "Experience has taught us that the VC are not surprised by helicopter landings and are able to ambush helicopters." Felt could not understand how commanders could ignore the fundamentals of warfare by failing to prepare the landing area. He could not conceive how they could have decided to conduct a key operation when available air support was busy elsewhere. It was time that everyone learned that armed helicopters were no adequate substitute for fighter support. All helicopter lifts needed strike aircraft. When Felt questioned whether MACV was downgrading air activities, General Harkins explained that there were too few tactical aircraft in Vietnam to cover every heliborne mission. As a matter of fact, he said, 24 operations in the preceding month had been without air cover. General Anthus proposed exact procedures to make certain that Vietnamese ground commanders and U.S. Army helicopter companies coordinated helicopter assault actions. Only the Air Operations Center could assure that fighters preceded and protected every heliborne landing. The Vietnamese Air Force could furnish corps commanders with strafing, close air support, reconnaissance, photography, and airlift. But centralized control over all air power guaranteed fast emergency reaction. That each corps commander wielded virtually absolute control over air power within his boundaries led to peculiar situations. In January 1963, for example, air interdiction was out of the question in 4 corps. The corps commander simply refused such missions to avoid political repercussions if non-combatants were accidentally killed or wounded. On the 2nd of January, the I Corps commander ordered no strikes to be flown without his personal approval. Inasmuch as he was often away from his headquarters at Da Nang, it was usually impossible to fill requests from the field for immediate help. Later that year, a new I Corps commander used the Vietnamese C-47 flare ships as his personal transports. He assigned helicopters and liaison planes to divisions and task forces permanently, rather than in line with mission needs. The Joint General Staff required no advance notice from Corps on operations being planned and executed unless the commander wanted more aircraft from Saigon. Given these conditions, a well-coordinated countrywide air campaign against the Viet Cong was unthinkable. Also impeding well-integrated air operations was the U.S. Army practice of making aviation units an integral part of the ground forces. The bitterness of the roles and missions argument spilled over when General Anthus, several months later, pinned the failure at Bac on the Army's air concepts. He dubbed the Army a customer that is also a competitor. Seeing the specter of more Bacs to come, he said that in some ways it would be better if the Army suffered a few relatively minor reverses at this time. Certainly it would be better if their concept of close air support were discredited now in a relatively inexpensive way, than to wait for the ultimate catastrophe their concept must lead us to at a time and place where we will not have the elasticity we presently enjoy. Admiral Felt also believed that the Air Operations Center and the Airlift Coordinating Board had to be fully exploited for combined and joint ground and air operations. He judged this the way to make best use of limited air resources and facilities. Until the Army air effort joins the club, General O'Donnell stated, with the intent to cooperate wholeheartedly in the achievement of valid operational objectives, there will not be unity in the air effort. The U.S. Air Force element of Strike Command, a joint readiness force in the United States, proposed a return to World War II organizational procedures. That is, the Air Force would own and man air request communications down to Army battalion level. To expand communications for air liaison officers and forward air controllers, the Air Staff furnished 2nd Air Division with 20 contingency teams. Each consisted of an airman operator and a commercial KWM-2A single sideband suitcase radio. Although messages were speeded to the Air Operations Center, there were too few teams to go around. General Anthus eventually suggested setting up an air request net within the Vietnamese ground forces. General O'Donnell felt sure that the tactical air control system had proved its worth in the battle for Ap Bac. After all, it had diverted planes to aid Vietnamese troops at a critical time. With an air request net, he suggested, the system would be flexible enough to support the decentralized national campaign plan. General Harkins disagreed. He said geography and imperfect communications ruled out direct centralized control of the total air effort. Better, he thought, to commit teams of Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force strike aircraft to the core tactical zones and under their control. Harkins said the main function of the Joint Operations Center was to redistribute planes among the several zones according to the tempo of local operations. These and other factors induced MACV in March to form a flight service center and network at Tan Son Nhut, to which every military flight would report. General Harkins sought by this action to satisfy in part Admiral Felt's wish for General Anthus, the MACV Air Component Commander, to possess complete coordinating authority over air operations in Vietnam. Seeking to settle the matter once and for all, Admiral Felt compromised. He asked Harkins to operate U.S. Air Force aircraft in Vietnam under the Tactical Air Control System. The Air Operations Center was to assign or allocate aircraft to the control of the Tactical Corps for fixed periods. Felt also requested Harkins to bring U.S. Army aviation units under the control system. Placing air operations under centralized control would prevent mutual interference, facilitate flight following, simplify air defense identification problems, and upgrade combat support. General Harkins responded that the tactical air control system had not the communications for precise coordination. In July, he gave the MACV J-3 Army Air Operations Section general supervision over U.S. Marine Corps and U.S. Army aviation. He designated the Marine Corps headquarters in I Corps and the Army Aviation Battalion headquarters in the other Corps zones to direct their air operations. General Anthus protested the arrangement, saying it would create 2 and perhaps 5 separate air control systems and separate air wars within Vietnam. Harkins replied, "Let's give these things a 3 or 4 month trial." He promised to change the setup if it failed to work. The controversy reflected an overall decentralization. After Michael V. Forrestal of the White House staff and Roger Hilsman of the State Department visited Vietnam in December 1962, they criticized the elaborate set-piece military operations and the use of air power. Too many people, they informed President Kennedy, were managing the American effort. There was no overall direction. They recommended a single strong executive, possibly a general, preferably a civilian, an ambassador, to dominate all departments and agencies in the country and to give a single thrust to the multiple activities. The U.S. Air Force Directorate of Plans drafted a position paper for possible use by General LeMay at the Joint Chiefs meeting of January 7, 1963. According to the paper, the situation was of the greatest concern, even though many U.S. programs enjoyed a long lead time. But when I see the Viet Cong continue to grow in strength, I can only assume that we are not winning. Army and Air Force doctrinal disputes ought to be taken out of Vietnam. CINCPAC's requests should receive prompt attention. Harkins was in need of the best possible advice through an Air Force deputy, and Anthus should manage all air operations. The major political obstacle of the war was Diem's failure to secure the real support and backing of his people. The major military obstacle was trying to erase the guerrillas in the face of a seemingly endless stream of replacements. Needed were greater U.S. air power until the Vietnamese Air Force could go it alone, in-country pilot training of Vietnamese, and destruction of Viet Cong food crops. We should consider now the application of selected, measured sanctions against the North Vietnamese. Actions would range from infiltrating agents through air bombardment to blockade. Whatever was said at the January 7th meeting, the chiefs chose to send General Earl G. Wheeler, Army Chief of Staff, and a team of senior officers from the military services to Vietnam. The group's mission was to form a military judgment as to the prospects for a successful conclusion of the conflict within a reasonable period of time. The team spent January 14th through 30th in Vietnam, soon after the battle at Bac. The members examined the national campaign plan and endorsed the concept of many small operations with decentralized control, undertaken at an accelerated pace by each corps, division, and sector commander in his own area. They noted with approval that the tempo of small actions was quickening to 450 per month, and they looked for an upsurge in the future. The group was pleased with what appeared to be adequate coordination of political, economic, and military matters. Paying little attention to the Battle of Bac, the team heard General Harkins announce satisfaction with the air organization. His staff needed no stronger Air Force representation. The OV-1 Mohawks could do more than reconnaissance. Could they be armed with rockets? Could the rule prohibiting armed helicopters from returning fire except in self-defense be changed? The Joint Chiefs of Staff swiftly authorized U.S. Army helicopters to engage clearly identified Viet Cong elements, which are considered to be a threat to the safety of the helicopters and their passengers. Admiral Felt then permitted arming the Mohawks with 2.75-inch rockets. While the Wheeler team was sympathetic toward augmenting Air Force units, the civilian leadership in Washington was more concerned with turning the conflict over to the Vietnamese. On February 2nd, Hanoi called upon the International Control Commission to eject from Vietnam the U.S. Air Force units that were playing a key role and causing widespread damage. Secretary of State Rusk was disturbed. He could hardly prevent American reporters from observing and writing about U.S. operations. However, he wanted the embassy and MACV to release no information on American combat air actions. The United States, Rusk said, ought not to hand the communists an excuse to escalate hostilities. The U.S. newspapers publicized the authorization for American helicopters to fire on the enemy. Secretary McNamara refused to comment, except to say that American military personnel were under instructions to fire their weapons only when their own safety was at stake. Secretary Rusk reiterated, "Our policy remains that the American role in Vietnam be strictly limited to advisory, logistic, and training functions." General Wheeler's assessment in January 1963 rang with optimism. The situation in Vietnam, Wheeler said, had been reoriented in the space of a year and a half from a circumstance of near desperation to a condition where victory is now a hopeful prospect. A heartening sign was the steep rise in American advisory strength, from 900 at the start of 1962 to more than 3,000. At first, there had been no advisors with battalions, but now there were over 400. In a year, the number of advisors helping province chiefs had grown from 2 to 100 or more. Though we have not given Ho Chi Minh any evidence that we are prepared to call him to account for helping keep the insurgency alive, Wheeler said, we are winning slowly in the present thrust. There was no compelling reason to change. Air Force officers on the team did not quite agree with General Wheeler's evaluation. They believed sizable and long-lasting U.S. help a must. The war could not be won quickly, nor could it be won finally until the Vietnamese people got behind the government. This demanded military, political, and economic actions. U.S. assistance is vitally engaged in building a country, not in defending a weak country against superior forces. MACV intelligence estimates showed that the number of full-time Viet Cong guerrillas had risen through infiltration and local recruitment to between 22,000 and 25,000. Each month, about 500 stole into Vietnam by way of Laos and Cambodia. Late in January 1963, a meeting was reportedly held in the Chinese embassy at Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Representatives of Hanoi, the National Liberation Front, and the Soviets agreed to add 12 battalions to the Viet Cong. 8 were to be transferred from Laos and 4 recruited in Vietnam. To the Viet Cong, the Battle of Bac was apparently a major turning point in the war. It instilled confidence in their ability to fight American helicopters and armored vehicles. Enemy leaders took credit for a new tactic, the deliberately invited battle, described as wipe out enemy posts and annihilate enemy reinforcements. They would often resort to this tactic in the Mekong Delta, almost always to good advantage. On the Vietnamese side, there was a lull in military action after Bac. Admiral Felt believed the calm to have both visible and hidden meaning. The Vietnamese seemed to be in no hurry to launch operations. General Harkins in February 1963 wrote President Diem urging him to swiftly exploit the initiative that his forces seemed to have seized from the foe. Time and weather, Harkins said, are either for us or against us. The communists, he added, must not be allowed to regroup or rest. We must attack and destroy them. We must hurt them so badly that they will be forced to apply all their remaining resources merely to survive. Otherwise, the Viet Cong might neutralize much of the gain we won at great cost and effort. But the Bac engagement and the American press coverage had damaged relations with the Diem government. Newspaper accounts of the battle aroused serious resentment in Vietnamese officials, particularly David Halberstam's criticism in the New York Times of Vietnamese performance. Newsmen spread their belief that U.S. advisors had died while trying to lead Vietnamese troops who would neither follow nor fight. Embittered Vietnamese leaders complained that correspondents were interested merely in splashing sensational news on the front pages when Americans were hurt. Madame Ngo Dinh Nhu recalled the presidential palace bombing when she and her children were in grave danger. She said that U.S. reports revealed solely an ill-conceived regret that the bombing had failed in its objective. The Wheeler report commented on the mutual dislike and distrust between the Vietnamese government and the American press. Embarrassed by the news reports of Vietnamese battlefield misconduct, President Kennedy strove to repair the eroding trust between the two governments. In his State of the Union message to Congress on January 14th, he declared that the spearhead of aggression had been blunted in Vietnam. Signs of dissension and mistrust were all too obvious. Back in November 1962, reports had reached Admiral Felt that Diem was withdrawing more into seclusion and leaving many decisions to his brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu. Both sometimes regarded the numerous American advisors as an encroachment on Vietnamese sovereignty. They feared that the cautious U.S. policy in Laos mirrored a weakening interest in Vietnam. They were upset by Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield's report in February 1963. It said that after 7 years and $4 billion of American aid, the same difficulties remain, if indeed they have not been compounded. Vietnam was less stable and more removed from popularly responsible and responsive government. Did this foreshadow dwindling U.S. support? The defense minister scored American allegations of hit or miss Vietnamese bombing as a corrosive influence on the military effort. American attempts to help the government of Vietnam create an intelligence capability were probably seen by Diem as a threat to his regime. The Minister of Interior resented the involvement of Americans in the country as a danger to the Republic's internal politics. President Diem labeled the Special Forces Rural Aid Advisors and the Sector Advisors as particularly irritating. Even though U.S. economic assistance financed nearly all of the counterinsurgency, Diem objected to American controls over matching counterpart funds. He called them degrading to Vietnam's independence. In a series of private and public statements during April 1963, Ngo Dinh Nhu dwelt upon U.S. infringements of Vietnamese sovereignty. Aid came, he said, with too many strings attached. He told CIA Chief John H. Richardson that it would help if the American presence were reduced anywhere from 500 to 3,000 or 4,000 men. Richardson got the impression that Nhu feared an emerging U.S. protectorate. Diem, Nhu said, had received many complaints from subordinates about their American counterparts. Publicly, Nhu was quoted as demanding the withdrawal of over 2,000 U.S. advisors at lower unit levels. Obviously referring to Bac, He said that some American casualties had occurred because the advisors were daredevils who exposed themselves needlessly to enemy fire. Taking this statement as a forerunner of things to come, the Vietnamese Air Force commander alerted his key personnel to the possible withdrawal of U.S. forces. He warned them to conserve reserves, prepare to go it alone, and get ready for hard days ahead. The Vietnamese government did not officially request a reduction of American personnel, but news statements induced a review of U.S. troop levels. Evidence seemed to favor a lesser commitment of forces. Sir Robert Thompson in March had reported the government as beginning to win the shooting war against the Viet Cong, due chiefly to the American helicopters. He proposed a psychological ploy that Admiral Felt passed to the Joint Chiefs by message. If things go right by end of 1963, Felt said, we should take 1,000 military personnel out of ADVON at one time, make big proclamation out of this, and publicize widely. This would show 1. ADVON is winning, 2. Take steam out of anti-Diemites, and 3. Dramatically illustrate honesty of U.S. intentions. In April, a U.S. National Intelligence estimate perceived improvement in the situation, despite the absence of persuasive signs that the Viet Cong had been grievously hurt. Ambassador Nolting in May depicted relations between Washington and Saigon as delicate, but the political and socioeconomic conditions were promising. An excellent rice crop brightened the economic outlook. Completion of about 50% of the strategic hamlet program extended shelter to 60% of the people in defended areas. During April, the Vietnamese armed forces took part in 900 offensive actions. These hopeful signs encouraged Secretary McNamara at his conference in Hawaii in May. He said he would remove 1,000 Americans from Vietnam by the end of the year to show that things were going well. He would try to pull out units in lieu of individuals, and upon departure, their equipment would be turned over to the Vietnamese. The conflict was not a U.S. war, and the United States did not intend to fight it. Since more Americans were still arriving in Vietnam, units and individuals then en route were to continue their travel. There would be no personnel increases, however, either temporary or permanent. Each of the armed services was to take a comparable cut. To hurt operations the least, most of the returnees would come from logistic units. In November and December, 2nd Air Division would lose 244 people. Maybe McNamara's action impressed the Vietnamese. In June, the Joint General Staff ordered all ground forces to operate a minimum of 20 days every month, starting July 1st. This was to be a total general offensive to attain complete annihilation of the enemy and complete Vietnamese control. General Harkins was enthusiastic. The all-out campaign was soon to begin in earnest. He knew the strategy, saturate the countryside with small and large military actions, was correct. It would fragment and destroy the Viet Cong. Unfortunately, the Viet Cong had embarked on their own general offensive. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15. Air Operations, 1963. Although some U.S. units were scheduled to leave Vietnam by the end of 1963, the JCS earlier that year had suggested, and Secretary McNamara approved, an additional C-123 Provider Squadron for Da Nang. Arrival of the 777th Troop Carrier Squadron in April 1963 with 16 C-123s augmented the airlift of the 29 C-123s at Tan Son Nhut. Crew manning permitted each provider to fly 60 hours per month. In addition, 8 UH-1 Otters, 16 O-1A Bird Dog observation planes, 10 UH-1B Iroquois helicopters, and a second CV-2 Caribou company reached Vietnam to support the Corps Tactical Zones and Special Forces. General Harkins, MACV commander, had agreed to place the CV-2s under the Coordinated Airlift System. However, Army headquarters in Hawaii urged Admiral Felt to recognize the special features of the Caribou. The Army had purchased the planes for short takeoff and landing, which rendered them instantly responsive to ground commanders in combat zones. While centralized control of airlift was more efficient for cargo deliveries, swift reaction to a field commander's needs came first. In this context, Harkins assigned the 2 Caribou companies to centralized airlift control, but one of these had the further mission of immediate support to the senior Corps advisors. The Southeast Asia Airlift System managed the 48 Air Force C-123s, 32 Vietnamese C-47s, and 32 Army CV-2s. Though the C-123s normally made deliveries to 4 major depots and 29 other distribution points, they actually operated at 95 different airfields and 65 drop zones. Carrying a lighter load than the C-123, the CV-2 could use shorter runways, but reversible propellers let the provider land on wet surfaces in distances impossible for the Caribou, not yet so equipped. The 8th Aerial Port Squadron expanded in May by creating Detachments 6 and 7 at Quy Nhon and Can Tho. Temporary duty personnel served 120-day duty tours at the new sites. Much of the Southeast Asia Airlift System's work dealt with tactical operations. About 30% of the troop carrier flights were paradrop resupply, paratrooper drops, and assault air landings. Resolute efforts to support remote stations drew grateful praise from the ground troops. They deemed the system reliable and responsive. Uncertain surface travel, the conservative bent of logistic planners, and the use of scaled U.S. planning factors tended to inflate requirements. In October, the airlift system's excess capacity prompted plans for reduction. In December, MACV's strength was pared by 1,000. Released were personnel of the Army's 1st Aviation Company, Caribou, the 30 U.S. Air Force C-47 pilots flying with the Vietnamese Air Force, and half of the 8th Aerial Port Squadron's people. The 61st Aviation Company, Caribou, with 25 CV-2s, stayed behind to support senior Corps advisors. Some of these Caribous became spares to ensure a certain number of operational aircraft at every Corps tactical zone. The Air Force's 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron was activated at Bien Hoa in July 1963 and assigned to PACAF. The new unit's aircraft and crews trickled in. 4 O-1s and 22 crews were on board by July, and the remaining 18 planes arrived on the USS Card in August. Since Americans were forbidden to direct airstrikes, 11 seasoned Vietnamese observers were integrated into the squadron to do so. Operational in September, the unit furnished more and more forward air controllers and air liaison officers for the National Campaign Plan. Its primary mission was to train Vietnamese liaison pilots in forward air control, visual reconnaissance, combat support, and observer procedures. The aim was to replace those pilots drained off to fill fighter cockpits. The squadron was to remain in Vietnam no more than a year, then turn its O-1s over to the Vietnamese. Preparations to open a training center at Nha Trang were delayed because American pilots needed proficiency in the U.S. Army L-19 O-1 aircraft. General LeMay had ordered this plane sent in lieu of depleting the few L-28s in U.S. Air Force stocks. As his director of plans, Major General John W. Carpenter III said, "The chief clearly expressed his desires toward getting on with the war against the communists in Vietnam as opposed to worrying about the source of light aircraft." After 25 officers and 69 airmen underwent factory training in July and August, they opened the Nha Trang Center in September. Trainees took 1 month of pre-flight instruction and 3 months of primary flight training that included 80 hours of actual flying. Vietnamese liaison pilots in reasonable numbers were ready for combat in early 1964. 12 Air Force officers and 47 airmen reached Tan Son Nhut in January 1963 to train Vietnamese helicopter pilots. By June, they graduated 15 student pilots who were qualified to fly H-19s. The training went on throughout the year. Admiral Felt hoped that the Vietnamese could have the 4 RT-33 jets authorized by the Military Assistance Program. In February, however, Secretary of State Rusk announced that overriding political considerations and international risks ruled out their delivery. Shortly thereafter, the Joint Chiefs approved a boost in U.S. Air Force reconnaissance aircraft, including 4 RB-26s and 2 more RF-101s for Farmgate. The RB-26s reached Tonkinut in March from Fort Worth, Texas. 2 of them were equipped for night photography, and the other 2 were experimental RB-26Ls specially outfitted with night photo and Reconnaissance 4 infrared sensing devices. In May, 5th Air Force 6091st Reconnaissance Squadron flew 2 RB-57s to a temporary duty site at Tonkinut. These jets featured advanced and improved day and night K-52 panoramic cameras and Reconnaissance 6 infrared sensors. Airborne high-frequency direction finders had difficulty locating Viet Cong radio transmitters. More than 200 enemy sets were active, but it was impossible to fix their exact sites. General Anthus and other officials thought it might be better to listen to the traffic instead of disrupting or destroying it. In any event, knowing where the radios were operating was deemed essential. Infrared devices were meant to detect thermal radiation emitted by campfires, vehicles, structures, and traffic on trails and streams. In theory, the sensors could pinpoint activities hidden from normal photography. But the Reconnaissance 4 infrared photo equipment on the RB-26Ls broke down, and the technical representative in Vietnam could not make the system, originally designed for B-58s, work. Climatic conditions, chiefly dust, and dampness fouled the sensors. Heat from the photo flare cartridge ejectors forward of the infrared system saturated the infrared detector and ruined the film. As for the RB-57E's infrared sensors, integral components were missing. The plane's panoramic cameras provided very clear horizon-to-horizon pictures even at high speed and low altitude. Having both horizons in the shot enhanced the perspective of the photo interpreter, but he had to learn how to compensate for distortion in the wide lateral coverage. When equipment worked, the intelligence apparatus was often unable to exploit the information gathered. The zonal concept of ground operations worked against a centralized air reconnaissance network. Separating intelligence data by core tactical zone was not easy because planes flew across core boundaries. Moreover, there were no courier aircraft to deliver reconnaissance film rapidly throughout Vietnam before the coming of 2 U-3s from the United States in May. Army OV-1 Mohawks attached to Vietnamese ground divisions reacted quickly to shifting situations. However, the intelligence they collected was not fed into the National Intelligence Reconnaissance setup. General Harkins still labeled the Mohawks as complementary rather than competitive to U.S. Air Force and Vietnamese tactical air reconnaissance. He saw no need to coordinate them with the standard activities, saying they were outside the specialized capabilities of other photo aircraft. Air Force planes flew nearly all the reconnaissance in 1963, yet the flights failed to glean a great deal of intelligence. By reason of weather, jungle, and forested terrain, finding and photographing the small and fleeting enemy targets was a stiff proposition. Air defense radar control centers were situated at Tonkinut, Da Nang, and Pleiku. These, and the radar at Ubon, Thailand, gave high-altitude surveillance. The interceptor fleet consisted of Air Force F-102 and Navy EA-1F AD-5Q all-weather fighters rotated to Saigon. Mountain screening cluttered radar coverage below 5,000 feet. The F-102s performed marginally in low-level interceptions, while the EA-1Fs lacked the speed to intercept aircraft intruding in areas distant from Saigon. To stretch the coverage, and especially to scan much of south-central Vietnam, the Vietnamese Air Force moved a TPS-1 10D training radar from Tonkinut to Ban Me Thuo in February 1963. From February 10th to 15th, an unusual number of low-level, slow-flying radar tracks appeared before midnight near Pleiku and Da Nang, then disappeared before dawn. Air Force and Navy interceptors investigated, using flares and other techniques. They found nothing, the tracks vanishing from ground and air radars as the planes approached. Around Da Nang on February 14th, a Navy aircraft intercepted a flight of ducks. Consequently, officials concluded that migrating waterfowl had caused the unknown tracks. Convinced that no air battles would be fought in Vietnam, General Harkins nevertheless sensed the need for flight following. Since November 1961, Mule-trained transport squadrons had used their network of high-frequency radios. Farmgate crews reported their in-flight positions to the nearest radar control center every 30 minutes. On January 10, 1963, an Army OV-1 was lost during an unreported flight out of Quy Nhon, and it took over 250 search sorties to find the plane. In March, the Flight Service Center and Network was born at Tan Son Nhut. The reduced likelihood of communist air intrusions and the birth of the Flight Service Center and Network threw into question the need for the F-102s and EA-1Fs at Tan Son Nhut. Safety considerations alone seemed to warrant their removal, for 233 military aircraft of all sorts used the airfield, along with commercial planes. General Anthus wanted to clear the 10,000-foot runway by moving out some of the helicopters, but PACAF suggested keeping the interceptors on call in the Philippines. These planes withdrew in May. The supersonic F-102s could return to Tan Son Nhut within 12 hours, the EA-1Fs within 48. There was no call for them in 1963, however. Triggered by President Kennedy's approval on December 31, 1962, to augment Farmgate, the Air Force in 1963 acted to regularize the status of its units in Vietnam. Admiral Felt furnished the impetus when he spurned the principle hitherto held that U.S. Air Force personnel sent to the country had to have prior training in counterinsurgency. Farmgate, he said, was flying conventional missions. Airmen could accordingly be assigned on a routine permanent change of station basis. This would clear the way for doubling the number of air crews and maintenance men, and could raise the sortie rate by 25 or 30%. Felt, in addition, wished to boost the number of liaison aircraft and forward air controllers by a full 2 squadrons, to furnish visual reconnaissance beyond anything already on hand. This, he said, would be the key to a successful national campaign plan. General LeMay, in early February, pressed for putting U.S. markings on Farmgate aircraft. He said that current classification restrictions on Farmgate are considered unnecessary. Actual operation is well known through SVN, and classification has become an administrative burden. The State Department queried Admiral Nolting in a series of articles in the press on U.S. combat air activities, particularly those of American-piloted aircraft. In his reply, Nolting pointed out the rather gradual and inevitable uncovering of facts by U.S. journalists. That Americans flew combat aircraft was common knowledge. This was expressly true after the deaths of Captains John P. Bartley and John F. Shaughnessy, Jr. in an RB-26 downed by Viet Cong fire on February 3rd, and the loss of Major James E. O'Neill in a crash 3 days later. Secretary of State Rusk, however, continued to accent the American role as strictly limited to advisory, logistic, and training functions. General LeMay in March again asked for permission to declassify Farmgate, but Ambassador Nolting said, "We are winning without such overt U.S. action." By June 1963, MACV had 16,652 people, 4,790 of them Air Force. On the 28th, Secretary of Defense McNamara froze MACV strength. To clear up the confusing array of U.S. Air Force units, PACAV formed new ones without expanding manpower authorizations. On July 8th, Farmgate at Bien Hoa became the 1st Air Commando Squadron Composite, a regular PACAF organization. Although PACAF wanted the codename Farmgate dropped, Air Force Headquarters disapproved because various logistic facilities supporting Farmgate were thoroughly familiar with the name and all it implied. As 1st Air Commando Squadron, Farmgate contained 2 strike sections. The first consisted of 10 B-26s with 23 crews, pilot and navigator, and 2 RB-26s. The second had 13 T-28s with 2 crew members per plane. In addition, there were 2 support sections, one of 4 psychological warfare U-10s and the other of 6 C-47s. The remaining 8 B-26s were in detachments at Pleiku and Sok Trang. Likewise, on July 8th, the 33rd and 34th Tactical Groups came into being. Based at Tonkin and under the 33rd Tactical Group were the 33rd Air Base Squadron, the 33rd Consolidated Aircraft Maintenance Squadron, CAMRON, and Detachment 1, a reconnaissance element. The 33rd Group also had detachments at Canton and Nha Trang. At Bien Hoa, the 34th Tactical Group consisted of the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron, the 34th Air Base Squadron, and the 34th CAMRON. Detachments of the 34th Group were at Pleiku and Soc Trang. Directly under 2nd Air Division was the 23rd Air Base Group, activated at Da Nang with its 23rd CAMRON. A detachment of the group at Quy Nhon was previously the 6222nd Air Base Squadron. General Anthus wanted a single control point for the packets of reconnaissance detachments called Able Mabel, Black Watch, Patricia Lynn, and Sweet Sue. He therefore requested a Tactical Air Reconnaissance Squadron for his 2nd Air Division, but the Air Staff could not create the unit within the authorized force structure. In consequence, the commander of Detachment 1, 33rd Tactical Group, exercised a loose central direction over the reconnaissance operations. The Mule-trained C-123 units became troop carrier squadrons, the 309th and 310th at Tan Son Nhut and the 311th at Da Nang. They were part of the 315th Troop Carrier Group, Assault, attached to 2nd Air Division, but assigned to PACAF's 315th Air Division Combat Cargo, headquartered in Japan. The upshot of this sweeping reorganization was to free General Anthus from dealing directly with 12 or more major subordinate units. Farmgate gained fresh aircraft in January 1963, 5 T-28s, 10 B-26s, and 2 C-47s, and by February boasted 42 planes and 275 men. General Anthus fashioned an airstrike team of 6 B-26s and 1 C-47 at Pleiku, which had been revamped to take B-26s. He formed another of 5 T-28s and 1 C-47 at Soc Trang, where the unimproved 3,200-foot runway admitted only T-28 operations. Until General Harkins in mid-year gave the Vietnamese border control troops some aircraft of their own, Farmgate flew combat support for them. These forces embraced about 5,000 Vietnamese Army Rangers and civilian irregular defense group personnel accompanied by U.S. Special Forces advisors. They manned 103 outposts along Vietnam's 900-mile land border to cut down on Viet Cong infiltration. Varying in size from platoon to battalion, they further carried out covert penetrations across the frontier. State Department pressure prompted the Joint General Staff to forbid ground and air operations within 10 kilometers of the border without prior approval. MACV termed the restriction completely incongruous, for this strip of de facto demilitarized territory afforded the Viet Cong safe haven. Over the last days of March 1963, U.S. Special Forces mounted an operation in the Seven Mountains of southwestern Vietnam. Farmgate bombing before the assault killed about 150 enemy and let the ground troops move into the hills. Captain John Sercel, the 2nd Air Division forward air controller assigned to the operation, went with the troops on foot and directed airstrikes with a PRC-10 radio. Even though the attack brought Vietnamese territory under government control, the 4 Corps commander protested the intrusion into his zone. The Joint General Staff then ruled that Special Forces teams had to request air support through Vietnamese channels. 10 days later, the Joint General Staff removed earlier curbs on border operations. Vietnamese ground forces could now operate to the border wherever a geographical feature such as a river or road clearly marked it. Elsewhere, they could go to within 1,000 meters of the border, except along the northern part where a strip of 10,000 meters applied. Vietnamese aircraft could operate to the border where it was clearly visible, elsewhere to 2,000 meters if a forward air controller was at hand, and to 5,000 meters without air control. Corps headquarters, rather than the Joint General Staff, had to approve all actions along the frontier. The State Department ordered Ambassador Noltung to press for suspension of the new procedures since they could inflame Cambodia, North Vietnam, and China. Knowlton was sympathetic to the new rules because of the considerable supplies coming across the borders to the Viet Cong. All the same, he and General Harkins talked with Vietnamese officials about how border violations seriously disturbed the common interests of Vietnam and the United States. Admiral felt new border incidents could be disruptive, but thought that trimming infiltration was worth the risk. General O'Donnell proposed having U.S. aircraft survey the border to correct map errors. His proposal was shelved for fear of breaching the 1962 Geneva Agreement on Laotian neutrality. At the Secretary of Defense Conference in Hawaii on May 6th, the participants agreed that the troops stationed along the border must do their utmost to slow down enemy movements. But they believed putting pressure on Hanoi to be a better way to end infiltration. In April, the Joint Chiefs had identified 8 targets in North Vietnam that were vulnerable to attack from American carrier and Thailand-based aircraft. Among them were the Dong Hoi and Vinh airfields, several highway bridges, POL storage, the Haiphong thermal power plant, a rolling mill, and a chemical plant. Bombing would be a warning to Ho Chi Minh, but risked bringing Chinese air assistance to North Vietnam. Mr. McNamara now recommended to the conferees that SINGPAC embody airstrikes against North Vietnam for planning options. Perhaps the State Department fetters on covert operations into North Vietnam could be loosened. Roger Hilsman of the State Department informed the group that he was optimistic about the border control exercised by the Special Forces and Montagnards. Strategic hamlets combined with Montagnard operations were making dramatic gains. He predicted, "You have circles. In the center of each circle is a Special Forces team. These circles are getting bigger. When they close up, I think you will see a noticeable choking down of the use of the infiltration groups." Admiral Felt said he also expected solid progress from the airstrikes against Viet Cong war zones and bases. He scored these power centers as the nuclei of the VC governmental structure, giving protective sanctuaries for offensive enemy operations and providing little arsenals and installations. Unfortunately, all-out interdiction clashed with the individual interests of the largely independent corps commanders. While U.S. Air Force liaison officers called for interdiction, air attacks not tied directly to ground operations began to decline. Vietnamese probes into Viet Cong Zone D during February and March made good use of pre-planned air interdiction strikes. Rangers swept into the area later and burnt enemy headquarters and camps along the Ma Da River. They discovered deep log-covered bunkers built by the Communists to protect against air attacks. Inasmuch as fighters usually circled before striking, there was enough time for everybody to take cover. In March, the Air Force and Army advisors in that area got the go-ahead for a prolonged low-priority interdiction bombing program. Planes returning to base with unused ordnance could attack targets under the direction of a Vietnamese forward air controller. Strikes got underway on April 1st and went on almost every day. It was difficult to assess results due to the jungle cover. On April 30th, fighters surprised a gathering of Viet Cong and attacked. Inspecting the area the next day, the Phuoc Ton province chief estimated that over 100 enemy had been killed. Viet Cong deserters confirmed that the strikes inflicted casualties, damaged morale, and kept everyone on the move, but said the attacks were no serious threat to their existence. The Communists kept a firm grip on Zone D, continuing to collect road taxes and to exact tribute from plantation owners. Between April 24th and May 24th, the two corps commanders spearheaded a drive into the Yo Sa War Zone headquarters area of Viet Cong Interzone 5 in the mountains on the borders of Quang Ngai, Kon Tum, and Quang Tin provinces. His 5 regiments of ground troops and 2 battalions of Vietnamese Marines totaled about 10,000 men, assisted by an air support operations center. The 3 days of preliminary interdiction generated 36 A-1H, 14 T-28, and 34 B-26 sorties. Throughout the month-long operation, pilots flew 115 A-1H, 108 T-28, and 74 B-26 sorties. Besides killing 5 Viet Cong, these timely and potent airstrikes destroyed 238 structures and damaged 77. the badly scattered enemy would need several months to return and reestablish Viet Cong Region 5, which, like the old Interzone 5, guarded infiltration routes to base areas. Air Force and Vietnamese pilots faithfully followed the rule that airstrikes had to be handled by a Vietnamese forward air controller. Although the procedure precluded armed reconnaissance aircraft from attacking targets of opportunity, it was a sound precaution against indiscriminate bombing. Crews staging to and from forward airfields were encouraged to fly low and seek out the enemy. Before they could attack, however, they needed an airborne forward air controller. Army OV-1 crews enjoyed less stringent rules of engagement. They frequently flew as low as 50 feet, enticing the Viet Cong to open fire so they could shoot back. Lieutenant Colonel David S. Mellish, 3 Corps Air Liaison Officer, secured authority in September to start an air interdiction program. Vietnamese province chiefs certified certain areas free of friendly people. The Air Operations Center scheduled airstrikes under forward air controllers into these regions. Provincial officials reviewed each target belt weekly. This interdiction paid off in Tay Ninh and Phuoc Thanh provinces during October, though the Viet Cong learned to disperse and take cover as soon as the L-19 dropped smoke grenades to mark targets for the strike planes. Mellish persistently urged armed reconnaissance in wholly Viet Cong sections. Vietnamese pilots, he said, should sweep these areas and shoot VC on sight. At present, we are ineffective because our politically inspired target marking is the best possible air raid warning the VC could hope to have. Colonel Donald H. Ross, 2nd Air Division Director of Operations, reminded his associates that the Vietnamese, not the Americans, were waging the war. Forward air controllers were vital to protect friendly people. Carefully targeted and controlled interdiction strikes on Viet Cong base camps, assembly areas, and logistic installations were designed to help ground troops clear and hold Vietnam. But the overriding air mission was support, preparation, and cover for heliborne landings, night hamlet defense, and escort for convoys and trains. Over the first half of 1963, Vietnamese L-19s usually escorted truck convoys and trains, but strike aircraft covered those transporting high-priority cargoes. Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force planes flew close to 1,000 sorties in these missions. The Viet Cong ambushed no surface movement having air cover, yet were quick to pounce on motor columns and trains wanting aerial escort. Developed from original farm gate tactics, night flare strike missions and defense of outposts and hamlets under attack remained effective. One Vietnamese C-47 flare ship stayed on night ground alert at Pleiku. A second stood similar duty at Da Nang, and a third flew airborne alert every night over 3 and 4 Corps. Yet the commander of the 514th Fighter Squadron refused to accept orders for A-1H night strike crews alerted at Bien Hoa and Pleiku. He argued that his pilots were not ready to fly at night, but yielded to American pressure and accepted about half of the missions requested. Fighters working with a flare ship could commonly dispense with a forward air controller during strikes in defense of an installation. However, for close air support of friendly troops under attack at night, a controller was required to mark targets. Success of flare strike defensive missions depended upon the speed with which those under attack could report to an Air Support Operations Center. By May 1963, most villages had radios, and the time lapse between attack and report averaged about 48 minutes. The delay stemmed chiefly from the short ranges of the provincial radio transmitters that demanded retransmission of messages, often at district, sector, and division levels. Viet Cong attacks on hamlets and outposts from January through April were few, and an average of 33 C-47 sorties was flown each month. The enemy customarily broke off an attack when a flare plane came on the scene. In the far northern I Corps, the 1st and 2nd Divisions controlled the coastal plain to the mountains. The Viet Cong owned the mountains aside from Special Forces camps along the Laotian border and in the Ashua Valley corridor toward Da Nang. In mid-January 1963, the U.S. Marine Corps Helicopter Squadron HMM-162 became operational at Da Nang, with staging areas at Hue and at a point midway between Da Nang and Quang Ngai. This unit's H-34s supported the border outposts with resupply and troop exchange missions that normally needed no strike aircraft support. But Air Mobile Troops assault operations took careful advance planning for fighter escort, landing zone preparation, and air cover. In these operations, the H-34s flew in 3 ship elements, 1 minute apart, en route to the landing zone. The helicopter commanders ran the whole affair, calling for strike aircraft to neutralize enemy fire. Even though the Marine Corps helicopter commanders evaluated the Vietnamese A-1H pilots as outstanding, they favored U.S. Air Force fighters because there was no communications language problem. When a platoon of Army UH-1 helicopters at Da Nang was attainable in April, these gunships protected landing zones. The I Corps commander had to approve all requests for airstrikes. Members of 2nd Air Division who visited the Air Operations Center there had the impression that U.S. Army advisors dominated the scene. For example, the advisors funneled many air support requests to the 2 armed OV-1 Mohawks stationed at Da Nang. In the 2 Corps, 8 U.S. Air Force B-26s joined the 4 Vietnamese A-1Hs at Pleiku. At once, air support sorties rose, probably because Vietnamese ground officers could see the aircraft on hand. But communications with the division command posts at Quy Nhon and Quang Ngai were regularly unreliable, and bad weather in the mountains east and northeast of Pleiku repeatedly impeded flights to the coastal provinces. To shake weather restrictions, MACV shifted 2 B-26s from Pleiku to Da Nang. Since the Vietnamese pilots were unable or unwilling to operate out of Quy Nhon and Quang Ngai, aircraft from Pleiku or Nha Trang supported the 9th and 25th Divisions. The division commanders complained that they had to divulge their operational plans before they wanted to. Also, for a short while, the 110th Liaison Squadron commander declined to send L-19s to Quang Ngai. He resented the time a ground force officer had usurped the job of a Vietnamese air observer adjusting artillery. The T-28s dispatched to Quy Nhon and Quang Tri were regularly late for planned operations, despite 2 days' advance notice. This deprived at least one heliborne operation of air cover. When we speak of immediate airstrikes in this division, wrote Lieutenant Colonel Henry C. Meyer, 9th Division Air Liaison Officer, the ADVON only laugh, and I can hardly blame them. Vietnamese air crews executed well in the 2 Corps attack on the Yo Sa headquarters area during April 24th, May 24th, 1963. Their performance was below par in June, when the 9th Division triggered an 800-man heliborne attack around An Khê. The L-19 chosen to work the landing zone was late. Only one of the 4 pre-strike A-1Hs properly delivered napalm, and the H-21 helicopters had to circle and wait for the air preparations. 2 days later, a Vietnamese forward air controller brought pre-strike A-1Hs to a landing zone 10 minutes early. On 5 separate occasions in the course of the action, L-19 pilots and observers were unable to accept strike aircraft at assigned rendezvous points. Air Force L-19s with American pilots and Vietnamese observers solved the problems. Poor performance by Vietnamese air crews imperiled several ground operations in the 2 Corps. Operations nonetheless made marked gains around Saigon, disrupting a key Viet Cong base and defending strategic hamlets in Quang Ngai Province against severe communist attacks. More and more local residents came forth with information on Viet Cong movements, and the popular forces defending the hamlets killed 383 enemy, while losing 33 of their own. In the 3 Corps north of Saigon, Vietnamese forces were busy. Rangers probed into Zone D, the 5th Division engaged the enemy in Zone C of Tay Ninh Province, and the 23rd Division attacked Viet Cong bands and protected hamlets in the Ban Me Thuo area. Not one of these operations received enough tactical air support. The L-19s of the 112th Liaison Squadron at Tan Son Nhut worked both 3 and 4 Corps, and thus were often unavailable to one or the other. Poor communications between 3 Corps headquarters and Ban Me Thuo led to authorizing the 23rd Division 8 T-28 sorties each day from Nha Trang. As the division pushed deeper into Tainan province and outran dependable landline communications, radio equipment troubles increasingly impeded air support. The use of U.S. Army armed helicopters for fire support came to be routine. The IV Corps employed the 7th and 21st Divisions in the generally flat and water-sodden terrain of the densely populated Mekong Delta, where transportation was mostly by canal, but some by road. The ground favored the guerrillas, who massed at places and times of their choosing. Skimpy landline communications made for heavy radio traffic. At Sok Trang, the 5 U.S. Air Force T-28s, together with a detachment of L-19s from the 122nd Liaison Squadron at Can Tho, afforded airstrikes and forward air control. Like all other airfields in the Delta, Sok Trang needed development. Its unlighted 3,300-foot runway was suited solely to daytime T-28 operations. The glide slope was too steep for a T-28 to touch down safely in wet weather. Though a T-28 could take off at night or in bad weather, to land after a mission it had to go to Saigon. MACV proposed constructing an airfield at Can Tho to replace Sok Trang. Even so, building a 6,000-foot runway would take nearly $4.5 million in military assistance program funds and about 2 years to complete. The project continued under study in Hawaii. The 7th Division was distinctly less aggressive following the Battle of Ap Bac. The division commander, believing that the Viet Cong were monitoring his radio, directed unit commanders to hand-carry requests for air support to the division headquarters. The 21st Division engaged extensively in heliborne operations through February and March. Plans were usually too ambitious for the troops committed, and the enemy was never where he was supposed to be. Postponements and no-notice changes in plans complicated the air scheduling of escort and strike planes. After 3 visiting Americans were pinned down by enemy fire for an hour while strike aircraft were circling overhead and no forward air controller was to be had, 3 U.S. Air Force pilots were assigned to the Vietnamese L-19 detachment at Can Tho. In April, a daring scenario called for 21st Division troops to go to the town of Rahia by motor convoy and to feint away from the objective, the Viet Cong regional headquarters in western Can Giang province between 7 Mountains and the Cambodian border. On the following day, helicopters would land troops to storm the headquarters and to cut off probable escort routes to the mountains. Aircraft were to fly cover and support. The plan may have been compromised, for the Viet Cong withdrew from their sites several days before the assault. Then a classic demonstration of order, counter-order, and disorder took place. The division altered all helicopter radio frequencies, and some participants failed to receive notice. Several strike crews orbited target areas waiting for helicopters that never appeared. The ground troops did not clash with the foe, but his fire hit 2 UH-1 and 7 H-21 helicopters. Interdiction bombing in 7 Mountains by U.S. and Vietnamese strike pilots was said to have killed 345 fleeing Viet Cong. To prevent whimsical, uncoordinated changes in planned helicopter operations directly affecting the escort, General Anthus asked the MACV Joint Frequency Coordinating Board to set up standard radio frequencies for heliborne operations and to insist on their use. The 2nd Air Division assigned one of its KWM-2A radios and an operator to the 21st Division. This gave the U.S. Air Liaison Officer a rapid communications link to cope with sudden changes in air support needs. An air-ground operations school orientation team from the United States promoted understanding among 21st Division personnel of the procedures for air support at battalion and company levels. Pre-strikes, escort, and air cover were required items in 21st Division planning. On the 14th and 15th of June, in Can Giang Province, B-26 pre-strikes and T-28 cover and escort helped the 21st Division kill 33 enemy, 2 by air, and capture 30. In An Giang Province late in June, 107 communists were killed, 55 by air, 72 prisoners taken, and many arms and munitions captured. Air support coordination, it was reported, was absolutely outstanding. In contrast was the clear neglect of air support by the 7th Division early in July. The division commander aimed a heliborne thrust at a Viet Cong force in Kinh Choa Province, relying on the firepower of 4 UH-1 gunships. These helicopters could not knock out the guns dug in at the tree line adjacent to the landing zone. Before the afternoon was over, ground fire hit 11 helicopters and wounded 3 U.S. Army crewmen. Called to the scene, 2 B-26s, 6 T-28s, and 2 AD-6s tangled with the Communists. The Viet Cong retreated at nightfall, leaving behind the 24 men killed by airstrikes. The loss to enemy ground fire of 2 B-26s in February and a T-28 in June spurred a boost in airstrike firepower. With 2 B-26s in lieu of 1 and 4 T-28s rather than 2, the crews could cover each other during low-level passes. Unfortunately, bigger flights meant fewer missions. General Anthus accented the importance of good defensive flying, mutual cover, suppression of hostile fire by strafing, evasive maneuvers, and avoiding needless exposure to ground fire. Stationing Vietnamese air units at small outlying airfields closer to the ground action was well-nigh impossible. Acute shortages existed in crew chiefs, electrical specialists, armorers, and other skilled men. There was also a dearth of specialist tools, test sets, as well as bomb-handling trailers and other ground-handling equipment. In consequence, the Vietnamese aircraft at forward fields were quickly out of commission. Yet Colonel Harvey E. Henderson, deputy commander of 2nd Air Division, could say, "In my 6 months here, I have been amazed at the rapidity with which the VNAF have learned and improved their operations." Belying the progress was the resurgence of Viet Cong attacks. In July, the Communists successfully struck hamlets south of Bac and ambushed the roads leading into the area. They cowed the Montagnards, who became less helpful intelligence sources. In a 10-minute attack just before midnight on July 16th, 20 to 30 60mm mortar rounds slammed into troop housing at Can Tho Airfield and wounded 17 Vietnamese and U.S. Special Forces troops. The guerrillas slipped away without casualties. Statistics revealed a rising trend in Viet Cong attacks and other incidents, but a drop in the number of Communist casualties, weapon losses, and defections. Even though General Harkins was pleased with the 15,000 Vietnamese operations per month in July and August, the national campaign plan needed a shot in the arm. Many offensive forays failed to find the foe. There were too many one-day-only operations, too few night ones. The Vietnamese did not patrol deep within Viet Cong areas, pursue enemy troops that broke contact, and capitalize on air reconnaissance. Beginning in September, the Viet Cong swept overexposed hamlets in the area south of Ban Me Thuo. In the better-developed hamlets of Quang Ngai Province, enemy activity teams of 3 to 5 men achieved some gains. Vietnamese intelligence identified a large-scale, well-planned communist offensive in the Mekong Delta. Visiting Vietnam during the last week of September, Secretary McNamara and General Taylor deemed the military situation good, but political conditions explosive. A week later in Saigon, General Harkins told members of the House Foreign Affairs Far East Subcommittee that the military effort was going well despite the shaky political scene. A significant JCS assessment supported this view. The faster tempo of Viet Cong attacks created new air support needs as Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force air power diminished. Vietnamese Air Force units appeared to be more interested in training than in combat. The 516th Fighter Squadron commander trimmed the T-28s in his detachment at Da Nang from 8 to 4. He based his action on the desire to release some T-28 pilots for upgrade training to A-1Hs. In September, the 514th Fighter Squadron commander gave on the average just 9 of his 26 A-1Hs to the Air Operations Center for daily strike missions, saying he had to divert flying hours to A-1H pilot upgrading. For reasons unclear to Americans, he regularly ignored requests for napalm strikes. This happened principally in the 3 and 4 Corps during the rainy season, even though incendiaries worked better than explosives in the water-soaked terrain. Crews deployed for a while away from home bases seemed to be unmotivated, uneager, and unreliable. Under the rules of engagement, Farmgate continued to fly those combat missions that the Vietnamese could not. Though given more people, Farmgate failed to increase its sortie rate. The unit had been permitted to scale down normal maintenance because of the field operating conditions. Moreover, the planes were being overworked, and by autumn they were becoming less safe to fly. The operational readiness rate reached only 50 to 60%, due chiefly to spare part shortages. In-flight mechanical failures and enemy action likewise took their toll. A major cause of B-26 fatigue, not yet identified in the field, was the 8 750-pound bombs hung on specially designed racks under the aircraft's wings. When the B-26 was airborne, this weight did not overstress the wings, but taxiing the heavily armed plane for many months over rough runways and ramps imposed excessive negative G-force that brought the wings to their fatigue limit. A B-26 lost a wing in flight during a combat mission on August 16th, killing 2 Americans and a Vietnamese. September was no better. 23 aircraft suffered battle damage. Another B-26 and a T-28 crashed because of mechanical failures. On the 23rd, 3 Viet Cong guerrillas cut through the perimeter fence at Nha Trang and with package explosives blew up 2 C-47s. General Anthus hoped to keep the B-26s going by having the crews fly them cautiously and use soft approach and recovery tactics. In any event, every B-26 was set for rotation through depot maintenance contracted with AirAsia in Taiwan. Anthus urged replacing the battle-weary B-26s with dual-control Navy A-1E fighters, or with on-mark B-26Ks being refurbished in the United States by the On-Mark Engineering Company. In August and September, the 1st Air Commando Squadron was down to an average of 9 T-28s and 9 to 12 B-26s. Still, Farmgate was supposed to up its sortie rate by 20% to support planned Vietnamese ground offensives. Although Farmgate owned fewer planes after October 1963, standard U.S. Air Force maintenance procedures by the 34th Cameron at Bien Hoa lifted the operationally ready rate to around 78%. Past Farmgate practices required 30 to 45 minutes to refuel, rearm, and turn around a flight of 2 T-28s. New safety checklists made 2-hour turnarounds for T-28s and 3-hour ones for B-26s the norm. Too few aircraft and a cutback in flying dampened morale in the overmanned 1st Air Commando Squadron. Depressed crews waited for days to fly a strike mission. A dearth of L-19s, O-1s, and crews for forward air control also sharply curtailed combat operations. Between May and August, 431 air support requests had to be turned down. The arrival of the Army's 73rd Aviation Company and the activation of the Air Force's 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron did not cure the trouble. Instead of placing the 22 O-1s of the 73rd Aviation Company under the Tactical Air Control System, MACV assigned them to support Army advisors. The Vietnamese promptly withdrew their L-19s from the ground divisions because they felt that their craft were no longer needed. Army O-1s flew the local visual reconnaissance and convoy escort previously flown by the Vietnamese liaison planes. However, removal of the L-19s deprived forward air controllers and air liaison officers of transportation, unless they could borrow O-1s from the Army advisors. As for the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron, it was fully operational by September 15th. The unit, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel John J. Wilfong, kept 16 O-1s at Bien Hoa and 6 at Can Tho. By year's end, they flew 3,862 sorties, chiefly 483 forward air control, 1,221 visual reconnaissance, and 1,518 combat support liaison. The prompt response and can-do attitude of the crews bred a huge demand for their services. The Americans met with slight success in trying to augment rather than supplant Vietnamese liaison operations. A few U.S. Air Force pilots who flew with Vietnamese forward air controllers realized that these men had been doing a boring and fairly thankless job for many years with no end in sight. Since the average Vietnamese pilot saw the law of averages working against him, he was reluctant to fly below 2,000 feet. If he directed an attack on friendly people, criminal prosecution awaited him. Nonetheless, the prevailing American view pictured Vietnamese crews as unaggressive and unreliable. By October, this disapproval was being expressed by the overwhelming sentiment that we must run things. As sorties swelled to meet Viet Cong attacks, pre-mission briefings were seldom practical. Responding to requests, Vietnamese forward air controllers frequently flew many miles to an unfamiliar area. They radioed the ground unit to find out the locations of friendly and enemy troops, then marked targets for the strike crews. Air Force officers repeatedly urged the Vietnamese to attach air liaison officers and forward air controllers to divisions so they could get to know the local conditions. The Vietnamese Air Force said no, citing the scarcity of qualified officers, the failure of the young ones to work well when removed from close supervision, and the discord between air and ground officers. The vulnerable Mekong Delta induced the Viet Cong to escalate the war from simple guerrilla tactics to sustained field operations. A 5-day battle erupted in the wee hours of September 10th as 81mm mortar rounds arced into Soc Trong airfield. Inside of 5 minutes, 4 farm gate pilots scrambled 2 T-28s, called for flare ship and more fighters, and strafed the mortar muzzle flashes. This swift air support, along with Vietnamese mortar fire, drove off the Communists, foiling their bid to neutralize and destroy the American fighters and helicopters on the airstrip. The aggressive action of the pilots was commendable. All the same, they had broken the rules of engagement by attacking without Vietnamese crewmen and without target assistance from a forward air controller or flare ship. At about the same time, Viet Cong battalions pounded the district headquarters town of Dam Doi and Kai Nok, near the tip of the Ca Mau Peninsula. Swarming over Kai Nok, they set up roadblocks and laid mines in the sole-surfaced road between Bac Lo and Ca Mau. Right after daybreak, T-28s out of Soc Trong escorted heliborne Vietnamese Marines to Dam Doi and carried out pre-landing strikes. Most landings went well, but that afternoon a T-28 crashed from fire received during a third pass over an enemy machine gun. A UH-1 gunship rescued the crew, and the T-28 was destroyed to keep its machine gun out of Communist hands. While Marines encircled Dam Doi, 10 C-47s and 7 C-123s flew 498 paratroopers of the 21st Division to the scene. The battle cost the enemy 122 killed, 30 by airstrikes, and huge stores of munitions. Around Kai Nok, the paratroopers killed 50 Communists, captured 8, and seized weapons. The sortie rate for September 10th exceeded all past 4 Corps records for a single day. Over September 10th through 14th, the sortie total ran to 72 air cover, 10 escort, 18 pre-landing, and 22 forward air control. The government troops won a victory, but the Viet Cong reduced the towns to rubble and left 153 civilians killed or wounded. The most critical shortcoming was too few strike aircraft to support the bitter war in the Delta. Only 1 B-26 could be spared to cover heliborne operations in the 2nd Division area. The 5 U.S. Air Force T-28s at Soc Trong were invaluable for quick reaction, but the primitive airstrip hampered them, and their guns were too light to silence ground fire. Heavier armed A-1Hs or B-26 at Bien Hoa had to make a 30-minute flight to Can Tho or a 1-hour one to the deep delta. Aware of this lag, the Viet Cong usually attacked in mid-afternoon to make it difficult for aircraft to get into the area, to swing into position, and to strike during the few remaining hours of daylight. In January 1964, CINCPAC approved the construction of a new airfield at Can Tho to be ready a year later. Planning a helicopter assault into 3 landing zones in mid-October, the 21st Division asked for strong tactical air support. 5 U.S. Air Force T-28s, 2 A-1Hs, and 1 B-26 were available for cover, escort, and pre-landing strikes. On the morning of October 19th, T-28 supported the first helicopter lift of troops, which met with light ground fire at the landing zone. The Viet Cong put stiffer fire on the second helilift and pinned down the troops that landed. They also hit and damaged a B-26 and a T-28, forcing the planes to leave their covering stations. The third helilift overshot its landing zone, and enemy fire downed an H-21, injuring 2 of the 4 Americans aboard. With troops in the second and third helilifts nailed down, Vietnamese forward air controllers diverted all of their air cover to close air support strikes. In response to the division commander's call for more air support, the planes returned and renewed their strikes that afternoon. Army advisors praised the aggressiveness of the support, chiefly that of the B-26. It pursued the attack with other ordnance after its guns quit, even though under fire from 6 to 8 automatic weapons. The Viet Cong held firm in their trenches and fired doggedly at attacking aircraft. When they withdrew at nightfall under cover of rain, pursuit by flare ship and fighters was out of the question because locations of government forces were uncertain. During the battle, Vietnamese flew 6 A-1H and 8 T-28 sorties, while U.S. Air Force crews flew 16 T-28 and 2 B-26 sorties. Ground fire struck 2 Vietnamese T-28s, 4 U.S. Air Force T-28s, and 2 U.S. Air Force B-26s. Friendly losses included 41 killed, 84 wounded, 23 Americans, and 1 H-21 shot down. 32 of the enemy were killed, and in addition, 59 freshly dug graves were found. Early on the morning of November 7th, some 200 Viet Cong attacked a pagoda and then holed up in a mud-walled fishing settlement about 20 miles from Sok Trong. In late afternoon, regular ground forces and Civil Guard troops located and surrounded them. Although no friendly people were in the village, the government troops made no assault. Instead, they let 4 T-28s from Sok Trong conduct repeated strikes. The next day, blood marks within the enclosure suggested that the aircraft had killed about 40 Viet Cong. By the end of 1963, the government military offensive was collapsing, despite occasional and isolated successes. The Viet Cong were seizing the initiative nearly everywhere. The limited number of U.S. Air Force and Vietnamese aircraft in Vietnam had nevertheless scored some tactical gains in the face of severe handicaps. End of Chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Vietnam, the Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Collapse of the Diem Government. At the Secretary of Defense Conference in Honolulu on May 6, 1963, the participants discussed the tensions between the American and Vietnamese governments. Ambassador Nolting labeled American-Vietnamese relations as somewhat less than good. President Diem was intimating that the United States was infringing on Vietnamese sovereignty. Nhu, his brother and counselor, was suggesting that the American advisory effort was appearing to tamper with Diem's political base. Both were suspicious of the strength of the American commitment and the thrust of U.S. policy. Nevertheless, Nolting said, Nhu was efficient and continues to accumulate power. Despite causes for concern, the country team is of the unanimous opinion that the current leadership is the best the U.S. can get. It is sincere, albeit not particularly adept, but it is better than most in Southeast Asia. 2 days later in Saigon, demonstrators celebrating Buddha's birthday paraded with religious flags, banners, and devotional images. The procession violated the 1950 ordinance forbidding the flying of any flag in public without the national emblem beside it. A monk delivered a sermon protesting the Diem government's discrimination against Buddhists. When Civil Guard troops moved to break up the rally, an explosion killed several persons, including children. In a communique to the press, Buddhist leaders demanded that the government admit responsibility for the loss of life, rescind the flag regulation, and give Buddhists equality with Catholics. Some 8 million Vietnamese were Buddhists, as compared with 1.5 million Christians. Diem knew and his families had connections with French missionaries who represented the old order. When a Washington newspaper published an anti-American statement attributed to Nego Dien Mule, Representative Otto Passman, chairman of the subcommittee on appropriations, vented his indignation to Defense Secretary McNamara. Certainly, Passman said, the Diem government ought to be made to understand that the American people have no interest in propping up an unpopular regime if it is more concerned with the pursuit of personal aims than with the protection of the country from communism. An embarrassed President Kennedy told newsmen that he hoped to withdraw some Americans by the end of the year. Diem, meanwhile, offered no redress to a Buddhist delegation, but promised to investigate the parade incident, which he believed had political rather than religious roots. Dissatisfied, Buddhists demonstrated early in June in Hue. Several deaths resulted, and disorders spread to Quang Tri and Nguyen Trang. While the Defense Department ordered U.S. aircraft not to transport Vietnamese troops on anti-Buddhist missions, and while General Harkins instructed Americans to stand aloof from the controversy, Diem acknowledged various errors by his officials. In Saigon on June 11th, an aged Buddhist monk burned himself alive in public. 3 days later, a New York newspaper carried a Washington correspondent's story that the United States would condemn Diem if he failed to settle the Buddhist grievances. The Vietnamese foreign minister told William C. Trueheart, in charge of the embassy during Nolting's temporary absence, that he was deeply distressed and angry over the news report. Trueheart then asked and received permission to publicly reaffirm U.S. support of Diem. Within a few days, the government acceded to most of the Buddhist demands, but refused to accept responsibility for the deaths in Hue. Buddhists demonstrated again on July 16. Crowds of monks and nuns milled in front of Nolting's residence in Saigon, calling on the United States to compel the Diem government to keep its promises. Violence erupted on the following day. The U.S. Air Attaché in Saigon, Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. F. Tyrrell, informed the Defense Intelligence Agency that the Buddhist situation was causing continuing animosity between the government and the armed forces, and is spreading to all segments of the population. It is now common to hear Vietnamese discuss the possible overthrow of the present government. At a dinner party on July 17th, Major General Duong Van Minh, Diem's military advisor, stated that the present government cannot continue. There was speculation that Minh, or Major General Tran Van Don, Chief of Staff of the Joint General Staff, might head a coup. We cannot determine if a coup is imminent, Tyrrell concluded, but all the elements are present, and it appears to us to be only a matter of timing. A radio address by Diem on July 19 seemed cold to American observers, and Madame Mule was said to have termed the Buddhist suicide a barbecue. Admiral Felt, Sinkpak, estimated, in view of the widespread distrust and hatred of the Nues, man and wife, far overshadowing the popular consensus to Diem himself, it seems most likely that the Nues would be a primary target for any serious coup group. The government's failure or unwillingness to handle properly the Buddhist demonstrations made a coup more likely if the Diem government fails to accomplish reasonable and acceptable concessions to the Buddhists, or if the Buddhist contagion, fanned by political opportunists and the VC, spreads into the countryside to the extent that it adversely affects the progress of the war. President Kennedy had meanwhile announced on June 27th that Henry Cabot Lodge, a major political figure, would succeed Ambassador Nolting, a career civil servant. Preparing for his new post, Lodge had a long talk in Washington with a distinguished Vietnamese, who said that unless they left the country, no power on earth could prevent the assassination of Mr. Diem, his brother Mr. Nhu, and Mr. Nhu's wife. Their deaths were inevitable. Over August 14 through 16, several more immolations took place as expressions of discontent. Madame Nhu favored ignoring the burnings and charged the U.S. Embassy with pressuring the Diem government to silence her. To General Anthus, 2nd Air Division commander, Diem was fairly well liked by his people, even though he had not developed all the reforms they desired, and the United States wished. In contrast, Anthis deemed the news not too popular. Informed people in Saigon expected sweeping changes from Ambassador Lodge, who appeared to be pro-counsel for President Kennedy. Perhaps to clear the decks before Lodge's arrival, Diem held an emergency meeting with the Joint General Staff on August 20th. He appointed Tran Van Dan, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, and Nhu invited the senior generals to sign a paper calling upon the government to seize and silence the Buddhist leaders. At midnight, Diem declared martial law and a state of siege. Under nominal army authority, the Vietnamese special forces and police stormed Buddhist pagodas in Saigon and Hue before dawn. They rounded up monks, nuns, and students, but the Buddhist leaders escaped and took refuge in the U.S. Embassy. The pagoda raid strengthened those officials in Washington who had always questioned the fitness of Diem and his family to govern. On August 21st, Undersecretary of State George W. Ball released an official statement that the United States deplored the repressive actions against the Buddhists. Ambassador Lodge reached Saigon on August 22nd. He found embassy officials thinking that the Vietnamese generals could depose Diem, but General Dien told General Harkins that they were too weak to do so. The generals wanted to end martial law quickly, to have the United States support Diem while forcing him to clean house and showing him how to delegate authority, and possibly to create an interim cabinet of officers and civilians. On August 24th, Ball, Harriman, Bilsman, and Forrestal drafted and cleared with the President by phone a message of instructions to Lodge. The United States could no longer tolerate the systematic suppression of the Buddhists or Nhu's domination of the government. We wish to give Diem reasonable opportunity to remove Nhu's, but if he remains obdurate, then we are prepared to accept the obvious implication that we can no longer support Diem. Lodge was to tell the Vietnamese generals that the United States would renounce Diem unless he righted the Buddhist wrongs and formed a more responsive and representative government. The United States would take no part in any ouster, but would recognize an interim anti-communist military regime as the successor to the Diem government. On the 26th, a Voice of America broadcast in Vietnamese said that high American officials blamed Nhu for the pagoda attacks and the mass arrests of monks and students. The United States, it continued, might sharply curtail aid unless President Diem rid himself of certain associates. The Joint General Staff refuted the broadcast on the following day. Responsible military commanders, the press communique announced, had unanimously proposed martial law and related measures to Diem. Ambassador Lodge became convinced during his first week in Saigon that the Diem government was dying, the abuse of police power having caused deep resentments among the Vietnamese. The Buddhist immolations had also turned the American people and government against Diem. Secretary of State Rusk told Nolting when he returned to Washington, "We can't stand any more burning," Rusk said. At a National Security Council discussion, Nolting made the point that refusal to support Diem and Nhu would renege on past commitments. Ball argued that continued support for them risked losing the war against the Viet Cong. Moreover, Diem and Nhu had massively violated their promises. Harriman felt that Nolting had been profoundly wrong for quite some time. Replying to the cabled instructions, Ambassador Lodge suggested telling the generals hostile to Diem that the United States had grave reservations about the news. The State Department approved on August 28th and commented that the news would have to go and a coup would be needed. Lodge responded on the 29th. "We are launched on a course from which there is no respectable turning back, the overthrow of the Diem government." President Kennedy weighed this appraisal and ordered Lodge and Harkins to support a coup if it had a good chance of success, but to avoid any direct American involvement. He authorized them to suspend U.S. air support to the Diem government whenever they wished. Also on the 29th, Secretary of State Rusk permitted Lodge to explore Harkins' suggestion that a threat to withdraw U.S. assistance might well force Diem to drop the news. This seemed to Lodge to cancel the earlier instrumentations to make detailed plans as to how we might bring about Diem's replacement. He now understood the President to want him not to help plan a coup, but rather to keep in close touch with plotters so he could let Kennedy know of developments that might need American decisions. Looking for the imminent overthrow of the government, Lodge stopped seeing Diem and Mule. By August 29th, CINCPAC alerted 2 Marine Corps battalions for possible commitment and moved naval task forces and air transports to within supporting distance. Plans were set for the air evacuation from Saigon of 1,574 U.S. dependents, 1,102 civilian employees, 981 U.S.-sponsored aliens, 25 tourists, and 17 alien dependents, and from Hue, another 157 persons. Cambodia broke diplomatic relations with Vietnam on August 27th, citing border violations and ill treatment of Buddhists. 2 days later, Charles de Gaulle offered his good offices to restore peace and harmony in Indochina by reunifying North and South Vietnam in independence and neutrality. At the request of Asian and African members, U Thant, United States Secretary General, wrote on August 31st to ask Diem to ensure the exercise of fundamental human rights to all sections of the population. On that day, Chiang Kai-shek talked at length with General Jacob E. Smart, Pacific Air Force commander. Chiang said it was essential to win the war because Asian states were closely watching the United States in Vietnam. In Thailand, influential figures told Smart that some officials doubted if the United States could be depended upon in a crisis. In a national television address on September 2nd, Kennedy said that the government of Vietnam could win the war only if it had popular support. In his opinion, the government was out of touch with the people. The Buddhist repressions had been unwise. Could the government regain the affection of the people? With changes in policy and perhaps with personnel, the president said, I think it can. If it doesn't make those changes, I would think that the chances of winning would not be very good. De Gaulle's scheme to unify and neutralize Vietnam led Ngo Dinh Nhu to admit having contacted leaders of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. Apparently, he was also in touch with Hanoi. On September 2nd, he told Lodge of his talk with a Polish member of the International Control Commission. The Pole had sought Nhu's reaction to de Gaulle's proposal so that he could forward it to the North Vietnamese foreign minister. Many top-level Vietnamese officers were convinced that Nhu would make a deal with Hanoi if he felt it to be in his best interest. Diem answered U Thant's letter on September 5th. He stressed his government's action to free the Buddhist hierarchy from political agitation and propaganda, which benefited foreign interests and harmed the Buddhist religion and the Vietnamese state. He invited U Thant to send a fact-finding mission to Vietnam. When a United Nations group visited, it reached no conclusions. Nevertheless, the Costa Rican member said that he personally had found no religious discrimination or persecution. He believed that the troubles were political and involved but a small part of the Buddhist community. On 8 September, General Smart radioed General LeMay. My own feeling is that if we intend to remain committed in Vietnam, and I believe that it is strongly in the national interest that we do so, then we must support Diem. Whether we like him or his family is not germane. My conclusion is that we must stick with Diem and that we must quickly demonstrate this by positive action, even though we may have to pay some price in terms of embarrassment. We are probably going to have to swallow the fact that Diem will not exile his brother. And from my discussions, I am not at all convinced that this should be our objective. I get the distinct impression from Vietnamese that he is valuable and important to Diem, just as Diem is important to the nation. Unlike Knowlton, who had used the country team to secure policy consensus, Lodge was ordered by Kennedy to guard closely the cables they exchanged, keeping even Harkins in the dark. He thus appeared to be running the U.S. mission as a one-man operation, conducted in total secrecy. General Smart noted, the American team left me with the impression of a divided house in divergent directions. Opinions about Diem, as observed by Smart, ranged from the view held by John H. Richardson, CIA station chief, that Diem could be supported and Nhu was useful, to the view that the Diem government must go no matter what took its place. Reports to Washington from the embassy, MACV and the air attaché differed markedly. Joseph A. Mendenhall of the State Department and Major General Victor H. Krulak of the Marine Corps visited the country together to determine Vietnamese attitudes toward Diem's government. After hearing their disparate findings, President Kennedy asked whether they had visited the same country. Suspending U.S. aid to pressure Diem, as Lodge now suggested, seemed to Secretaries Rusk and McNamara to threaten the war effort. President Kennedy inclined to agree. On September 21st, he again sent McNamara and General Taylor, JSC chairman since October 1962, to gather information and to encourage Diem to solve his problems. Lodge, in his briefing, was pessimistic about the survival of the Diem regime, but other observations led McNamara and Taylor to conclude that the Diem government was consolidating its control throughout the country and that the military effort still had momentum. Some military men were hostile toward the government, but they were more hostile toward the Viet Cong. Reluctant to cut off economic aid, McNamara wanted more potent military action against the insurgents. More dangerous than the political ferment in Vietnam was the rising dissent among Americans at home. A need existed to build a case to be put to the people and Congress, to submit their confidence in the Kennedy administration and its handling of the war. Consequently, McNamara emphasized to Diem that he must conduct his military and political affairs in a way that would win the support of the American people. Finally, McNamara and Taylor were convinced that the war could be favorably ended in 1965, with the insurgency then shrinking to sporadic banditry in outlying areas. They accordingly announced that, as scheduled, there would be 1,000 fewer U.S. military advisors by the close of 1963. On October 2nd, subsequent to a National Security Council discussion of the McNamara-Taylor report and Lodge's recommendations, President Kennedy approved the following policy statement. Since the military program in Vietnam was sound in principle and progressing, the United States would go on working with the Vietnamese people and their government. The goal would be to deny the country to communism and to suppress the externally stimulated and supported Viet Cong insurgency. Furthermore, the United States had made clear its continued opposition to any repressive actions in South Vietnam. While such actions have not yet significantly affected the military effort, they could do so in the future. Events in Saigon were far from reassuring. On October 3rd, Vietnamese plainclothesmen assaulted American newsmen, and Lodge protested. The next day, a Buddhist monk burned himself, the sixth and most publicized case. On October 16, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee approved an amendment to the Foreign Aid Authorization Bill. It empowered the President to extend to Vietnam assistance designed purely to further the objectives of victory in the war against communism and the return to their homeland of Americans involved in the struggle. Mule, on the 17th, declared to the press that he failed to understand why the United States had initiated a process of disintegration in Vietnam. He accused the CIA of inciting a coup against the government. 5 days later, the United States announced the end of support to the Vietnamese forces unless they were shifted from police duties to field operations or related training programs. At this point, a major plot against Diem was hatching under the leadership of Generals Duong Van Minh, Tran Van Dan, and Ly Van Kim. They represented a coalition of older men who wanted a neutralist solution to the war, and of younger men who sought a military victory and felt sure that they could secure it. With the promise of cooperation from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corps commanders, the coalition resolved to remove the 4th Corps commander, who was also military governor of Saigon and loyal to Diem. Although American officials took care to avoid any part in the coup, some U.S. military circles received persistent reports that a conspiracy was afoot. On October 28th, the Joint Chiefs directed CINCPAC to sail a naval task force to positions off Vietnam, and that same day 3 U.S. Air Force F-102 jet interceptors flew to Tan Son Nhut. General Harkins was taken aback when told of these moves. He had no idea that Diem's overthrow was near. On the morning of November 1st, the conspirators gathered in the Joint Chief Staff compound and began to bring troops into Saigon. General Dien announced that a coup had begun, and in the afternoon American CIA personnel were informed. Troops with red neckerchiefs poured into Saigon from the north. By mid-afternoon they captured and imprisoned all Vietnamese special forces in the city who were loyal to Mule. The rebellion ran with precision. Troops took over key installations and surrounded Diem and Mule in the palace. 4 A-1Hs and 2 T-28s made gun and rocket strikes against the presidential compound. Efforts of the 4th Corps commander to march troops to the capital fizzled. That evening, Diem and Mule escaped from the palace through an underground passage. On the following day, they surrendered. They were assassinated while being taken to the Joint General Staff complex. As the fighting in Saigon ceased on November 2nd, a military revolutionary council of 24 generals and colonels under Generals Dong von Ming and Tran Van Don became the provisional government. Besides dissolving the National Assembly, it suspended the 1956 Constitution and decreed an interim one. The United States recognized the new government on November the 8th. Judging that the Council was united and set on stepping up the war, Ambassador Lodge proposed that the United States not press for instant political reforms. The generals had agreed to pursue the strategic hamlet program, now called fortified hamlets, and to consolidate and upgrade their defenses. They spoke of massing all military, paramilitary, and civilian forces for an all-out campaign against the communist threat. In addition, they recognized the Joint General Staff. Despite their designs, major tasks remained stalled. Wholesale purges and transfers sowed concern. There was little military movement. North Vietnam exploited at once the confusion created by the coup. Viet Cong attacks rose. Because the Vietnamese Air Force was temporarily on coup duty, United States Air Force crews shouldered the bulk of the operational load. On the night of November 1st, for example, the mere appearance of flare ships caused the Viet Cong to break off attacks on 8 outposts. Over the following week, the guerrillas assaulted 71 outposts and hamlets. Enemy pressure prompted a total of 284 flare and 298 strike sorties in November. The insurgents nevertheless inflicted about 2,800 casualties that month, demoralizing the Civil Guard and Self-Defense Corps. Though Viet Cong losses were put at 2,900 for the period, government forces lost nearly 3 weapons for every one they captured. President Kennedy on November 14 announced that Rusk and McNamara were going to Honolulu for a meeting on the 20th. Its purpose was to size up the situation and to find out how to intensify the struggle and to end the American involvement. Now, the president said, this is our objective, to bring Americans home, permit the South Vietnamese to maintain themselves as a free and independent country, and permit democratic forces within the country to operate. Among the impressive group at the meeting in Honolulu were Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, Ambassador Lodge, Presidential Aide McGeorge Bundy, CIA Director John A. McCone, JCS Chairman Taylor, Admiral Felt, and General Smart, Harkins, and Anthus. Secretary McNamara remarked that a certain euphoria had set in since the coup, but actually the generals had a very fragile government. Rusk asked whether an increase in dollars would make a difference in shortening the war. Lodge said he thought the Vietnamese had enough dollars. What they needed was greater motivation. McNamara argued that more funds would help. Despite continuing difficulties, the conferees resolved to adhere to present plans. The United States would hurry the growth of Vietnamese military power and pair U.S. personnel in Vietnam. The much publicized withdrawal of 1,000 Americans would therefore proceed as scheduled. The first 300 departed on December 3rd, the rest 10 days later. But the assassination of President Kennedy on November 1963 signaled the end of an era. and the accession of Lyndon B. Johnson to the presidency marked the beginning of another. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17, Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Paul Hampton. Chapter 17, Objectives Confirmed, Methods Expanded. 4 days after taking office, President Johnson reaffirmed past American objectives in Vietnam. The United States was to help the Republic win the war against the externally directed and sustained communist conspiracy, assist the government in developing public support, and keep U.S. military and economic aid at the same level. This is a Vietnamese war, the President said, and the country and the war must, in the end, be run solely by the Vietnamese. He reiterated the October 1963 pledge to withdraw some Americans from the country. Yet at the same time, he instructed the State Department to prepare a white paper documenting Hanoi's control of the Viet Cong and its supply of them through Laos. He further solicited JCS plans for stepped-up clandestine warfare on North Vietnam and for cross-border incursions into Laos to check infiltration. Informing General Taylor on December 2, 1963, that Vietnam was the most critical military area for the United States, President Johnson asked the chairman to have the Joint Chiefs assign the best available officers to Harkins, blue ribbon men at every level. He also sent Secretary McNamara to visit Vietnam again. During December 19 and 20 in Vietnam, the Defense Secretary found General Min's government fragile and indecisive and drifting. Unless current trends were reversed in the next 2 or 3 months, they would lead to neutralization at best, and more likely to a communist-controlled state. The dilemma for American policymakers was that pouring in personnel and other resources to prosecute the war would hinder rather than help the Vietnamese stand on their own feet. Unable to resolve the basic problem, the Secretary listened to think-pack plans for covert operations against North Vietnam. Vietnamese troops were to carry out a wide range of sabotage and psychological operations to pressure the insurgents with minimum risk. As for extensive forays envisioned along the Laotian border, McNamara doubted if they would be politically acceptable or militarily effective, but he approved having U-2 high-altitude photoplanes in Vietnam to obtain better information on enemy infiltration routes. At McNamara's suggestion, the President on December 31 assured Min of lasting American support. He gave final approval to clandestine actions against North Vietnam and to the U-2 flights. The movement of Strategic Air Command's U-2s to Bien Hoa proceeded so swiftly that PACAF first knew of it when the planes entered the traffic pattern at Hickam. The high-level photography later revealed extensive logistics network in North Vietnam and Laos, supply routes capable of infiltrating large numbers of trucks, men, and material into South Vietnam. General Harkins felt hopeful that the Viet Cong attacks had peaked immediately after the coup. His optimism was short-lived. Government ground actions that had decreased after Diem's downfall sprang back to between 500 and 600 a day by November 20, but they were blunted by mismanagement and defeat. A new commander spurred the lethargic 7th Division south of Saigon, but he was relieved before the month was up. Neither of 2 battalions conducting clearing operations in Long An Province knew that the other was there, and they fired on each other. The clash killed 2 men and wounded 20, exerting a demoralizing effect on both units. Before dawn on November 24th, the aggressive 21st Division fell victim to a carefully planned and executed ambush in An Giang Province. After the Viet Cong struck the Chow Lao outpost and a strategic hamlet near the tip of the Cao Mau Peninsula, the division hurried 4 helilifts of troops into 2 landing zones, with tactical aircraft flying pre-strike, escort, and air cover. Enemy fire downed an H-21 and damaged 10 H-21s and UH-1s. While the ground troops took cover, USAF and Vietnamese A-1Hs, B-26s, and T-28s made repeated attacks in which valor at times outweighed discretion. C-47s and C-123s paradropped a battalion to pinch off the foe's withdrawal route. The guerrillas escaped because the C-123s put most of the troops on the far side of the Kai Nuk River. 3 bodies were discovered, and there were signs that at least 150 insurgents had been carried away in sampans. Brigadier General Robert H. York, USA, who saw the entire operation, commended the fine work of tactical air. The operation was nevertheless costly to the air crews, most damage coming from 50 caliber fire. Aircraft losses included an H-21, a B-26 shot down with loss of the crew, and the crash landing after battle damages of 2 Vietnamese A-1Hs and 1 T-28. Ground fire hit 25 planes. The helicopter force had consisted of 12 H-21s and 13 UH-1s. Its support came from 4 T-28s for pre-strike missions, 2 B-26s for escort, and 3 B-26s, 8 A-1Hs, and 12 T-28s for cover. It was the largest one-day close air support operation to date. In an otherwise cheerless month, Captain Richard W. von Hake, Air Liaison Officer, engineered one small air victory against the guerrillas along the Dong Nai River. The Viet Cong habitually fired at aircraft, but slipped through a sweep of the area by a government battalion. On December 8, von Hake persuaded the province chief to join him on an L-19 flight over that ground. Since the battalion had just finished its sweep, the chief felt sure he was wasting time. To his great surprise, he saw more than 50 people as the L-19 drew brisk fire. Von Hake drafted an airstrike plan and on the 9th and 12th dropped leaflets to warn that persons working with the Viet Cong were in danger. Because the area was bordered by strategic hamlets, the hamlet chiefs blocked egress from dawn to noon on December 14. On that morning, von Hake and a Vietnamese observer flew into the area, discreetly trailed by 3 T-28s and 2 B-26s. When the L-19 was fired upon, the observer marked the target and the strike planes swept in. 23 enemy were killed and others wounded. This modest victory showed that armed reconnaissance could succeed in Vietnam. Twice in December, guerrillas in Zone D ambushed little convoys lacking air escort. The Viet Cong waylaid one in Bien Long Province on the 23rd, resulting in 14 men killed, 7 wounded, and 5 missing. Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force planes flew 73 helicopter escort sorties in November and 83 in December, a decrease from earlier in the year. In part, the decline mirrored the slowing of Vietnamese ground operations. It also stemmed from the growing practice of letting U.S. Army helicopter gunships take the place of strike aircraft. This despite MACV directives requiring the use of Vietnamese aircraft before bringing in American planes. In 3 Corps, the 5th Division's penchant for helicopter gunships contributed to a major defeat on the afternoon of December 31. A Ranger battalion ran into about 2 battalions of Viet Cong 10 miles west of Ben Kai and 8 miles southeast of Dao Phieng. The outnumbered Rangers formed a defensive perimeter and fought bravely, but they needed help. The 5th Division had several battalions at Ben Cat and Dong Tieng, close enough to the scene of action and sufficiently strong to smash the insurgents. An L-19 forward air controller and at least 2 A-1Hs were constantly on station over the encircled Rangers. Besides the 12 100-pound bombs and 800 rounds of 20mm ammunition carried by each A-1H, more strike aircraft were available at Bien Ha and Tan Son Nhut. Captain Ken C. Spears, Jr., Air Liaison Officer, time and again asked that the A-1Hs be allowed to strike what were clearly enemy positions. But his calls fell on deaf ears. The orbiting relays of A-1Hs returned to Bien Ha without firing a shot. The sole airstrikes came from 3 flights of armed UH-1s and failed to uproot the guerrillas. Rescue battalions arrived at noon on January 1, 1964, long after the Rangers had scattered. Ranger losses totaled 6 killed, 12 wounded, and 31 missing. An engagement that might have been a victory ended in another disheartening defeat. Colonel Harvey E. Henderson, acting 2nd Air Division commander, considered the failure to capitalize on strike aircraft firepower to border on being criminal Ambassador Lodge cabled the same conclusion to Washington, citing Vietnamese failures to take advantage of superiority of firepower, which can be obtained by rapid reaction to VC troop concentrations. Admiral Felt bluntly told General Harkins that A-1H firepower was quite superior to that of the UH-1. It appears to me, Felt said, that our education program on the use of air power is unsatisfactory. The Vietnamese A-1H and T-28 squadrons boosted their strike sorties in November and December 1963. Still, they could not compensate for the fewer serviceable USAF B-26s and T-28s that were further diminished by battle damage. Moreover, the work of the Vietnamese forward air controllers left a lot to be desired. On December 6, for example, an L-19 and two T-28s responded to a request for an immediate airstrike on a Viet Cong battalion. When just 10 minutes from the target, the controller pleaded the need to refuel his half-full tanks. He and the fighter planes touched down at Tay Ninh Airport, lunched during the refueling, and went on their way. By then, the enemy battalion had vanished. Assessments of the political and military conditions in Vietnam at the close of 1963 were decidedly pessimistic. Severing relations with South Vietnam and the United States, Cambodia sought closer relations with China. Although communist support of the Viet Cong stealing into the Delta through Cambodia had already proved very worrisome, prospects swiftly worsened. The general situation in Vietnam had also eroded since the assassination of Diem and would continue to be bad in 1964. During January-May 1964, Hanoi sent an estimated 4,700 troops into South Vietnam. Formerly, most of the infiltrators were ethnic Southerners. Now there were growing numbers of native Northerners, many of them drafted into the North Vietnamese Army. The Viet Cong had earlier relied on French and American weapons, chiefly from stockpiles captured before 1954 in Indochina and Korea. Currently, most of the weapons were Chinese, brought by land and sea from North Vietnam. On January 22, 1964, the Joint Chiefs of Staff responded to President Johnson's November 1963 request by presenting a 10-point program of bolder actions to arrest SVN's military political decline. This proposed a virtual takeover of the war from the Saigon government by overt and covert bombing of North Vietnam, large-scale commando raids, mining the sea approaches, ground operations into Laos, and extended reconnaissance over both Laos and Cambodia. The plan also called for committing more U.S. forces to support combat in Vietnam and against North Vietnam. At Da Nang, where he commanded the I Corps, 37-year-old Major General Nguyen Cang kept close watch on the new government. He believed that some members of General Min's 12-man executive committee were plotting to arrest Min and other officers, including him, and declare for Vietnamese neutralism. After notifying General Harkins of his intentions, Cang flew to Saigon and on January 30 headed a coalition of younger generals who managed a relatively bloodless coup. He told Harkins the next day that the coup was pro-American, pro-Western, and anti-neutralist. The new government would step up the war at once. Harkins termed Cang the strongest military character in the country, even though he lacked political appeal and complete control over the armed forces. Ambassador Lodge thought the United States was beginning to make real progress with the Min government, but Cang's one-man rule might be more effective. President Johnson then sent Cang a personal note of support. A few days later, JCS Chairman Taylor readied a plan to revitalize the counterinsurgency. The key points embraced improved intelligence, a stabilized Cang government through reforms of land tenure, liquidation of land debts and other measures, the prospect of no more coups, a quickened campaign tempo, bolder actions against North Vietnam, maybe by Vietnamese bombing, and U.S. warnings to Hanoi to stop its aid to the Viet Cong. The CIA warned that the government and armed forces of South Vietnam must show definite improvement. If not, there was an even chance at best that Cang's administration would not survive during the following few months. The new government could not immediately turn the tide. About 12 miles south of Tay Ninh City lay the village of Ben Cao, a cluster of 6 strategic hamlets housing some 6,000 people. Before dawn on February 6, nearly 1,000 guerrillas drove the Vietnamese militia out of Bien Cao. While waiting for the government forces to appear, The Viet Cong forced the villagers to dig firing positions and shelters. Although USAF officers thought that precise air attacks would dislodge the insurgents with least danger to civilians, the Three-Corps commander authorized firing into the village by artillery, strike aircraft, and helicopter gunships. Pairs of A-1Hs, B-26s, and T-28s struck as directed by Vietnamese forward air controllers. The insurgents fled after dark, leaving 11 of their dead behind. Civilian casualties numbered 46 killed, 60 wounded, and 670 burned in varying degrees. The bombardment demolished 670 houses and damaged 200 others, depriving 2,000 people of shelter. Though American relief supplies soon came, the survivors were more grateful to the enemy who made them dig for cover. Vietnamese officers said there would be no complaint about the civilian casualties. Yet the USAF counterinsurgency expert, Major General Edward G. Lansdale, pointed out that the government forces had violated a cardinal rule by not protecting people under Viet Cong attack. Cambodia posed a prickly problem to the Cang regime. Prince Sihanouk charged on February 11th that 2 Vietnamese aircraft had attacked a Cambodian village and killed 5 people. He held the United States partly to blame because it had overarmed Vietnam and torpedoed plans for an international conference to establish Cambodia's neutrality. Later border incidents impelled Sihanouk to accept arms from China and the Soviet Union. During Vietnamese border actions on March 19, Cambodian T-28 shot down a USAF O-1. The American pilot, Captain Huey Thorsten Scoble, and the Vietnamese observer were killed. In the interim, intelligence estimates in Washington highlighted Hanoi's intent to expand support for the Viet Cong. South Vietnam's situation was seen as extremely serious. On February 20, President Johnson ordered Secretary McNamara to have the Joint Chiefs study the question of how to decrease Hanoi's activities. McNamara sent the President's directive to JCS Chairman Taylor on the 21st, adding that among alternatives being considered was a carefully planned program designed to exert increasing military pressures on North Vietnam. Johnson said publicly on February 21 that those directing and supplying the Viet Cong were playing a deeply dangerous game. He also formed the Vietnam Coordinating Committee to run the Washington side of the war. The chairman was Mr. William H. Sullivan, a Foreign Service officer and the United Nations advisor to the State Department's Bureau of Far Eastern Affairs. Members represented the Department of Defense, the Agency for International Development, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the White House. The President told Sullivan to find a way to speed operations against North Vietnam and to examine how to make Hanoi desist from its hostile actions. As the war seemed about to enter a new phase, there was talk in Washington, Hawaii, and Saigon of voluntary repatriation of U.S. dependents from Vietnam. But the hope of keeping Khan in power led to the decision not to move dependents out of the country. General Cang on February 22 published the National Pacification Plan that MACV had desired since Diem's overthrow. The concept called for local spreading oil stain or oil spot operations. These were military clear and hold actions starting in safe areas and rolling back the Viet Cong. Within pacified regions, a new life development program would enhance the civilian standard of living. These pacification measures were to be completed in 1 and 2 Corps by January 1, 1965, and in 3 and 4 Corps a year later. Corps commanders were to write their own plans for pursuing the overall goal. In the 3 Corps, for example, a program commencing in June was expected to push outward in concentric circles until the adjacent provinces of Dien, Bien Ha, Binh Duong, Hao Najia, Long An, and Phuoc Thai were firmly under government control. General Harkins concluded that the offensive would work if there are no more coups and Khan stays alive, and the Joint Chiefs accepted the oil spot idea as part of an integrated political, socio-economic, and psychological offensive to support more fully the military effort. The chiefs endorsed giving jet aircraft to the Vietnamese Air Force and to the Farm Gate 1st Air Commando Squadron. They likewise urged studies of how to escalate operations against North Vietnam. To PACAF, the papers and studies flowing out of Washington and Hawaii mirrored the uneasiness with which U.S. authorities view the possibility of engaging U.S. ground forces with communist forces anywhere. There was another way, however. Strictly USAF operations, with initial non-nuclear strikes, would hand the Air Force strong arguments for building its tactical forces. At the same time, the United States would be able to react quickly to threats, to control operations carefully, and to pull out at once if need be. General LeMay, as usual, had little confidence in the very limited actions and studies recommended by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. "We are swatting flies," he said, "when we ought to be going after the manure pile." He wanted more positive and bolder actions to include bombing targets in North Vietnam now. The Air Force Chief favored expanded interdiction, crop destruction, attacks on guerrillas in Laos, destroying dams and dikes in North Vietnam to flood croplands, disrupting power sources, bombing North Vietnamese military centers, and mining ports. He advocated sending more aircraft, including jets, to enlarge air-dropped and air-landed operations, greater bombing of targets beyond the reach of ground forces, and heavier escort and cover. He wished to relax the barriers to cross-border actions. To keep the United States from getting bogged down in a ground war on the Asian mainland, the only hope was massive air operations. Prodded by General LeMay and pursuing the President's expressed views, the Joint Chiefs in early March proposed overt military actions against North Vietnam. The initial phase would witness low-level reconnaissance over Laos and North Vietnam. Airstrikes, amphibious raids, sabotage, and harassment of shipping were to follow. Then would come destruction of highway bridges, airfields, POL dumps, and other supply targets. The climax would be full-scale air and naval operations against North Vietnam. Walt W. Rostow, chairman of the Policy Planning Council at the Department of State, thought North Vietnam vulnerable to bombing. After all, Ho Chi Minh was no longer a guerrilla with nothing to lose. He had an industrial complex to protect. W. Averill Harriman and Roger Hilsman of the State Department opposed escalated measures against North Vietnam, since the Laotian infiltration routes seemed to be used but little. On March 6, Cong fired 3 corps commanders and 5 of the 9 division commanders. Soon, a wholesale removal of 23 province chiefs ensued. The disruption of leadership shook the confidence of the armed forces and of the people. Military desertions soared. Meanwhile, the prestige of the Viet Cong rose. Weakness at Saigon and decentralized military command let the corps commanders store up power. Rancor between ground commanders and province and district chiefs bred confusion and disagreement. Air Force officers sensed that uncoordinated airstrikes might permit some party to make the Americans a scapegoat for a tragic incident. Before making up his mind on the options at hand, President Johnson sent Secretary McNamara and General Taylor to Vietnam. During March 8 through 10, they accompanied General Cong on his speech-making visits to Can Tho, Bac Lieu, the Ho Hao area, Hue, and Saigon. On the platform, McNamara and Taylor stood on either side of Cong and lifted his hands in the air as a visible sign of U.S. support. In private talks, McNamara and Taylor gained the impression that the military situation had gone downhill. Nearly 40% of the countryside was under Viet Cong influence and control, including the critical provinces around Saigon. In 8 of the 43 provinces, the insurgents held 75 to 90% of the land. Cong was sure that his government troops could clear the country, but doubted if they could keep it. He preferred covert actions against North Vietnam until rear area security was set up. No one was optimistic about limited covert operations, although clandestine activities could be expanded by easing curbs on bombardment. Men, money, and materiel were no object, McNamara said. The United States had to press on. After discussing the aerial mining of North Vietnamese waters, the Defense Secretary directed that mine-laying training for Vietnamese pilots begin at once. Ambassador Lodge objected to massive destruction before trying a carrot-and-stick approach. The United States could offer North Vietnam advantages for ceasing aggression, while at the same time confronting Hanoi with covert actions such as unacknowledged airstrikes. Photos by RF-101 reconnaissance planes revealed active Viet Cong bases right across the border in Cambodia. but hot pursuit across the frontier was ruled out in light of American negotiations to keep Cambodia from giving up neutrality and winding up in the Hanoi and Peking camp. The political damage would far outweigh any military worth. Secretary McNamara asked if it was better to shore up the Vietnamese Air Force or to send more USAF aircraft. He learned that Americans had to fill in the gaps caused by lack of motivation on the part of the Vietnamese Air Force, its inability to produce fast reaction strikes, and its reluctance to fly at night and on weekends. After a round of talks in Hawaii, McNamara and Taylor flew back to Washington. The Defense Secretary proposed 12 steps to President Johnson for changing the course of the war. Though stressing actions within the country, the Secretary suggested that plans be laid for border control actions inside Laos and Cambodia on 72 hours' notice. These would be tit-for-tat bomb strikes and commando raids by Vietnamese forces on such North Vietnamese targets as communication centers, training camps, and infiltration routes. For the present, McNamara resisted border control or graduated military pressure operations. He nevertheless thought there ought to be standby plans for gradually tightening the screws on North Vietnam. The plans would be triggered on 30 days' notice and involve air attacks on military and possibly industrial targets. The Joint Chiefs judged the Defense Secretary's program to be too sparse unless quick, decisive action against North Vietnam was added. John A. McCone, CIA director, labeled McNamara's proposals too little, too late. He urged swift operations in the South to match intensive air and naval moves on the North. General LeMay spoke to the point. He did not think that the military tools and concepts were generally sound and adequate. He deplored the shackling of sound military activities with artificial political bonds that events had long made obsolete. The National Security Council concurred in the Secretary of Defense's recommendations but warned the United States should commit itself to the clear objective of preventing the fall of South Vietnam to communism. Otherwise, the result would destroy SEATO. President Johnson harbored doubts, but approved the proposals, preferring the Secretary's approach to that of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The political and military base in South Vietnam seemed too fragile to invite expanded enemy hostilities. Furthermore, striking North Vietnam might bring the Chinese and Soviets into the war. The President asked all agencies to support energetically the actions called for. Shortly afterwards, the Joint Chiefs answered a question put by Johnson on March 4. Had all possible support been given American and Vietnamese units since he had become president? The chiefs said they had hoped for stronger U.S. action to encompass air reconnaissance in Laos and Cambodia, clandestine intelligence operations in Cambodia, hot pursuit by ground troops, inspection of Cambodian shipping in the Mekong Delta, and jet fighters for South Vietnam, but all had been turned down due to national policy. In a major address on March 26, 1964, Secretary of Defense McNamara explained the four options open to the President. The United States could withdraw from Vietnam, but this was completely untenable. Vietnam could be neutralized, risking an eventual communist takeover. Military actions could be spread into North Vietnam, a choice being carefully studied. Or the United States could focus on helping the Vietnamese win, the option already approved by Johnson. Even if fighting beyond South Vietnam was needed, it would supplement rather than substitute for general progress and stability in the country. The decision to center on the battle inside Vietnam underscored the demand to relax the rules of engagement for air operations. On March 27, MACV authorized strike aircraft to operate to the border if it was a river or road. Elsewhere, they could fly as close as 2,000 meters when directed by a forward air controller, 5,000 meters when not. Aircraft were forbidden to fire across or violate the frontier without diplomatic clearance. The State Department sympathized with the JCS stand for hot pursuit into Cambodia under certain conditions, but contested any easing of the curbs. This position governed in 1964 and was reiterated firmly by MACV in October and November after aircraft flew over the border by accident. Following a SEATO Council meeting in Manila on April 15, Secretary Rusk and General Wheeler went to Saigon. With Ambassador Lodge, they weighed the chances of squeezing North Vietnam by Vietnamese covert operations, by covert U.S. support for Vietnamese aerial mining and strikes, and lastly by covert American-Vietnamese naval displays, bombardments, and air attacks. Rusk felt that the limited resources given Vietnam inhibited U.S. officials from daring new efforts. He wondered whether enough Americans were aiding civil administrative services in cleared areas that had to be held. On April 28, the president therefore suggested to Lodge that 200 or 300 troops be replaced by civilian advisors to shift the emphasis toward the art of peace. Hanoi, meanwhile, became more belligerent. On April 13, Ho Chi Minh declared that if the United States carried the war to North Vietnam, he had powerful friends ready to help him. In the Laotian Panhandle, North Vietnamese construction crews, signalmen, and truck drivers improved infiltration routes. Also in April, a North Vietnamese regiment was recalled from Laos and given special military and political training for operations in Vietnam. Hanoi began to form new regiments for dispatch southward. Having probed Laotian government forces since November 1963, Pathet Lao and North Vietnamese troops on April 27 launched heavy attacks on the plain of Jars. After boasting that they could take any district headquarters in the Mekong Delta, the Viet Cong on the night of April 12 overran the district capital of Kien Long on the Cao Mau Peninsula. In the ensuing air-ground battle, the enemy lost at least 55 men killed, including the commander. Yet 283 Vietnamese and 9 Americans were casualties. The capital was in ruins, and some 200 civilians were killed or wounded. On May 2nd, a Viet Cong underwater demolition team sank the U.S. aircraft ferry Card while it was berthed in the Saigon River and delivering helicopters. Stung by these successes, General Cang told Lodge on May 4 that he wanted to declare war on North Vietnam. He wished to have 10,000 Special Forces troops to cover the whole Cambodian-Laotian border. Would the United States start bombing beyond the confines of South Vietnam? On this question, there was a serious split between American policymakers and even within the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General LeMay and General Wallace M. Greene, Jr., USMC, had urged low-level reconnaissance and airstrikes against the North by U.S. aircraft. In a shift of opinion, the other JCS members, Chairman Taylor, General Harold K. Johnson, USA, and Admiral David L. McDonald, USN, believed that heavy pressure was not warranted, at least for the present. In its study of how to tighten the screws on North Vietnam, Sullivan's Vietnam Coordinating Committee noted that North Vietnam's economy was chiefly agrarian. There were relatively few industrial targets that, if wiped out, would have an immediate military impact. Still, a steady step up in air power, from psychological applications to selective strikes, could hurt Hanoi and slow its support to the Viet Cong. CINCPAC, meantime, firmed up plans for the United States to take part in military operations in Laos, Cambodia, and North Vietnam if the authorities in Washington so ordered. Communist activities in the Laotian Panhandle prompted the Joint Chiefs to plan with the government of Vietnam for airlifting Vietnamese intelligence teams into the area around Chaponi. When Secretary McNamara and General Taylor visited Saigon during May 12 and 13, McNamara let Cang know that bombing North Vietnam would be no substitute for clearing the Viet Cong out of South Vietnam. The two found Harkins optimistic, Westmoreland less so, and Lodge satisfied with the size and composition of U.S. efforts. Further large-scale contributions, he said, are not warranted. The collapse of government defenses on the Plain of Jars on May 17 demanded rapid reaction within Laos and a second look at the merits of exerting pressure on North Vietnam. A National Security Council working group, chaired by Assistant Secretary of State William P. Bundy, prepared a 30-day scenario of political actions leading to airstrikes against North Vietnamese targets and a call for an international conference on Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs J3, Operations, listed targets in these categories of ascending importance: to convince Hanoi that it was too risky to back the Viet Cong in Pathet Lao, to deter Hanoi from escalating the conflict, and to destroy the North Vietnamese industrial base. In meetings on May 24 and 25, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council put forward selected portions of the scenario. President Johnson then enjoined his senior advisors to hold a major strategy conference in Hawaii on June 1 and 2. The Soviet Union early in 1964 had advocated new meetings of the Geneva powers on Vietnam and Cambodia And on May 27, a Polish diplomatic initiative called for a conference on Laos. After hearing charges of border violations, the United Nations Security Council suggested that observers be placed along the Cambodian frontier to ease tensions. The United States and South Vietnam welcomed the proposal, but the Viet Cong and Cambodia spurned it. As acting chairman, LeMay advised the Joint Chiefs on May 28 that the United States was losing Southeast Asia fast. The chiefs, he argued, ought to present at the upcoming Honolulu Military Conference a clear record on how to start winning. He said the only way to end Hanoi's support of the insurgency in Vietnam and Laos would be to destroy its means to do so. Air attacks should be made on infiltration points at Dien Bien Phu and Vinh to show the sharp change in American outlook and resolve. On the 30th, the Joint Chiefs accepted LeMay's views and passed them to McNamara. Upon his return, Chairman Taylor disagreed with these views and sent his own to the Defense Secretary, initially proposing more limited actions against targets less risky than Vinh and Dien Bien Phu. The purpose, he stated, would be to impress upon Hanoi U.S. readiness to take more drastic action should Vietnam enlarge its support for the Viet Cong. Present at the Secretary of Defense Conference on June 1 and 2 were Secretary Rusk, Ambassador Lodge, General Taylor, Admiral Felt, and Mr. Sullivan of the President's Vietnam Coordinating Committee. General Harkins, whose relations with Lodge had soured, did not attend. The atmosphere was gloomy. The talk focused on getting congressional approval for wider action in Southeast Asia. Envisioned were commitment of American divisions, a partial U.S. mobilization, and air attacks on North Vietnam. Lodge favored a careful bombing campaign. He believed it would bolster the shaky Cang government and impart a feeling of unity to the war-weary South Vietnamese. At the end, the consensus was to wait and see what developed. Mr. James B. Seaborn, the Canadian member of the International Control Commission, visited North Vietnam and apprised the government of American thoughts on a negotiated peace based on concessions by both sides. If Hanoi would stop sending men and arms south, Washington would respond with economic aid. Denying any attempt to threaten, the United States was well aware of Hanoi's strings on the Viet Cong. If the war heated up, the greatest devastation would be loosed upon North Vietnam. Seaborn stressed President Johnson's desire for a settlement based on Hanoi's promise to abide by the Geneva Agreements of 1954 and 1962. North Vietnamese officials were unimpressed. They wanted the United States to withdraw totally from Vietnam. This would be followed by a neutral regime in Saigon, with the National Liberation Front charting the future of the country. Seaborn, during a second trip in August, conveyed the warning that American patience was wearing thin. Hanoi's reply was hardly encouraging for peace. Secretary McNamara and General Taylor had asked the JCS and CINCPAC to forge a three-phase airstrike plan against North Vietnam. If set in motion, it would signal American readiness to attack all major military targets in the country. On July 11, the planner settled on 94 airstrike objectives in North Vietnam, 82 targets, and 12 armed reconnaissance routes. They next set about drafting detailed plans for this massive air action. CINCPAC, rather than MACV, was to have overall direction of operations against North Vietnam through PAC-AF and PAC fleet commanders. But the principal thrust of American policy continued to be countering the insurgency within the borders of South Vietnam. To that end, the MACV commander was to devote his full attention. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Paul Hampton.
Chapter 18, Vietnam, the Advisory Years to 1965, by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, The War in Vietnam, 1964. Once asked why the United States should not have command over the Vietnamese armed forces, General Harkins replied that this would be contrary to U.S. national policy. More to the point, the Vietnamese government would not agree to the arrangement, since it jealously guarded its sovereign right to accept or reject American advice. Although this question and this position were never officially challenged, certain other command problems continued to vex the carrying out of the counterinsurgency. Among them were the tie-in of MACV and MAAG, the role and influence of the U.S. Air Force in directing policy in the country, chiefly in the controversy over the single management of aircraft and the organization of the Vietnamese Air Force. These received attention in 1964. In the USAF view, the principal command problem in Vietnam since 1962 was the absence of experienced high-ranking air officers on the MACV Joint Staff to explain what air power could and could not do. The MACV staff was dominated by Army officers rather than really jointly manned. No component Army and Navy units existed under MACV with the equivalent status of the 2nd Air Division. Admiral Felt was sympathetic to having a senior USAF officer in the mainstream of MACV current operations. In September 1963, he had proposed filling the MACV Chief of Staff slot with a USAF officer when it became vacant in mid-1964. The Joint Chiefs of Staff approved, but the Secretary of Defense did not. After talking with Harkins during his December 1963 visit to Saigon, the Defense Secretary was set on making changes along lines suggested by the Army. Early in 1964, he created the new position of Deputy Commander, MACV, and named Army Lieutenant General William C. Westmoreland to do it. He placed Brigadier General Ben Sternberg, USA, in the J-1 personnel niche. He downgraded the USAF colonel serving as J-2 intelligence to Deputy J-2 and put a Marine Corps Brigadier General over him. He directed Harkins to reorganize MACV, and the subsequent alteration shrunk the USAF allocation of J-staff jobs to the post of J-5 plans, held by Major General Milton B. Adams. McNamara nevertheless believed the Air Force to be well represented. He pointed to the 2nd Air Division commander and the MAAG Air Force section chief, who were both general officers and present in Saigon. Admiral Felt and General Jacob E. Smart, PAC Air Force commander, questioned the wisdom of revamping MACV while the Vietnamese government was trying to recover from the shock of 2 coups. They had not concurred in a Joint Chiefs suggestion on February 15 to merge MAAG and MACV, but a study by General Sternberg addressed the broader question. The existence of the 2 headquarters had surely led to duplication of effort, occasional lapses and coordination, and a needlessly complicated advisory program. If the functions were fused under MACV, Sternberg favored MACV as a specified Army command in lieu of a subordinate Joint Command. That would enhance the Army's role at the expense of the Navy and Air Force. While General Smart assented to the need for a large Army share in the advisory assistance effort, he failed to understand the logic of Army predominance. When McNamara and Taylor came to Hawaii in March, Smart argued for placing senior U.S. Air Force officers in decision-making positions in the reorganized headquarters so that air power could be best employed. The Secretary said he knew of no operation that had suffered from want of air support. Taylor had heard of such instances, but blamed poor communications instead of faulty organization or unsound policy. Admiral Felt asserted that at times Army advisors neglected to pass along air support requests because they wanted to use Army aircraft to further Army doctrinal concepts. McNamara refused to change his outlook. General Westmoreland, former commander of the 18th Airborne Corps, became the deputy commander of MACV on January 27, 1964. Major General Joseph H. Moore, a close friend of Westmoreland since boyhood, replaced General Anthus as 2nd Air Division commander on the 31st. Air Force officials hoped that Moore's close ties with Westmoreland would help brighten the image, expand the influence, and enlarge the number of senior staff personnel of the Air Force, as well as clear up air problems. General Wheeler, Army Chief of Staff, ordered Westmoreland to get the air mission straightened out. He said he would not tolerate a fight for hidebound doctrinal concepts. If Army doctrine got in the way of the war effort, Wheeler could and would change doctrine with a stroke of his pen. Besides 104 aircraft, the 2nd Air Division had about 4,600 people in January 1964, nearly 60 on the MACV staff, 400 in MAAG, and more than 4,000 in the U.S. Air Force units. Yet hope for a bigger Air Force part in counterinsurgency soon vanished. The MACV J3 complained that his U.S. Air Force deputy, who was highly regarded by the 2nd Air Division, was unable to look at J3 matters except through U.S. Air Force tinted glasses, knew nothing about ground operations, and was of little use. The deputy was succeeded by an Army officer. General Moore pressed for the assignment of a U.S. Air Force officer as MACV Chief of Staff when General Weed of the Marine Corps wound up his tour in May. Instead, Major General Richard G. Stilwell moved from J3 to Chief of Staff, and another Army officer, Brigadier General William E. Depew, took over the J3 job. Perhaps foreshadowing the end of the advisory era, MAAG was closed out on May 15, 1964. Its functions went to an expanded MACV headquarters, and the Army Corps advisory groups fell directly under MACV. The MAAG Air Force section became the Air Force Advisory Group, assigned to MACV, and with operational control vested in General Moore as the U.S. Air Force Component Commander. Moore also came to be the senior advisor to the Vietnamese Air Force. General Rowland, chief of the Air Force Advisory Group, acted as Moore's deputy for the Vietnamese Air Force Military Assistance Program. To General Smart, the new setup did little to extend air knowledge and experience at MACV. Rather than trimming the headquarters, the change triggered a request to raise staff spaces by 310, 283 U.S. Army, 24 Navy Marine Corps, and 3 U.S. Air Force. Smart recommended at least 38 more U.S. Air Force officers as directorate and branch chiefs. Disregarding his desires, MACV in September asked for 71 new United States Air Force spaces, mostly for field advisory work. General Westmoreland rose to MACV commander when General Haskins reached retirement age on June 20th. Ambassador Lodge resigned on the 23rd to join in the national elections at home, and President Johnson selected General Taylor for the post. On July 15th, Admiral Felt retired, and Admiral Ulysses S. Grant Sharp, Jr. became SINCPAC. A whole new leadership emerged. Should an Air Force officer be named as Westmoreland's deputy? Westmoreland had said in early June that he needed no deputy, but General LeMay argued in Joint Chief of Staff discussions that a deputy from another service was a must to preserve the unified nature of MACV. Because of broadening air operations, he thought the deputy should be a U.S. Air Force general. The Navy and Marine Corps thought so too. General Wheeler, Army Chief, suggested that the 2nd Air Division commander be designated deputy commander for air as an additional duty if air operations grew. Chairman Taylor was for giving the deputy position to an officer who could afford across-the-board assistance to Westmoreland. Owing to the nature of operations, he wished to see a 2- or 3-star Army general in the job. Taylor queried Westmoreland, who then said he wanted an Army general. After McNamara's approval on June 18, Lieutenant General John L. Throckmorton was assigned. General LeMay reiterated the need for United States Air Force expertise on the MACV staff. In September, Westmoreland proposed to give the 2nd Air Division commander the second hat of Deputy Commander for Air Operations, MACV. The Air Staff and Pacific Air Force Command opposed this action because it offered the MACV staff no real additional help. Westmoreland nonetheless went ahead with the proposal. On November 12th, SINCPAC bowed to the political climate and put it forward to the Joint Chiefs. Not until 7 months later was the new title approved. Still, the reshuffling of May 15th bestowed some benefits. Tucking the Air Force Advisory Group under 2nd Air Division was long overdue and fostered unity and control. The harmony between Westmoreland and Moore nurtured better working relations between MACV and 2nd Air Division. Yet General Westmoreland continued to command U.S. Army components, violating the principle that commanders of unified activities must be divorced from service operations. In effect, the MACV Air Component Commander answered to the Army Component Commander. Moreover, the sparse service expertise on the MACV staff made it hard to pursue joint matters properly. A case in point was the MACV Airlift Allocation Board run by one overworked United States Air Force officer in J4. Army officers so ruled the MACV joint research and test activity that the Air Force hesitated to test combined concepts for combinations of equipment. Just 8 of the 45 authorized officer spaces in J3 were Air Force. Only one was a colonel slot, the newly created Deputy Assistant Chief of Staff, J3 for Air. J3, for the most part, entrusted air matters to the 2nd Air Division staff, but more and more assumed control of day-to-day air operations. This was done at first through an American MACV staff element in the Vietnamese Armed Forces Joint Operations Center. Later, an Army Air Operations Section was formed with J3 personnel to allocate Army aircraft to the Corps and to control other Army aviation resources. To coordinate Army and Air Force infrared reconnaissance, the MACV Target Research and Analysis Center was founded in December 1964. This J2 function took care of centralizing targeting. The tactical air control system survived and outwardly appeared to meet doctrinal needs. Still, it was soon evident that the status of the tactical air commander was severely eroded. The 2nd Air Division commander had no command authority, no direct operating duties, and no staff support. Senior United States Air Force officers perceived that the local situation in Vietnam dictated several deviations from proven tactical air doctrine, but they cautioned against adopting the MACV air control system as a model for worldwide air command and control procedures. The performance of the Vietnamese Air Force also stirred concern. Central to the Vietnamese military concept was the parceling out of resources among the 4 corps commanders who governed all ground, air, naval, and paramilitary forces within their areas. Air Force officers, notably General Smart, protested splintering the meager Vietnamese air power. Even so, many Army officers believed this grouping was required in what they saw as largely a ground struggle. Colonel Nguyen Cao Cai had won command of the Vietnamese Air Force for his part in the Minh coup, and polished his prestige by supporting the Cang coup. He assured Generals Moore and Rowland that he did not intend to relinquish centralized control over air power. New wings, Cai said, were to be assigned to geographical corps areas rather than to corps commanders. On March 15th, Vietnamese tactical wing headquarters were transferred to the corps areas and located at Da Nang, Pleiku, and Bien Hoa, and another was projected for Cang Tho when the new airfield was finished. A composite airlift and reconnaissance wing continued to operate under the Air Operations Center. The proposal to place liaison and helicopter squadrons under the Corps came up in April. Cai dissented, and MACV sided with him. The transfer was not carried out. General Moore worked to keep the tactical air control system intact, including the air support operations centers. Since the Vietnamese wing commanders at Da Nang and Pleiku advised and planned with Corps commanders, the roles of the 1st and 2nd Corps air support operations centers declined. The sub-operations center at Nang Tran was shut down. On the whole, Moore considered the Vietnamese Air Force organization a deviation but close enough to classical air concepts to be acceptable. Major General Sam Maddox, Jr., 13th Air Force Commander, decided not to dwell on the defects. By retaining the integrity of his command, Cai could deploy his units as a national counter-coup force, yet American influence over Vietnamese air operations diminished. For example, the 41st Tactical Wing and 1st Corps staffs planned for March 30 a night medium-level bombing raid against the Viet Cong training center. Army and Air Force advisors first learned of the attack when planning was well underway, and white phosphorus bombs were requested from American stocks. 12 T-28s and 4 A-1Hs participated. Colonel Cai, who rode in one of the T-28s, depicted the strike as a highly successful demonstration of a new night bombing capability. Vietnamese Army photo interpreters gave a glowing account of damages to the Viet Cong, but the U.S. Army interpreters failed to find the same results. The word for the Air Force in Vietnam, General Anthus had written in November 1963, is austerity, having both American and Vietnamese components in mind. War-weary air commando aircraft, a fledgling Vietnamese Air Force, and a slow air request net made it difficult to seize combat opportunities. The United States Air Force 34th Tactical Group was scheduled to phase out of Vietnam. Withdrawal would begin in mid-1964 with the departure of the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron, which furnished forward air controllers. The 1st Air Commando Squadron, due to receive in June 1964 the first 2 of 18 rebuilt unmarked B-26Ks, was to leave in mid-1965. Farmgate's B-26s were nearly worn out, but the 2nd Air Division expected them to survive with careful flying if the Viet Cong introduced no heavy weapons with anti-aircraft sighting devices. The new Vietnamese 518th Fighter Squadron was to get A-1Hs in March 1964. Also that month, the 716th Composite Reconnaissance Squadron was programmed to have its 18 RT-28s and 3 RC-47s. During the second quarter of 1964, the United States Air Force's T-28s were to be replaced on a one-for-one basis with dual-piloted A-1Hs. By 1964, Vietnamese and American aircraft were furnishing but one half of the support asked for. The reasons lay in air request net troubles and the rising damage to planes from Viet Cong ground defenses. On February 11th, after the wing of a B-26 at Eglin Air Force Base broke off in flight, all B-26s in Vietnam were taken out of combat. They could fly only straight and level with the lightest of ordnance loads. The uncertain combat worthiness of the old B-26s led Pacific Air Force Command to suggest deploying a squadron of the 3rd Bombardment Wing's light jet B-57s from Japan to Bien Hoa. These planes were being withdrawn from the wing, but they were admirable for the war. Their jet speed spelled swift response to air support requests. The MACV commander in SINCPAC voiced grave concerns over the loss of the B-26s, which General Westmoreland called his Sunday punch. Both headquarters proposed a squadron of B-57s with Vietnamese markings and mixed crews to operate out of Bien Hoa under Farmgate rules. On March 2nd, the Joint Chiefs made the same suggestion to Defense Secretary McNamara. At March conferences in Saigon, McNamara questioned General Moore regarding Vietnamese Air Force needs. The Secretary judged it cheaper to give the Vietnamese further aircraft than to bring in fresh United States Air Force planes. He settled on equipping all Vietnamese fighter units with A-1Hs, 25 tagged for the 514th Fighter Squadron in the 3rd Corps area to replace the T-28s. In addition, he earmarked 30 for the 1st Air Command Squadron to take over from the worn-out B-26s and T-28s. General Smart told McNamara in Hawaii that Tactical Air chalked up more than 30% of the enemy casualties in South Vietnam, 14,944 out of 49,100 in 1962 and 1963. If a few obsolete aircraft could do this damage, think of what new and better planes could achieve. McNamara replied that he appreciated why B-57s were desired. First, however, the United States should exploit the easier method of sending in more non-jet planes to help win the war. What interested him was the possible use of B-57s in covert operations against North Vietnam. The Defense Secretary's recommendations, approved by President Johnson, embodied equipping the Vietnamese with 25 A-1Hs in exchange for T-28s. At the close of March, 48 B-57s and crews flew from Yokota Air Base in Japan to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines. Colonel Benjamin S. Preston, Jr., commander of the 34th Tactical Group at Bien Hoa, went all out to keep his B-26s in the air, but clearly they could not be saved. Every plane had cracked stress plates and loose rivets throughout its wings. On April 8th, the last of the B-26s and RB-26s were to be ferried to Clark Air Base for salvage. So long as the T-28s faced no heavy ground fire, they did the job, despite their fairly slow speed and small armament load. As Viet Cong firing heated up, however, they became vulnerable. On February 18th, a T-28 took a hit while flying Interdiction, but the crew fortunately escaped serious injury in the crash landing. The next day, a second T-28 was shot down while strafing in support of a ground operation, and the crewmen were killed. 3 Vietnamese A-1Hs shared a like fate in February. Since the T-28s had outlived their safe employment in Vietnam, replacement A-1 Sky Raiders came in. On March 18th, the newly formed Vietnamese 518th Fighter Squadron, with 10 of 25 authorized A-1Hs, began to fly combat from Ben Hoa. Colonel George I. Rodell, deputy to the MACV J-3, surveyed the ground fire threat. He thought that a return to the Air Force's standard 4-aircraft fighter flights was in order, with each echelon of 2 protecting the other 2 during low-level passes. This called for more planes, so Rodell recommended that the 34th Tactical Group get 2 squadrons each of 25 A-1Es in lieu of a single squadron of 30. Harkin, Smart, and Felt approved and passed the proposal to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Compelled to stand down the combat-worn B-26s, Colonel Preston wondered how he could keep the 1st Air Commando Squadron going. On March 24th, a T-28B lost a wing and crashed while on a bomb run near Soc Trang, killing the pilot, Captain Edwin G. Schenck, Jr., and the Vietnamese crewman. All T-28s had been closely inspected, and aircraft maintenance was excellent. Even so, the loss of the T-28 so soon after the B-26 wing failures impaired pilot morale. By April 1st, the 2nd Air Wing Division was practically flat out of business. On April 9th, a T-28 crew was completing a 3rd strafing pass over a well-defended target when the wing snapped off and the plane crashed. 2 specialists from the North American Aviation Incorporated flew to Ben Hoa, ran inspections. They said that the T-28 could not take the slam-bang type flying because it was a trainer, not a properly stressed fighter pilot. At their suggestion, Colonel Preston retired the 5 remaining Farmgate T-28s that had been in combat since November 1961. He borrowed 9 newer T-28s from the Vietnamese, bringing the 1st Air Commando Squadron's combat-ready aircraft to 15. He warned pilots about G-limits, cautioned them not to land if carrying external ordnance, and placed limits on loading the wing stations of B-model T-28s. To cut damages from small arms fire, Preston set a minimum altitude of 1,000 feet for attack runs. The T-28s stayed in operation until A-1Es took their place. At least 1,546 airstrike requests were received in the first 3 months of 1964. Of the 424 not honored, 230 were due to a shortage of planes. These figures did not present a true picture, for ground commanders and forward air controllers disliked to file new requests after being turned down. Air-ground operations yielded slight results. Between January 16th and 19th, the 21st Division in An Huan Province was supported by the most tactical air sorties yet flown in the division area, 44 on the first day. However, the heliborne troops came to grips with no sizable enemy forces on the ground. During January 17th through the 28th, the 7th Division mounted a massive search and clear heliborne and water invasion into the Than Phu district of Kien Hoi Province. Artillery fire and pre-landing strikes by B-26s and T-28 supported the operation. Still, the enemy poured withering ground fire into the first waves of helicopters, peppering all 32 craft and downing one, a UH-1 gunship. On the 18th, another armed UH-1 was hit and plunged into the water. Only the co-pilot and a crewman were rescued. Even with constant air cover, friendly losses totaled 20 dead, 25 wounded, and 2 UH-1s destroyed. the Viet Cong lost 46 killed and 97 captured. The main problem probably lay in the lack of directives on aerial coordination and command over a heliborne landing area. The sole person actually allowed to tell tactical air what to do was the Vietnamese forward air controller, and he had neither the rank nor the experience to be an air commander. Problems also pervaded the smaller air operations for provincial forces. In the 5th Division area of 3rd Corps, for example, the United States Air Force liaison officer pointed out that the Viet Cong kindled cooking fires at dusk. They could take this risk because Vietnamese strike pilots were not routinely ready to fly at night. An exception occurred on January 16th when a Vietnamese C-47 flare ship and 4 A-1Hs struck an assembly point in Tay Ninh province. Most night air requests were not honored. As for day pinpoint strikes, just 14 of 67 requested interdiction targets were attacked in February. Pilots of the 514th Fighter Squadron said they were sick and tired of expending their ordnance on nothing but empty fields, trees, and jungles. This frustration stemmed from the drawn-out air request handling required by the 5th Division commander. All immediate sightings of the enemy vanished before being targeted. There were, however, some good results from strikes against enemy-held areas that provincial troops could not enter. These were the remote locations in the East Coast provinces of 3rd Corps. The Phuoc Tu enemy's movements. Forward air controller had good rapport with the province chief, who knew the enemy's movements and could and would approve targets for air action. Elsewhere, airstrikes were hindered by controllers unfamiliar with the area, and by popular force commanders who feared close fire support by artillery, armed helicopters, or fighters. In light of the lag in strike aircraft response, Army advisors in 3rd and 4th Corps accented the importance of helicopter assaults. The Vietnamese, as a rule, needed 30 minutes to scramble fighters, while processing a request commonly consumed 1 hour. Colonel Mellish, Air Liaison Officer of 3rd Corps, urged the forward staging of aircraft to shave this delay. 3 T-28s were sent on ground alert to Phan Thiet, where Viet Cong attacks were foreseen. When the foe failed to appear, the little-used T-28s remained exposed to the hazards of a primitive airstrip. The number of tactical air sorties available to the 3rd Corps on a busy day was around 30. This contrasted sharply with the average 275 sorties a day flown by U.S. Army planes in support of 3rd Corps. The Army aviation assigned to the Corps was sizable: 17 utility UH-1s, 11 UH-1 gunships, 2 CV-2 transports, 4 U-1 utility transports, 2 OV-1 armed reconnaissance planes, and 8 L-19 liaison aircraft. Lesser operations in the difficult 4th Corps entailed up to 4 or 5 heliborne missions every day in the 7th and 21st Division areas. 5 U.S. Air Force T-28s at Sac Trang could react swiftly, but it took 1.5 hours to get ground alert aircraft from Bien Ho. Though the Vietnamese 112th Liaison Squadron kept a detachment of 5 O-1s at Can Tho, the planes were confined to forward air control and target marking duty. The United States Air Force liaison officers hitched rides on the Army liaison aircraft when they could. Most of the time, however, they were grounded at the division command post. Hence their sole knowledge of the air situation at a target area came from an Army liaison communication relay plane that flew cover over heliborne landing operations. During March, barely 71 of 126 air support requests from the 7th Division could be satisfied in the 4th Corps, and in April, merely 84 of 148 requests were approved. The air liaison officer and forward air controller spent a lot of their time in keeping ground officers from becoming discouraged with the sparse air support. According to Lieutenant Colonel Clarence R. Osborne, Jr., instant air support from armed UH-1 helicopters often saved the day. On April 12th, the Viet Cong destroyed the district town of Kien Long in Truman, Dien province. The Vietnamese Air Force turned in a splendid performance, featuring an A-1H hit on a 105mm howitzer before dawn. and a steady stream of air support strikes throughout the day. The tactical air support system squeezed 30 to 45 sorties out of the aircraft at Benoit, but this was not enough to stave off a serious government defeat. Meanwhile, the Joint Chiefs asked if two separate air control systems operated in Vietnam, and if Vietnamese commanders were getting conflicting advice from U.S. Army and United States Air Force advisors. MACV replied that one system directed Air Force aircraft, while the other was a separate aviation headquarters that managed Army and Marine Corps air units. Since these units afforded special assistance and had no role in the development of the Vietnamese air structure, I've been free to employ them as I see fit to the maximum support of the ground effort. The U.S. Army Senior Advisor at 3rd Corps, a colonel, was an extreme partisan of Army aviation who slighted tactical air support. He never invited the Corps United States Air Force liaison officer to planning conferences, and as a matter of fact was not on speaking terms with him. The senior advisor prepared pacification plans that made no mention of tactical air support. When General Moore offered help, he was turned down. Moore told General Westmoreland of this, and MACV directed that province pacification plans contain an Air Operations Annex drawn by United States Air Force advisors. From then on, the colonel called the Air Liaison Officer to all briefings and planning conferences. Air advisors were few among the ground units. The 2nd Air Division had authority for 17 lieutenant colonels as air liaison officers with corps and divisions, and Army advisors outranked them. There were 32 captains and lieutenants as air advisor forward air controllers with regiments. In comparison, Army advisors numbered up to 500 in a corps, with assignments going down to company level. General Moore had kept the rank of air advisors low to avoid dwarfing relatively junior Vietnamese counterparts. General Maddox, 13th Air Force commander, wanted a senior United States Air Force colonel to be assigned to the Joint General Staff. He further wished Corps Air Liaison officers to be colonels, thus giving them equal prestige with Army Senior Corps advisors. General Westmoreland was dead set against raising the Corps Air Liaison officers to the rank of colonel. He regarded the Army Senior Advisors as MACV Senior Advisors, responsible for all military matters to include the use of air power. Corps Air Liaison officers were supposed to advise the senior advisors, and Westmoreland assured General Moore that they would be listened to. When Moore learned that Vietnamese wing commanders would be the chief air advisor to the Corps commanders, he acceded to the MACV commander's point of view. Indeed, the 2nd Air Division commander felt that conflict between the two distinct control systems was overdrawn. Confident of cooperation, he said, "The Army is just as strongly opposed to Air Force control of its aircraft as we are for the Army to control ours." Even so, Moore desired to enlarge the tactical air control system by adding an air request communications net, manned and operated by the Air Force. It would resemble the United States Strike Command Tactical Air Command System, worked out during maneuvers in the United States. He hoped to do away with the long delays in passing air requests up through channels over Vietnamese Army communications. General Moore's proposed net for handling Vietnamese air requests would enhance United States Air Force advice at lower ground echelons. An Air Force pilot, forward air controller, and 2 radio operators were to man tactical air control parties at all levels down to battalion. They would process air support requests, provide advice, and direct close air support strikes. To man this country-wide setup, the 2nd Air Division was to draw pilots from the United States Air Force 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron. Moore envisioned a continuing need for Vietnamese controllers to mark remote and hard-to-find interdiction targets. However, he saw no reason why Air Force controllers, Army liaison pilots, and Army and Vietnamese forward air guides could not mesh their efforts to designate targets for airstrikes. Moore counted on speeding up the reaction of the Vietnamese Air Force by training and assigning Vietnamese down to battalion level, first as counterparts and eventually to replace United States Air Force personnel. He also wanted an Air Force liaison officer appointed to the Joint General Staff and more Vietnamese working in its operations center. General Westmoreland added a United States Air Force colonel as advisor to the Joint General Staff and he authorized Moore to use Pacific Air Force Command resources to establish the Air Request Net in the Third Corps area. In Washington, Joint Chief of Staff Chairman Wheeler secured McNamara's assent for the Air Request Net. The Defense Secretary let the Air Force deploy combat-ready tactical air control parties from the Tactical Air Command. They were to serve on temporary duty in Vietnam, pending the procurement of personnel and equipment for the 2nd Air Division. With plans for the new Air Request Net nearing fruition, with the B-26s already retired, with the T-28s in stress trouble, with McNamara against having a B-57 squadron in South Vietnam, General Moore wrote to General LeMay in April asking for an expansion from 2 to 3 A-1E squadrons of 25 planes each. 2 of these units at Benoit would permit standard 4-ship fighter formations and provide for the predicted upturn in airstrikes created by the Air Request system. The 3rd Squadron was to be based at the new Can Tho airfield being built in the Mekong Delta and slated for completion in early 1965. Without disparaging Vietnamese progress, Moore stressed that a 3rd United States Air Force A-1E squadron would enable planes to respond quickly to on-call air support missions. This would set a proper example for Vietnamese airmen, whose morale tended to be low. Richard T. Sanborn, 2nd Air Division operations analyst, showed that 50 A-1Es and 75 A-1Hs would generate 3,038 sorties per month, with 10% for training. Considering the rise in air support requests and the demand for larger aircraft flights, Sanborn computed combat sorties at 4,476 by August 1964. He foresaw further rises in the future. General Maddox, 13th Air Force commander, pointed out that a 3rd A-1E squadron might end retention of the B-57s at Clark, but he saw no reason for making an issue of the new unit so soon, since it could not be accommodated at Can Tho until 1965. However, General William H. Blanchard, Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, stated that the Air Force was planning for the 3rd Squadron to be fully equipped at Can Tho by March 1965. General Wheeler justified the A-1E expansion because of low Vietnamese performance. Nevertheless, the additional United States Air Force planes would delay Vietnamese self-sufficiency and undermine the principle that Americans were to help rather than to fight. 2 events revealed that the rule restricting United States Air Force advisors from engaging in battle was being strained, if not entirely broken. The first took place on March 8th, when Colonel Thomas M. Hergert, Deputy Chief of the MAAG Air Force Section, was killed. He was flying an A-1H as wingman to a Vietnamese flight leader on an interdiction mission. Both had made a dozen passes to deliver ordnance when Hergert's plane crashed. Smoke was seen billowing from the right-wing root just before the right wing exploded. Investigation disclosed that 89 United States Air Force pilots were flying Vietnamese aircraft, but no advisor could lead a flight, be the first to expend ordnance, or continue a mission if the Vietnamese flight leader aborted. Colonel Hergert was the 28th United States Air Force combat fatality in Vietnam since January 1962. The second event concerned Captain Schenck, who had died in a T-28 crash on March 24th. On April 21st, U.S. congressmen and the press were furnished several letters Schenck had written home. He had criticized the airworthiness of U.S. aircraft and told of first air commando pilots flying combat missions with Vietnamese basic airmen, popularly called sandbags. The airmen went along as the required Vietnamese crewmen, for to obtain qualified crew members meant diverting 50 to 75 Vietnamese pilots from their own planes. Seeing that these pilots were assigned on the basis of 1.5 for each cockpit, this would severely hamper Vietnamese air power. If legitimate Vietnamese observers flew with Americans, the liaison and forward air controller programs would be bankrupt. Consequently, General Moore suggested that the arbitrary requirement for a Vietnamese aboard a U.S. strike aircraft be lifted. Non-rated airmen scarcely contributed to the missions normally flown to augment Vietnamese planes. On April 29th, the Joint Chiefs of Staff proposed that the number of United States Air Force A-1Es in Vietnam be upped at once to 50, 2 squadrons, and to a 3rd squadron later. Secretary of Defense McNamara consented to the immediate increase to 2 squadrons, which was in line with Admiral Felt's hope for a 3rd squadron in 1965. McNamara also accepted General Smart's suggestion to hold the B-57s at Clark as an ace in the hole for a contingency. Visiting Saigon in May, Secretary McNamara and General Taylor were cool toward a 3rd A-1E squadron. Taylor said it would not sell in Washington. McNamara reiterated that U.S. forces were not to take part in combat. The Secretary directed General Moore to get the Vietnamese trained so that they could do everything themselves. He ordered the Vietnamese pilot ratio raised from 1.5 to 2 per plane, and the Vietnamese 716th Composite Reconnaissance Squadron fitted out with 25 A-1Hs by October 1st and converted to a 4th Fighter Squadron. This would take the place of a 3rd U.S. A-1E Squadron. Upon return to Washington, the Defense Secretary in a news interview emphasized that United States Air Force personnel were in Vietnam to train the Vietnamese to fight an anti-guerrilla war. Within the defense establishment, he made known his intention to phase down the strike operations of the 1st Air Commando Squadron and his goal to have that unit out of Vietnam in 120 days. A few days later, Taylor reaffirmed the policy that United States military personnel were not to join in combat. Farmgate aircraft could only fly bona fide operational training missions against hostile targets to prepare the participating Vietnamese Air Force personnel for eventual replacement of U.S. pilots. U.S. helicopter missions would keep on introducing Americans into combat situations, but helicopters are for use as transport. Their weapons were for self-protection. Armed helicopters will not be used as a substitute for close air support strikes. On June 3rd, Smart asked Felt and Westmoreland to clarify the Joint Chief of Staff directive that forbade Farmgate from entering into combat but let Americans fly operational training missions against hostile targets. They replied that Farmgate was to fly combat but to be more circumspect. Farmgate was to further ensure that Vietnamese personnel aboard American aircraft were pilot aspirants or undergoing flight training. Westmoreland thought that MACV could live with the directive and keep Farmgate fighting. Its effect, he said, would not be appreciable on the 2nd Air Division and on U.S. helicopters. Toward the close of April, 17 Vietnamese A-1Hs were combat-loaded and deployed from Ben Hoa to Da Nang. The unannounced mission turned out to be the start of a 7-battalion search and clear heliborne sweep in the 2nd Corps. During April 27th through May 31st, the sorties flown by the Vietnamese Air Force totaled 266 L-19 and L-20, 420 A-1H and T-28, and 102 H-34 missions. The helicopters did psychological warfare, medical evacuation, resupply, and crop destruction. A daily average of 10 A-1Hs were on tap at Da Nang, and the 516th Fighter Squadron kept 5 T-28s at the Qua Nang airfield for immediate air support. The operation apparently caught the Viet Cong by surprise. Not only were many automatic weapons captured and destroyed, but enemy installations were broken up. Yet when the fighting was over, it was impossible to leave 3 irregular companies behind as planned, because the foe had been scattered but not wiped out. Nevertheless, this example of well-coordinated combat aviation gave Smart confidence that Vietnamese air power was clearly on the upswing. Despite this burnishing of Vietnamese Air Force prestige, the month-long operation consumed almost one-half of all Vietnamese combat sorties in May. Besides, Vietnamese and United States Air Force aircraft conversions were cutting into Vietnamese aircraft. The 1st Air Commando Squadron had borrowed 15 T-28s from the 516th Fighter Squadron, which sent pilots to Ben Hoa for A-1 transition training given by the United States Pacific Fleet's Naval Air Squadron. VA-152. The A-1H was bigger than the T-28 and twisted about more from the propeller torque. It had a tail wheel rather than the tricycle landing gear that the pilots were used to. Hence, several A-1Hs suffered damage in ground accidents. When 10 A-1Hs arrived in May, they sat on the ramps at Da Nang. Since the Vietnamese 41st Cam Ranh was unfamiliar with the aircraft, the in-commission rate averaged merely 4 or 5 a day, and at times dipped to 3. At Bien Hoa, the 1st Air Commando Squadron stayed operational with the borrowed T-28s. One was lost in a takeoff accident, and 6 were transferred on May 20th to combat in Laos. This left only 8. Due chiefly to fewer T-28s, combat sorties dwindled in May even as requests for air support climbed. In mid-month, United States Air Force personnel followed McNamara's guidance to the letter. They worked to lift the Vietnamese fighter-pilot ratio to 2 per plane. They pushed the enlargement of the fighter force to 4 A-1H squadrons so that the 1st Air Commando Squadron could be withdrawn. The Defense Secretary wanted the Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron converted to the 4th Fighter Squadron by October, and he authorized air transport and other Vietnamese pilots to fly fighters. As the crash plan for the Secretary's program neared completion, the Joint Chief of Staff's directive banning U.S. planes from combat without giving bona fide training to Vietnamese crew members foreshadowed a decline in United States Air Force combat sorties. This came at the time when there were too few aircraft to meet requirements, and the Vietnamese were building 2 new A-1H squadrons. Recognizing the emergency, MACV ruled that the 1st Air Commando Squadron could continue to fly its 8 T-28s carrying Vietnamese crewmen who were not potential pilots. As soon as A-1Es replaced T-28s, however, A-1E combat operations would be held strictly to genuine training. On May 28th, MACV decided to equip the present 3 Vietnamese fighter squadrons to attain 2 pilots per plane by October 1st. It likewise intended to form 3 more fighter squadrons as soon as aircraft became available, by February 15, 1965, if all went well. Only Vietnamese pilots were to attend the intensive A-1H pilot training program. The 34th Tactical Group would present the initial 2-week indoctrination. Naval Air Squadron VA-152 was to furnish the 5-week transition course, and the 34th would administer the final training. Meeting with the Joint Chiefs on June 8th, Secretary McNamara directed that the first 4 Vietnamese fighter squadrons receive primary attention, the 2 others secondary. On June 17th, Admiral Felt accepted a Pacific Air Force Command evaluation and reported to the chiefs that MACV was trying to do too much too fast. He suggested that the 516th Fighter Squadron be brought to full strength in September, and that the 520th Fighter Squadron be made operational at Can Tho by the end of the year. He judged that the Vietnamese could man 4 fighter squadrons without inactivating their 2 C-47 transport units. On July 24th, the Joint Chiefs of Staff agreed to the 4-squadron projection. On May 30th, Lieutenant Colonel John M. Porter, commander of the 1st Air Commando Squadron, had led the original flight of 6 A-1Es from the Philippines to Bien Hoa. Colonel Preston noted that his 34th Tactical Group had moved up into the big league with a first-line aircraft. On the 31st, the A-1Es flew their maiden strike sorties. Colonel William E. Bethea, who assumed command of the 34th Group in June, was impressed by the plane's large and varied ordnance, takeoff from a 4,000-foot runway fully loaded, extremely long range, and good loitering. Still, the A-1E's normal cruising speed of 155 knots retarded rapid response to air support requests, chiefly in the far reaches of the Mekong Delta, and the aircraft could barely defend itself in aerial combat. With 12 A-1Es on site by June 30th, the T-28s were retired. The 34th Tactical Group set about giving transition training to Vietnamese pilots. Air support requests totaled 1,546 during January through March 1964, and 2,040 from April through June. Lack of aircraft accounted for 68 of the 107 requests that could not be honored in the second quarter. Generally, United States Air Force communications were deemed better than those of the U.S. Army. General Westmoreland therefore ordered the Army Aviation Battalion Control Center, situated in the Joint Operations Center of the Joint General Staff, to relocate within the United States Air Force Vietnamese Air Operations Center. General Moore expected the move, which commenced on May 18, to enhance coordination among Army, Air Force, and Vietnamese air activities. This did not occur. The single sideband PRC-47 and KWM-2A radios were the backbone of the Vietnamese air request net, but the sets did not always work properly due to the tropical climate and inexperienced operators. In addition, ground commanders were unwilling to allow the air request system to function as designed. The Joint General Staff issued no directive, and the ground commanders refused to be bypassed on strike firepower. In consequence, the air request net served merely to provide information. All official requests continued to travel the tortuous route over the old Vietnamese Army air request net. Nor did the Joint General Staff relax its ban on strike aircraft releasing ordnance close to ground forces, except at the direction of a Vietnamese forward air controller. On April 23rd, the United States Air Force T-28s were over Vietnamese Rangers who were trapped near Trung Lap. Although the planes had voice communications with a U.S. Army L-19 and with wounded American advisors on the ground, they were not permitted to attack. Armed Army helicopters arrived, were fired upon, and returned the fire, but the T-28s jettisoned their unused ordnance and returned to base. There were other problems. Unless Vietnamese pilots could speak English, United States Air Force controllers were unable to communicate with them. Air liaison officer and forward air controller duties were clearly unpopular among Vietnamese, and the manning ratio of 2 pilots to each fighter aircraft sharply curtailed the number and caliber of Vietnamese pilots who could be spared for such duties. Finally, the human and natural environment worked against ground tactical air control parties. Their heavy, bulky radio gear was hard to lug through the jungle. Sometimes it was out of the question to direct an airstrike safely from the ground, because the presence of civilians could be seen solely from the air. Mountains and heavy vegetation hampered the ground view, and the flat ground of the delta offered no elevations to help determine range. Numerous tree lines and canal ridges also obstructed the view. In mid-1964, it was generally agreed that ground tactical air control parties could not take the place of airborne control. Yet potent air support demanded something better than the plodding Vietnamese L-19s and their often indifferent observers. Strong pleas to prevent the demise of the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron proved futile. The unit remained under orders to transfer its aircraft to the Vietnamese. Like the building of the Vietnamese Air Strike Force, the Vietnamese air strike system held promise for the future. However, neither Vietnamese air power nor control procedures were able to withstand Viet Cong attacks. Over the earlier months of 1964, C-47 and C-123 flare support for outposts and villages more than doubled and night sorties grew. But on the night of July 6, when the Viet Cong assaulted the Nam Dang Special Forces camp near the demilitarized zone, a flare ship orbited overhead and dropped flares till dawn. Not until first light did 2 A-1Hs and an O-1 forward air controller arrive over the target. Then they were unable to strike because the controller could not make radio contact with the besieged forces to verify the target. The insurgents partially overran the camp, killed 55 South Vietnamese, 2 U.S. Special Forces soldiers, and an Australian advisor. The delay in A-1H reaction stemmed from the 516th Fighter Squadron pilots being unable to fly at night. A further factor was the operating rule that barred the O-1 from making a target close to friendly forces without positive identification. A more grievous failure ensued on July 21st in Trung Thien Province. Viet Cong stormed the Shang Kut outposts before dawn and set ambush positions along the road to be taken by relief forces. Within the 1 hour needed to get a Vietnamese controller to the scene, the ambush decimated the friendly troops, killing 41 and wounding 56. 2 Vietnamese A-1Hs on ground alert came 1.5 hours after the air support mission was requested. On the morning of July 28, the Viet Cong hit 2 hamlets and a post immediately north of Ben Cat in Bien Duong province. A battalion responded, lost a lead tank to 57mm recoilless rifle fire, and broke apart under assault. In an initial air support strike, 4 United States Air Force A-1Es accepted targets from a U.S. Army O-1 pilot, but the Vietnamese A-1H pilots next on station refused to act without a Vietnamese air controller. Even though the Army liaison pilot and Vietnamese ground observer marked enemy positions with smoke rockets, by the time a Vietnamese controller got there, the guerrillas had faded into the jungle. The policy of defining counterinsurgency as something distinctly different from other states of armed conflict resulted in not developing enough air firepower to defeat the Viet Cong. Occasional 2-plane airstrikes on well-known enemy base areas did little more than harass. One proposed solution was to ask the civilians to leave Viet Cong havens. Then large-scale bombing of these havens could be carried out by United States Air Force tactical aircraft from bases in Thailand, Okinawa, and the Philippines. With in-flight refueling, the planes need not ever land in South Vietnam. In mid-1964, General Westmoreland was deeply concerned with a surge in successful Viet Cong hamlet and outpost attacks and ambushes of troop units and convoys. His basic approach lay in sending more U.S. forces into provinces at the district level. Their presence spurred Vietnamese paramilitary and lower-level units to speed up pacification. Concluding that the air reaction time to night attacks was too slow, Westmoreland directed Army advisors to keep armed helicopters, some flare-equipped, on night alert at provincial headquarters. He requested more Army Special Forces troops, and he asked for 1 helicopter company in direct support of each Vietnamese division, plus additional armed helicopter companies and platoons. In addition, the MACV commander instructed General Moore and Brigadier General Delk M. Oden, commander of the United States Army Support Command, Vietnam, to shore up all American air support of troop movements, convoys, and reaction forces. Moore and Oden issued a formal agreement that Westmoreland placed in a MACV directive dated September 7. To refine coordination, Army and Marine Corps aviation was to be co-located, as would Air Force and Vietnamese control agencies. Ground reaction forces would not normally move without air support. In many cases, armed helicopters would engage and pinpoint the enemy until more heavily armed fighters arrived. If too few fighters were to be had, extra armed helicopters would be used. The Moore-Oden agreement was perhaps useful as an interim measure required by conditions in South Vietnam. Still, it differed in important respects from proven tactical air doctrine. The agreement perpetuated 2 separate air control systems, Air Force and Army Marine Corps, which made it possible for a ground commander to receive conflicting advice. Time and again, General LeMay protested the presence of armed helicopters in Vietnam because tactical fighters perform better. Even so, the Moore-Oden agreement recognized complementary needs for both types of aircraft. Some United States Air Force officers believed that the 2nd Air Division was being hoodwinked into the roles and missions agreement, but theory had to give way to practicality. With the absence of enemy air power, armed helicopters proved useful. Their instant reply to ground fire offset their inaccurate and rather light firepower. But the Viet Cong's introduction of more 50 caliber and 40mm weapons trimmed the helicopters' advantages. The Air Force concept of centralized control of all air resources remained fundamental and sound, in the words of Colonel Allison C. Brooks, General Moore's deputy. However, since the fairly slow A-1 aircraft in Vietnam could not be moved rapidly from one base to another, Brooks agreed that they should be dispersed into the areas where the battles occurred. So long as there was no deviation from the principle of centralized control, the planes could be shifted as required without fragmenting the effort. End of Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. President Johnson had intimated shortly after taking office that he was inclining toward expanded covert operations against North Vietnam. With the least risk, he wanted to put pressure on Hanoi to force lessened support for the Viet Cong. The president early in January 1964 approved additional resources for covert actions, including beach landings and airdrops of Vietnamese intelligence and commando teams. Closely managing this work were the Office of the Special Assistant for Counterinsurgency and Special Activities of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, headed by General Anthus, now in Washington, and the MACV Special Operations Group in Saigon. As in other international waters, U.S. Navy patrols were routinely operating in the Gulf of Tonkin to monitor various North Vietnamese activities by visual and electronic sightings. In February, U-2 aircraft from Strategic Air Command resumed their reconnaissance missions. Averaging 1 or 2 sorties a day, they photographed the border areas of Laos, Cambodia, and North Vietnam. In March, more naval patrolling was deemed necessary. Done by air as well as sea, it focused on naval movements. By April, the sum of this intelligence suggested that Hanoi was readying forces to invade South Vietnam through Laos. So General LeMay's repeated announcements to the Joint Chiefs seemed to be sound. There could be no satisfactory solution to the situations in Laos and South Vietnam without military action against North Vietnam. At the end of June, the President selected General Taylor to succeed Henry Cabot Lodge as ambassador to Vietnam. In recognition of Taylor's prior role as one of the major architects of the war, Johnson entrusted the entire military effort to his hands. He authorized the new ambassador to wield whatever command control he thought proper. If Taylor acted independently of CINCPAC, he would infringe on the command prerogatives of Admiral Sharp, the newly installed Commander-in-Chief. He might also split the unity of air power into 3 packages: operations in Vietnam and in Laos, plus those planned against North Vietnam. Hunter Harris, Jr., picked to head PACAF on August 1st, would find that possibility frustrating. After talking with Admiral Sharp in Hawaii, Ambassador Taylor reached Saigon on July 7th. He told General Westmoreland that he would not interfere with MACV's day-to-day business. To Taylor, the Cong government seemed weak. As he later wrote, "We lived dangerously in this period, never sure from night to night when a new coup might overthrow another feeble government, or when we might lose some important town to a surprise attack or a military base to mortar fire." The weakness of the Saigon government, heavy deliveries of modern weapons by North Vietnam to the Viet Cong, and infiltration of North Vietnamese army units into the South called for greater American effort. Since January, the JCS had been advocating a shift from advisory assistance to more direct aid. Now, in May, they proposed assigning U.S. Special Forces teams to provinces and districts as advisors to regional and popular forces. General Westmoreland opposed flooding the country with American servicemen. He believed the key to success was honing the cutting edge of the small fighting units. Hence, on June 25th and again on July 16th, he recommended that U.S. military strength in Vietnam be expanded by about 4,200 men to work as advisors at the district level. Admiral Sharp agreed. On July 18th, General Cong delivered an emotional address at a rally to mark Vietnam's Day of Shame, the anniversary of the country's division in 1954. He asserted that his government was unwilling to remain indifferent in the face of firm determination of the people who wanted to push northward as an appropriate means to fulfill our national history. The next day, a government statement declared, "If Communist China and Communist Vietnam obstinately continue their way of aggression, the government and entire people of Vietnam will step up the war with determination until total victory liberates the whole of our national territory." 1 week earlier, a detachment of C-130s from the USAF 6091st Reconnaissance Squadron, recently moved from Japan to Don Muang near Bangkok, had begun flying communication intercept missions off the North Vietnamese coast. On the 28th, a Navy De Soto patrol, consisting solely of the destroyer Maddox, also commenced sailing close to the coast to collect radar and communications intelligence and to make a show of force. Hanoi broadcasts revealed that the North Vietnamese knew of the burgeoning covert activity. In a talk with newsmen in July, Air Commander Wen Cao Ki admitted that troops were being parachuted into North Vietnam. He said training was in progress for bigger special missions, entailing ground attacks and airborne operations beyond the confines of South Vietnam. Conferring with Ambassador Taylor on July 23rd, General Khan insisted that the war had entered a new phase. South Vietnam needed to be on the offensive. But the next day, he asked Taylor whether he should resign. In a cable to the State Department, the ambassador said that if the United States opposed a march to the north, the Vietnamese might break with American policy. A single maverick pilot taking off for Hanoi with a load of bombs could touch off an unwarranted extension of hostilities. This would cloud the chances for internal pacification in Vietnam. The chief need, Taylor felt, was a stable Vietnamese government, and that required time. To gain this time, he suggested that the Vietnamese military make contingency plans for heightened actions against North Vietnam. But the Vietnamese chafed for action. 4 of their patrol boats, operating under U.S. guidance, left Da Nang on July 30th and sailed north. That night they shelled a radar station on Hon Mae Island and a radio transmitter on Hon Nu Island. Both installations were off the North Vietnamese coast near Vinh, and both were deeply involved in Hanoi's sea infiltration. During late afternoon on August 2nd, 3 high-speed North Vietnamese Swatow patrol boats fired on the destroyer Maddox, which was in international waters 28 miles off the enemy's coast. The Maddox and planes from the carrier Ticonderoga returned the fire. At first, Defense Secretary McNamara thought that the attack was either a miscalculation by the government or an impulsive act of a local commander. In any event, President Johnson immediately dispatched a note of protest to Hanoi. He made public his orders that the Navy continue patrols in the Gulf of Tonkin and add a second destroyer. On August 3rd, the Maddox, now accompanied by the Sea Turner Joy, re-entered the Gulf. Air patrols from the Ticonderoga covered both destroyers by day. That night, South Vietnamese forces raided a radar station on Cape Vin Son and a security station near Qua Ron. After dark and in bad weather on the 4th, the Maddox reported that it was being fired upon. Admiral Sharp, CINCPAC, asked the JCS for a new rule of engagement, allowing U.S. aircraft to pursue planes into hostile airspace instead of stopping at a 3-mile line off the North Vietnamese coast. He also sought authority to launch instant punitive airstrikes on North Vietnam as retaliations for the attacks on the Maddox. President Johnson shared this reaction. The United States had to show it meant business. He stressed in a radio and television address to the American people that the U.S. response to the hostile action would be limited and fitting. Even so, he directed the Pacific Fleet on August 5th to make a single all-out assault on the North Vietnamese Swatow boat bases and their supporting POL storage at Vinh. Together with a reprisal attack, the President approved and the JCS ordered emergency actions to move additional forces to the Pacific, especially into Southeast Asia. Saigon had previously agreed to positioning more USAF units in the country, and on August 5th, planes began to arrive. 6 F-102 jet interceptors of the 509th Fighter Squadron flew from Clark Air Force Base to Da Nang. 6 others from the 16th Fighter Squadron at Naha Air Base, Okinawa, touched down at Tan Son Nhut. 8 F-100s of the 615th Tactical Fighter Squadron, still on rotational deployment at Clark, went to Da Nang. On the evening of August 5th, 36 B-57s of the 8th and 13th Bomber Squadrons had trouble getting into Bien Hoa. The rain obscured the pilot's view and made the runway slick. One plane, during approach, crashed in Viet Cong territory, and 2 suffered damage upon landing. 6 RF-101s out of Kadena and Misawa Air Base, Japan, augmented the Able-Mable reconnaissance planes at Tan Son Nhut. The 405th Tactical Wing sent 10 F-100s from Clark to Takli, Thailand. 8 KB-50s from PACAF's 421st Air Refueling Squadron moved from Yokota to Tan Son Nhut and Takli. 8 F-105 jet fighters of the 36th Tactical Fighter Squadron flew from Yokota to Clark, then to Korat in Thailand on August 9th. Under JCS direction, the Commander-in-Chief, United States Strike Command, deployed a TAC Composite Airstrike Force. F-100s of the 522nd and 614th Tactical Fighter Squadrons landed at Clark on August 8th and 9th. 6 RF-101s of the 363rd Composite Reconnaissance Unit reached Kadena on the 13th. 48 C-130 transports from the 314th, 463rd, and 516th Troop Carrier Wings arrived at Clark and Kadena between the 9th and 21st of August. For in-flight refueling, the Strategic Air Command furnished 48 KC-135 jet tankers that operated mainly from Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii and Anderson Air Force Base on Guam. SAC further formed a task force of 8 KC-135s at Clark. General Moore on August 6th created a 2nd Air Division command post at Tan Son Nhut, separate from the combined Vietnamese USAF Air Operations Center. Using just the U.S. side of the tactical air control system, he began to tie together all the USAF units in that area. On August 5th, General Westmoreland had met with General Cong and Vietnamese commanders to outline the purpose for the retaliatory strike on the Swatow boat bases and oil storage sites. Westmoreland advised, and Cong agreed, to place the Vietnamese on maximum alert against Viet Cong reprisals. The MACV commander added that if the North Vietnamese or Chinese attacked South Vietnam, he would loose airstrikes on targets of his choice without requiring a green light from Washington. Ambassador Taylor afterwards called on Cong. He handed him a letter from President Johnson underlining the need for the closest bilateral consultation. Cong assured Taylor that he fully understood and accepted this requirement. The U.S. retaliatory attack on August 6th involved 64 aircraft launched in 2 waves from the carriers Ticonderoga and Constellation. The strikes on 5 boat bases and the Vin oil storage destroyed 8 boats and damaged 21, put the oil reservoirs 90% out of commission, and lost 2 planes to anti-aircraft fire. Shortly thereafter, at the request of the United States, the Canadian member of the International Control Commission visited the North Vietnamese premier in Hanoi. The Canadians said that the United States viewed Hanoi's role in Laos and South Vietnam as critical and threatening. He warned that if North Vietnam persisted in its aggression, it would expect to suffer the consequences. The premier was utterly unintimidated and calmly resolved to pursue his course. His indifference might have reflected a recent increase in air strength. North Vietnamese aircraft had included 30 trainers, 50 transports, and 4 light helicopters. But on August 7th, aerial photos of Phuc Yen airfield near Hanoi showed 39 MiG-15-17 jet fighters apparently just flown in from China. More of these jets were on Hainan Island and South China bases. General Harris, PACAF commander, saw that the MiGs on Phuc Yen posed a direct threat to his forces in Southeast Asia. He proposed to Admiral Sharp that destroying the communist jet aircraft would be a sharp lesson to China and would deter any fresh enemy plans for attack. The USAF F-105s at Korat could conduct the operation, but the F-100s on alert at Da Nang were closer to the target. With cluster bomb unit, CBU-2A, munitions, the planes could prosecute a low-level, high-speed, surprise attack on the parked aircraft. Then, using AGM-12B missiles as well as rockets, flak suppression missions and strikes against individual surviving aircraft could be carried out. But Sharp needed the go-ahead from higher authority, and it was not given. On August 7th, General Westmoreland suggested that MACV and the Vietnamese government make General Moore the combined air commander. With a Vietnamese deputy, Moore could exercise operational control over U.S. Vietnamese air power for all missions. These would encompass airstrikes into North Vietnam and Laos, defensive actions in South Vietnam, and air support of mobile ground forces in the northern provinces of South Vietnam. Assisted by MACV, the Vietnamese armed forces were to have the primary task of controlling the counterinsurgency inside the country. Admiral Sharp made it clear that he, as CINCPAC, would manage the air activities against North Vietnam through PACAF and the Pacific Fleet. PACAF would work through 13th Air Force and 2nd Air Division. Since the latter reported to both MACV and PACAF, coordination would be easy. As for the MACV commander, he was to center on purging the Viet Cong and pacifying the country. Although events in Laos disturbed policymakers during the summer of 1964, intelligence officers looked for the most serious escalation of the conflict to occur in Vietnam. Peking and Hanoi evidently felt there was a better chance to gain power by dint of a collapse of the Saigon government. Ambassador Taylor estimated the chance of such a collapse at about 50%. The Cong government had been unable to rebuild the political control structure between Saigon and the hamlets, which had disappeared following the overthrow and death of Diem in November 1963. Morale had plummeted, assisted in its drop by the constant threat of assassination or another coup. To Taylor, the most valid and realistic objectives were to bolster Saigon, press the campaign against the Viet Cong, and be prepared to act against North Vietnam by January 1, 1965. At President Johnson's request, the Senate and House on August 10th enacted a joint resolution giving him authority to prosecute military operations as he saw fit. Tied to the North Vietnamese attacks on the destroyer Maddox in the Gulf of Tonkin, the resolution read in part, "Consonant with the Constitution of the United States and the Charter of the United Nations, and in accordance with its obligations under the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty, the United States is prepared, as the President determines, to take all necessary steps, including the use of armed force, to assist any member or protocol state requesting assistance in defense of its freedom." Yet there was a nagging doubt as to whether the Maddox had actually been attacked on the night of August 4th. High-speed naval operations at night made precise observation and rapid and accurate reporting difficult. In September, Hanoi would publish a lengthy white paper to justify the August 2nd attack as proper defense against a covert operation, but it declared that none of its naval craft was in the area 2 nights later. William P. Bundy, Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs, was impressed by Ambassador Taylor's assessment of the Cong government's weakness. He therefore drafted a policy memorandum for the National Security Council, entitled Next Courses of Actions in Southeast Asia. There was to be an initial short holding phase for the remainder of August to avoid actions that might intensify the war. Then would come a limited pressure phase, lasting through the rest of the year, to maintain the morale of the Cong government without risking escalation. This phase would witness covert operations against North Vietnam, training of Vietnamese pilots to fly jet aircraft, moves across the border into the Laotian Panhandle, reinstatement of naval patrols in the Gulf of Tonkin, and tit-for-tat reprisals. Finally, more serious pressures were to start on January 1, 1965. For example, initial measures to destroy enemy infiltration routes and facilities would progress to the bombardment of military targets in North Vietnam. Exactly how unstable the Cong government was became clear on the 16th of August. The Military Revolutionary Council elected Cong president and made General Duong Van Minh supreme advisor. Student and Buddhist demonstrations instantly erupted. In Hawaii, far from the turmoil in Saigon, Admiral Sharp thought that the United States could not afford to lose the momentum that the Tonkin Gulf response had created. He wanted to exert more pressure against the Communists in Laos, both on the Plain of Jars and in the Panhandle. He also wanted to expand and continue covert operations and naval patrols. Because the USAF units at Da Nang, Bien Hoa, and Tan Son Nhut were vulnerable to Viet Cong attack, he suggested that U.S. ground troops be brought to Vietnam to defend the bases. He further advocated that the United States set up a major base at Da Nang to show that Americans meant to stay in Southeast Asia until American aims were attained. In the midst of the rioting in Saigon, Ambassador Taylor recommended that the United States try to gain time for the Cong government. He opposed getting deeply involved with North Vietnam and possibly China. Like Bundy, he thought that Hanoi should be checked in its infiltration by limited pressure until January 5, 1965. Then, such measures as covert operations, extensive patrolling, U-2 flights over North Vietnam, air and ground strikes in Laos, and bombing of the North should be stepped up. On August 24th, Ambassador Taylor chaired a long session of the mission council he had formed to include General Westmoreland. The members discussed alternative options in Vietnam, but found it difficult to define an incident that warranted American reprisal. On the same day, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were reviewing a list of 94 possible bombing targets in North Vietnam, compiled in June and July. The targets fell into 5 categories: airfields, lines of communication, military installations, industrial facilities, and armed reconnaissance routes. President Cong resigned on the 25th of August. 2 days later, the Military Revolutionary Council named a triumvirate of provincial leaders as an interim ruling body. Undeterred by these developments, the JCS sent the list of bombing targets to CINCPAC and directed that strike plans be devised for 4 patterns of attack in an ascending order of severity. The Joint Chiefs informed Secretary McNamara of their disagreement with Ambassador Taylor's position. They considered much stronger military pressures on North Vietnam to be needed, in particular to provide a psychological boost to the Saigon government. The chiefs urged bombing the listed targets in North Vietnam at once. Secretary McNamara on August 31st asked the Joint Chiefs to answer 3 questions about the 94 targets. After a full-scale assault on the targets, would enough ordnance and POL be left to defend Southeast Asia from Chinese attack? What would be the effects of each of the 4 patterns of attack on the North Vietnamese economy, on its capacity to support the Pathet Lao and the Viet Cong, and on its ability to enlarge North Vietnamese military forces in South Vietnam and Laos? And finally, if the destruction of the 94 targets failed to stifle Hanoi's will to wage war, what course of action was feasible? These were tough questions indeed. In Saigon on September 3rd, a 15-man leadership committee replaced the ruling triumvirate and picked Khan as acting premier and Min as chairman. A short time later, Ambassador Taylor, Secretary of State Rusk, Secretary of Defense McNamara, and JCS Chairman Wheeler gathered to weigh courses of action for the United States. The group sharply revised Bundy's prior outline of graduated pressures. The members agreed that the Saigon government would be too weak for 2 or 3 months for the United States to take any major and deliberate action, risking escalation. The Communists were not likely to provoke the United States, but Saigon should be assisted to show that the United States was serious in its aims, while keeping risks low and under control. American naval patrols in the Gulf of Tonkin, suspended after the Maddox affair, could be resumed. The patrols ought to stay outside the 12-mile limit and be clearly divorced from the South Vietnamese covert operations, which should concentrate on maritime raids. South Vietnamese air and ground operations, linked to airstrikes by Laotian pilots in the Panhandle, should begin. Lastly, the United States should be alert to answer an attack upon American personnel or a special enemy action against Vietnam. Yet it should not deliberately provoke an incident to justify a retaliation. These proposals went to the President and to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. On September 8th, General LeMay told the chiefs that the courses of action did not convey a clear and positive signal to Hanoi of U.S. resolution. General Wallace M. Greene, Jr., Marine Corps Commandant, sided with LeMay, for he also thought that the 94 targets should be bombed. The next day, McNamara and Wheeler talked about the Joint Chiefs' feelings. They saw the danger to be drastic American action triggering a strong reaction that the Saigon regime could not meet. President Johnson accepted the more cautious course on September 10th. He ordered U.S. naval patrols to be resumed, covert operations to be reviewed, and talks with the Laotian government to be opened on limited air and ground operations in the Panhandle. But the first order of business was shoring up the Saigon government. American attempts to do so met with slight success. On September 13th, the 4 Corps commanders started a coup. Proclaiming that Khan had capitulated to Buddhist and student demands, he led armored elements into Saigon, occupied public buildings, and disarmed the national police. The Vietnamese Air Force stayed loyal to Khan and made a show of force against the coup. The U.S. State Department announced firm support for Khan. The rebellious forces then withdrew. Khan carried out sweeping changes among his military commanders and appointed a high national council of 17 civilians to draft a constitution and designate a civil chief of state. Outwardly, this seemed a step towards stabilizing the government. By October 1st, however, American intelligence estimated scant improvement. Meanwhile, pacification efforts virtually collapsed because the paralyzed military staff in Saigon could not reach decisions. As President Johnson desired, U.S. destroyers Morton and Edwards entered the Gulf of Tonkin on patrol. During the night of September 17th, however, the ships reported and fired on radar contacts. At Joint Chiefs' direction, CINCPAC called for sizable reprisal air attacks on North Vietnam. Targets and weapons were changed several times, and the 2nd Air Division command post was swamped with orders and counter-orders. In the end, the air attacks were canceled because the Navy could not be absolutely sure that North Vietnamese action had actually occurred. The Joint Chiefs next enjoined CINCPAC to be ready to execute immediate airstrikes against pre-selected targets when naval patrols were in the Gulf. CINCPAC dictated that U.S. jets at Da Nang and Bien Hoa be alerted for attacking Phu Quien Airfield. When a SAC RB-47 was committed to weekly electronic intelligence flights over the Gulf of Tonkin, the naval patrols were abandoned. It began to appear that unless the United States assumed a more direct role in the struggle, the situation would go out of control. End of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20, Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965, by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Paul Hampton. Chapter 20, Diffusion of Air Assets. General Moore, the 2nd Air Division commander, counted General Westmoreland as the biggest booster of tactical air support in Vietnam. But Westmoreland's requests for more air resources in mid-1964 hewed to Army aviation doctrine. He asked for a 4th C-123 squadron, 16 planes, to take care of wholesale delivery supply under the Southeast Asia Military Airlift System, a 2nd Army CV-2 Caribou Company to handle retail deliveries within the core areas, 2 new Army helicopter companies numbering 70 UH-1Bs, some for command use, others for gunships, and 2 additional air-mobile platoons with 20 UH-1Bs. Among the 4,800 personnel in the package were 40 air liaison officer and forward air controller teams. PACAF understood and agreed to the need for the C-123 squadron in light of Viet Cong's success in attacking surface transportation, but an extra Caribou company seemed unnecessary if the CV-2s already in Vietnam were put under central control of the airlift system for common use. General LeMay disliked the more Odin position of complementary needs for armed helicopters and tactical air. He objected strongly to helicopter gunships. Despite the Air Force chief's contention that strike aircraft gave more firepower, Secretary of Defense McNamara on August 7, 1964, approved Westmoreland's list of requirements. 3 days later, a Royal Australian Air Force detachment of 6 Caribous arrived at Tan Son Nhut and went under control of the airlift system. But the new Army Caribou Company reaching Vietnam in September remained outside systematic control. The Air Force Reserve furnished the fresh squadron of C-123s, the planes flown to Tan Son Nhut in mid-September by rotating replacement crews. In early October, the 19th Air Commando Squadron, troop carrier, was formed and assigned to the 315th Troop Carrier Group. In August, the Joint Chiefs of Staff had forwarded General LeMay's question on the comparative merits of tactical air and armed helicopters. General Westmoreland, MACV commander, responded and asserted that the latter had numerous advantages over strike aircraft support. General Moore took exception and argued that many of the alleged benefits were invalid. Continuing discussions consumed a lot of staff energy that might better have gone to the combat situation. Westmoreland did not neglect tactical aviation, even though he heartily endorsed armed helicopters. For the first time, MACV critiques of Vietnamese ground operations pointed out missed opportunities for tactical air support. For example, in Phu Yen Province on August 19, 3 battalions attacked about 500 Viet Cong without once calling for strike aircraft. This, MACV commented, was the major fault of the operation. Past counterinsurgency experts had viewed airstrikes as impeding pacification. Then Leon Gower, an analyst with the RAND Corporation, interviewed Viet Cong prisoners and concluded that the adverse effects were far less than assumed. He further found that since the Viet Cong were on the lookout for strike aircraft, they feared even liaison planes. Yet MACV desired more helicopters because strike aircraft and liaison planes were too few, a shortage seen by General Moore as the most important limiting factor in the USAF effort. Due to training demands, only 8 of the 29 A-1Es of the 1st Air Commando Squadron were on hand for 12 combat sorties a day. An average of just 30 Vietnamese A-1Hs were available for 35 to 45 combat sorties. 8 aircraft of the 1st Air Commando Squadron crashed, at least 2 due to enemy ground fire. These A-1Es were shot down on the night of September 23 when silhouetted by flares while making a low-level napalm pass. General Moore had proposed in August that the Vietnamese be given a 5th and a 6th A-1H squadron, and he asked that the B-57 and F-100 jets at Bien Ha and Da Nang be used within the country. MACV and the JCS concurred. When the Joint Chiefs took up in September the matter of lagging tactical air support, they suggested using jets, but President Johnson was unwilling to do so. To up USAF sorties, Ambassador Taylor advocated deleting the need for a bona fide Vietnamese trainee pilot aboard an A-1E during a combat mission. Perhaps, the Joint Chiefs said, USAF A-1Es could fly combat while carrying a Vietnamese observer if a pilot was not on hand. Although at first entirely negative, Secretary McNamara on September 25 agreed to permit A-1E combat operations with a Vietnamese observer or student pilot aboard. The JCS tried again to allow USAF crews to respond to immediate and emergency air requests, but Ambassador Taylor still resisted opening the door to wider use of American crews, and McNamara agreed. In October, the Joint Chiefs authorized A-1Es to engage in combat with a Vietnamese pilot or observer aboard. For the Vietnamese Air Force, they recommended a 5th A-1H squadron in May 1965 and a 6th in October 1965. Until then, 2 USAF A-1E units were required in the country. During October-December 1964, the 34th Tactical Group and the Vietnamese Air Force slightly expanded their strike aircraft. Organized under the 34th Group on October 12, the USAF 602nd Fighter Commando Squadron began to build in both personnel and planes. The 520th, or 4th Vietnamese Fighter Squadron, formed at Bien Ha in October, prepared to move to the new Can Tho airfield. In December, the 34th Group flew about 50 A-1 sorties a day, 17 of them available for combat. The planes performed admirably on strike missions, but proved hard to maintain, chiefly due to in-flight engine failures. The Americans nevertheless kept 80% of the aircraft operational. In contrast, the Vietnamese could muster only 58%. For example, the 516th Fighter Squadron at Da Nang had 15 aircraft, but its sortie rate was about 6 per day. The 520th Fighter Squadron flew a few missions in December, but construction lagged at Can Tho, later called Binh Thuy, and the field was insecure at night. Beginning December 20th, the squadron daily deployed a detachment of 5 A-1Hs to Binh Thuy. The pilots were on call for missions until they returned to Bien Ha just before nightfall. The expansion of the Vietnamese Air Force was supported by adequate aircraft delivery and aircrew training. It suffered from troubles in training maintenance men, owing in part to shortages of ground support and handling equipment. The Vietnamese borrowed a few dollies, loading hoists, and other equipment from the 34th Tactical Group. Only main bases like Bien Ha owned these items, which hardly helped the situation at forward bases. On October 8th, at the height of the Tonkin Gulf crisis, PACAF issued orders inactivating the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron, as had earlier been planned. General Westmoreland expressed surprise to Admiral Sharp and asked to retain the unit. In lieu of giving the O-1 liaison planes to the Vietnamese 116th Liaison Squadron as contemplated, Westmoreland proposed the purchase of U-17A aircraft to equip that unit. On September 25, Defense Secretary McNamara approved. The 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron was reactivated at Bien Ha on October 31. MACV recommended 30 more planes for it, and each of the 4 Vietnamese liaison units as well. The reversal of the earlier phase-out decision left the squadron in limbo. Until pipeline support could be restored, the 34th Tactical Group possessed 24 O-1s and 12 liaison pilots, 3 of whom were about to complete their tours. A detachment of O-1Fs stayed at Bien Ha to train newly graduated Vietnamese pilots arriving from Nha Trang. 10 O-1Fs with liaison officers and forward air controllers went under the Air Support Operations Centers. The USAF controller with the 14th Regiment at Tri Vinh was Captain Lloyd E. Lewis. When he received an O-1 and a Vietnamese observer in September, he began to fly day-long surveillance missions coordinated with the Vinh Binh Province commander. The result was an appreciable decline in Viet Cong activity. Friendly ground action became more productive, as did interdiction targeting and airstrikes. In September, William P. Graham and Aaron H. Katz of RAND studied the use of USAF liaison officers and forward air controllers on constant visual reconnaissance and strike control. The 2 analysts gathered data for a new concept they called the Single Integrated Attack Team. The idea was presented in Saigon, Hawaii, and Washington in October, and next in a RAND report. The theory favored small and closely coordinated air and ground strike forces as the best counterinsurgency weapon. O-1 crews were to carry out continuous and extensive airborne surveillance and strike control. They would work with Special Forces ground teams of about 80 men, who were to hold the Viet Cong groups long enough for strike aircraft to sweep in. Unfortunately, the concept was better suited to an insurgency in its initial stages than to the field warfare the Viet Cong were starting to wage. Meanwhile, General Cang had embarked on a general shakeup following the abortive coup attempt against him in September. His sweeping personnel changes in the Joint General Staff and among the field commanders produced officers unfamiliar with the air request system. To explain the system's features, a team from the USAF Air Ground Operations School completed a countrywide circuit in October and November. But all attempts to persuade the Vietnamese to assign sufficient workers to the request net, to disperse O-1As to forward locations, and to let others besides Vietnamese air observers mark targets were fruitless. The field commanders refused to be bypassed in requests for airstrikes. Neither the Vietnamese Air Force nor ground commanders were willing to assume responsibility under civil law for mistakes that the other might make in marking targets. Strike pilots refrained from accepting targets unless a Vietnamese air observer designated them, and deploying O-1As to forward and remote airstrips meant danger from guerrillas, logistics difficulties, and loss of command control. Despite these drawbacks, Secretary McNamara in November approved a 5th and 6th Fighter Squadron for the Vietnamese Air Force. He authorized building the Vietnamese liaison squadrons to 30 aircraft each by deliveries of 68 O-1As and U-17As from March through May 1965. He said he would probably go along with General Westmoreland's request to give the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron 30 O-1Fs. However, he wanted to postpone his decision until the political climate in Saigon improved. The continuous surveillance concept could not be properly set in motion during the winter of 1964-65 due to the dearth of USAF and Vietnamese aircraft and forward air controllers. By December, the 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron was down to 7 airmen and 9 pilots when it received 8 single-engine pilots who needed to be checked out in O-1s. The Vietnamese liaison squadrons owned only 60 of 120 authorized O-1As and U-17As. In the 2 Corps, there were just 4 O-1 controllers on hand. In compensation, USAF Research and Development had turned out some new weapons that TAC's Special Air Warfare Center had tested. A munitions survey team visiting Vietnam thought that these weapons and new techniques ought to replace older munitions and methods. The hazards of Viet Cong ground fire to low-flying aircraft, particularly those on napalm runs, demanded a different approach to hamlet defense. Fragmentation clusters replaced napalm on night flare-assisted missions. Fighters delivered the clusters from a dive to shave the time they were silhouetted by flare light. The 1st Combat Application Group at Eglin Air Force Base had devised and tested a 3-gun side-firing installation in a C-47. The air staff called for operational testing of these rapid-fire 7.62mm Gatling guns, miniguns, either affixed to the racks of an A-1 or mounted and fired from the side cargo doors of an orbiting C-47. In September, Mark 44 Lazy Dog free-falling finned bullets were approved for use in Vietnam. The Lazy Dog worked well at first, but not in terrain covered with heavy growth. The fins of the small projectiles easily bent out of shape when loaded into the dispensers from which they were dropped. This caused the missiles to tumble and lose their impact. Moreover, the size and shape of the pattern of the falling projectiles were erratic. Clearly, Lazy Dog was no substitute for napalm when enemy and friendly troops were fairly close to each other. Other new weapons also proved not entirely reliable. Tests by the 1st Combat Application Group verified that it was desirable to modify the C-47 with lateral firing miniguns. Still, PACAF and TAC were reluctant to employ the minigun-equipped plane in combat. They deemed it obsolete, vulnerable to ground fire, and unable to perform as well as strike aircraft. To General John P. McConnell, Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, who would succeed General LeMay as chief on February 1, 1965, an armed C-47 was a highly specialized weapon for use solely in areas of light ground fire. The aircraft could fly long night alert missions and react swiftly to surprise attacks. Circling above small arms range, it could pin down the enemy until fighters got there. The armed C-47 would help offset the shortage of strike aircraft and the inefficiency of night fighter airborne alerts. Following a November 2 briefing on the armed C-47, General LeMay ordered a combat evaluation that got underway in early December. A test team led by Major Ronald W. Terry fitted 2 C-47s of the 34th Tactical Group with miniguns. These aircraft were an instant success against enemy troops in the open. Using an improvised gun sight and putting the plane's wing down in a pylon 8 turn, the pilot could direct fire from the 3 miniguns mounted in the left-hand cargo door. When fired together, they spewed 18,000 rounds per minute into a space about the size of a football field. An aerial gunner cleared jams and reloaded the weapons in flight. While the small-caliber bullets were easily deflected in wooded stretches, the AC-47 gunships were outstanding for night fort and hamlet defense. Awed by the stream of tracers, the Viet Cong spoke of the new ray gun turned upon them. Integrated air reconnaissance fully responsive to users' need did not develop in 1964. And the absence of a coordinated reconnaissance intelligence target system was a serious defect. The main stumbling block was the splintering of air reconnaissance in and out of the country. Many elements were involved, but the stateside USAF Tactical Air Reconnaissance Center placed most of the blame on the shortage of keen and influential senior Air Force officers in Vietnam. By early 1964, the reconnaissance assets of 2nd Air Division had consisted of 6 Able-Mable RF-101s, 2 experimental infrared RB-57s, 2 experimental infrared FB-26s, and 2 night photo RB-26Cs, plus the 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron, formerly a photo processing cell. All operated under Detachment 1, 33rd Tactical Group, but supported the 2nd Air Division's Director of Intelligence. Time and again, Colonel Harvey E. Henderson, 2nd Air Division's Deputy Commander, had suggested that all these resources be brought into a tactical reconnaissance squadron. To do so, however, would have exceeded the Air Force's authorized unit force levels. Mirroring the talk of phasing out the American forces from Vietnam, planners programmed a decline in U.S. reconnaissance. Furthermore, the Vietnamese 716th Composite Reconnaissance Squadron, with 3 RC-47s and 18 RT-28s, together with photo processing cells in the core tactical zones, was becoming operational. Except for problems in camera installation, this squadron was making solid progress. As the 716th reached its projected goal in early 1964 of 374 sorties a month, the Able-Mable RF-101s were to depart along with 6 Army Mohawk armed photoreconnaissance planes. Unforeseen events buffeted the projections. The U-2 aircraft from Bien Ha flew very high-altitude photo missions over Southeast Asia. Film from these flights swamped the 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron, which had to call upon other PACAF, SAC, and Navy facilities in the Philippines and Japan. Unfortunately, the U-2 photography needed for national strategic planning had slight value for tactical users. Moreover, the wing stress weakness of the B-26 led to the removal of the RB-26s from Vietnam at the close of March 1964, diminishing night photo coverage. At the same time, the Vietnamese reconnaissance program ran into technical snags. The improved RC-47 infrared photo systems were operational in April and could locate the enemy by heat source imagery. But MACV intelligence could not use this information because procedures had not been worked out to exploit the infrared photography. 2 things were to alter sharply the whole reconnaissance program: the U.S. decision in May to begin air reconnaissance over Laos, and Secretary McNamara's orders to retrain Vietnamese RT-28 pilots for a 4th A-1H squadron. 6 more USAF RF-101s arrived to augment the 6 Able-Mable aircraft. All RT-28s were removed from the Vietnamese 716th Squadron, and 3 RC-47s were assigned to the Vietnamese 43rd Transport Group. After a few transport missions, the RC-47s were restored to photo duty in the 3 and 4 Corps. In mid-year, the RF-101s commenced flying out of Tan Son Nhut over Laos, yet authorized occasional night photography and infrared reconnaissance were out of the question. The 2 RC-47s for this work had no self-contained navigation systems, chiefly terrain clearance radar, and mountains and uncertain weather made the flights too hazardous. The Air Force set up delivery of 2 more RC-47s with Doppler navigation and in-flight readout infrared sensors. These planes could not be modified and in place until December 1964. General Harris, PACAF commander, pressed for low-level reconnaissance to secure more detailed coverage for tactical air operations. Admiral Sharp had no hope of obtaining blanket approval for these flights due to their danger to low-flying planes. SINCPAC needed to justify each mission to officials in Washington on a case-by-case basis. As the photo reconnaissance workload grew in South Vietnam, PACAF sent 6 more RF-101s to Tan Son Nhut. Another 6 RF-101s that had been dispatched to Kadena in the wake of the Tonkin Gulf crisis also assisted. The Vietnamese RC-47s continued their coverage in the 3 and 4 Corps, 2 Vietnamese air crews being permanently assigned to reconnaissance. Requests for photography forwarded straight to air support operations centers markedly increased. Since photo reconnaissance could not capture rapidly shifting guerrilla operations, interest in other air reconnaissance techniques quickened. Airborne radio direction finding held promise, and the Army's 3rd Radio Research Unit operated 3 assorted aircraft. These planes furnished important intelligence of the Viet Cong order of battle, but they could not make precise enough fixes of enemy transmitters to permit air targeting. In the United States, the Air Force tested a C-47, later an EC-47, that could plot the location of a 10-watt radio transmitter within 1 degree at a range of 25 nautical miles. In January 1964, PACAF requested 7 C-47s fitted with more sensitive and accurate radio direction finders. However, the Air Force delayed approval until the experimental plane could be tested in Vietnam. Conducted during February-June 1964, the test showed the tactical advantage of equipment that gave lines of position to an enemy transmitter regardless of the aircraft's heading. The plane could fly past a transmitter without revealing interest in it, whereas Army gear required a series of head bearings on the transmitter. Yet, as the testing bore out, the C-47 direction finder was not sufficiently sensitive to plot the very low-power, short-range radios used by the insurgents. A better way to pinpoint enemy actions seemed to be infrared reconnaissance sensors. In mid-1964, while 2 USAF RB-57s waited for tactical work, MACV requested 2 Army infrared-equipped OV-1Cs to help carry out visual and photographic night surveillance. General Moore asked why the Mohawks were needed when the RB-57s were there. MACV was surprised that an infrared capability was already on hand, but proceeded to justify a requirement for 4 OV-1Cs. These were to feature side-looking airborne radar in infrared sensors that could be read out in flight. The 2 RB-57s had older infrared sets, requiring film to be developed and interpreted on the ground after the mission. In December, the Air Force provided 2 extra RB-57s with in-flight infrared readout. The older RB-57s were retrofitted with newer equipment and returned to service. Word of the Mohawks authorized to MACV reached General LeMay. He wanted them put under the operational control of the 2nd Air Division as part of a joint counterinsurgency reconnaissance task force. General Moore hoped to get authority to coordinate all infrared reconnaissance for MACV, but General Westmoreland favored a quite different control arrangement. In mid-1964, USAF air liaison officers and forward air controllers easily observed Viet Cong activity. Their liaison planes flew over enemy-held areas during the day, and even more at night when the guerrillas kindled fires to cook their food. The infrared sensor aircraft had the mission of collecting heat-radiating intelligence. Experimental night flights of the RB-57s produced infrared photos with hotspots. These, when correlated with ground intelligence, confirmed the positions of Viet Cong camps in Zones C and D. The infrared section of the 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron processed the results of each night's infrared mission. From October 1964 on, enemy locations, usually the coordinates of the cooking fire sites, were phoned at once to the Corps Tactical Operations Center. After collation with other intelligence, infrared material was useful for artillery and airstrikes. While the RB-57s were in test during July, 29 infrared targets were requested and 21 were completed. With one more RB-57 in use in December, there were 261 requests for infrared and 228 executed. Most infrared coverage was in the 3 Corps. To exploit both visual and infrared sightings, the 2nd Air Division proposed target centers for the other corps. These centers were to funnel information and needs to the Air Operations Center, which would coordinate strike aircraft. On December 20, 1964, however, MACV formed the Central Target Analysis and Research Center at Tan Son Nhut as a unit of MACV J2 intelligence. Its main mission was to coordinate Army and Air Force infrared reconnaissance. The center set up units at the Corps headquarters, and they were responsive to MACV J2. Flights by RB-57s and OV-1Cs proved invaluable. By January 1965, the new setup was absorbing the entire infrared capability in Vietnam. In February, there were so many requests for RF-101 coverage that the 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron was again unable to handle the processing load. Chiefly through correlation of infrared sensor indications with other intelligence, the center identified 250 possible enemy targets in 2 months. Included were Viet Cong battalion camps in Phuoc Thi province that would eventually be struck by B-57 jet bombers. Although the Air Force supported the MACV program to improve intelligence, The system removed control of infrared sorties and much of the RF-101 effort from the Air Operations Center. MACV enjoyed several intelligence sources that by law could not be disclosed to Vietnamese agencies. Consequently, the Vietnamese delayed and in some cases refused to allow strikes against targets so generated. The Central Target Analysis and Research Center worked at cross purposes with the 2nd Air Division's desire to develop close relations with province chiefs for intelligence and quick air targeting. Had the MACV system been staffed with more USAF targeting, interpretation, and reconnaissance officers, they might have produced more airstrikes. But General Westmoreland regarded all air operations as support for ground troops and of necessity responsive to ground commanders. He even included interdiction, a normal USAF responsibility. Hence, the MACV J2 had the principal say on how air reconnaissance and surveillance resources were to be used. This left the 2nd Air Division's commander working through the Air Operations Center with only nominal operational control over reconnaissance forces. These, like the aircraft flying close support and interdiction in South Vietnam, became chiefly geared to ground needs. So too the airlift. Although General LeMay preferred to have C-123 assault transports used in tactical operations rather than as logistics carriers, the insecure rail and road net imposed great stress on air. At times, U.S. commanders joked that the Vietnamese Army refused to travel on the ground and to keep roads and rails open because the Air Force moved everything for them. The adding of air escort for trains and convoys did little to restrain requests for air movements. The 315th Troop Carrier Group at Tan Son Nhut operated the Southeast Asia Airlift System. Its Transport Control Office in the Air Operations Center managed common-use airlift in South Vietnam and Thailand. Assigned to the 315th Air Division at Tachikawa Air Base, Japan, the group came under MACV operational control, exercised by the 2nd Air Division. American and Vietnamese forces projected monthly airlift requirements and sent them to the Joint Airlift Allocation Board in MACV J4, Logistics. The board, in fact, consisted of one officer in the J4 Movements branch. He screened and processed the requests, set priorities, and with the Joint General Staff levied the requirements on the airlift units by monthly increments. The 315th Group Commander also served as Director of Air Transportation for the Southeast Asia Airlift System. In theory, he could call upon the 48 USAF C-123s of his 3 squadrons, 3 C-47s of the 1st Air Commando Squadron, 2 of 16 U.S. Army CV-2B Caribou transports, several Vietnamese C-47s, and 2 Bristol Type 170 transports of the Royal New Zealand Air Force operating in Thailand. Actually, 3 C-123s and 3 Air Commando C-47s were kept on station at Nha Trang to support U.S. Army Special Forces at remote spots. A fire brigade of 3 C-123s at Tan Son Nhut and 1 at Da Nang stood alert, ready to respond on 15-minute notice to the need for a paratroop drop or equivalent emergency. Besides, 2 C-123s were regularly allocated for service in Thailand, and the Vietnamese C-47s were usually flying other missions. Colonel David T. Fleming, commander of the 315th Troop Carrier Group, depicted the airlift system as a hodgepodge of badly tacked together elements saturated with requirements. The sole officer on the Joint Airlift Allocation Board could not possibly screen requests for validity. Cargo that should have gone by surface transportation was airlifted, and cargo for airlift was often late or absent at air terminals. Communications for keeping track of transport flights were unreliable. Aircraft frequently left bases empty or partially loaded. The great demands constantly pushed the C-123s above their programmed 60 hours of flying time a month per aircraft. They were wearing out, stressed by landings and takeoffs on rough fields. By May 1964, skin wrinkles appeared on the top sides of 2 planes. Further inspection at Tan Son Nhut disclosed visible damage on all 37 C-123s that had been in Vietnam for nearly 3 years. 11 required extensive repairs. Those at Da Nang in the theater for a year had minor damage. Airlift further declined when C-123s went to Thailand in July to join the 2 on station there. That same month, 2 U.S. Army Caribous were lost in crashes. The debut in August of 6 CV-2B Caribous of the Royal Australian Air Force helped redress the balance. They contributed 600 tons of short-range airlift a month, proving that all the caribous could be scheduled and used within a centralized system. The system did well despite its shortcomings. Over the first half of 1964, the C-123s bore the bulk of the airlift load. They airdropped 1,270 tons of supplies, moved 1,252 paratroopers and 115 tons of material in assault missions, and flew 239 night flare sorties, dispensing flares 119 times. The Air Commando C-47s airdropped 405 tons of cargo and flew 1,338 air-landed resupply missions, 2,010 passengers, and 1,246 tons of supplies. As a rule, the two U.S. Army caribous made short hauls. They flew 7,939 air-landed sorties, 4,731 passengers, and 3,322 tons of cargo. The three USAF C-123s and the three Air Commando C-47s at Nha Trang delivered about 1,500 tons a month throughout 1964 to the scattered fortified outposts at remote sites held by Army Special Forces. Cargo loads varied from neatly packed bundles to bulky and unwieldy rolls of concertina wire, sandbags, and steel stakes, frequently a mixture of all. Landing strips at the forward locations were rough, and drop zones hard to find, especially in marginal weather. Enemy ground fire made low-altitude approaches dangerous. During 1964, more C-123s were hit by ground fire than any other type of fixed-wing aircraft. Lieutenant Colonel Victor N. Curtis, USAF Air Liaison Officer at Nha Trang, spoke of the C-47 and C-123 crews as some of the most professional and dedicated people he had ever known. The Special Forces likewise appreciated the air supply. They lent a hand in rigging AN/PRC-10 radios aboard the transports for communications with the camps, but the aircraft commanders commonly relied on smoke signals to direct landing and drops. The crews manhandled their airdrop cargo in a manner reminiscent of World War II. Through the autumn of 1964, the C-123s and C-47s supporting the Special Forces ran serious risks. A C-123 on October 24 tried to resupply an outpost in western Quang Duc Province, but could not make radio contact. The plane wandered over the Cambodian border and was shot down with the loss of all 8 crewmen. In December, half of the 310th Troop Carrier Squadron and 7 of its C-123s went to Nha Trang to replace the C-47s, which were withdrawn. The 7 C-123s, an Australian CV-2, and 3 Army CV-2s supported the Special Forces. The 4,200 new U.S. field advisors that General Westmoreland had asked for in June and July would need an average of 1,200 tons of airlift each month. Colonel Fleming therefore requested a C-123 squadron to bring his total to 4. Until that unit arrived, PACAF committed 11 C-130s from the 315th Air Division to the airlift in South Vietnam. These planes worked off the backlog of air cargo at the major terminals. The Gulf of Tonkin crisis in August had triggered a hurried deployment of USAF units into South Vietnam and Thailand. The 315th Division, aided by 3 TAC C-130 squadrons of the Composite Air Strike Force, handled these movements. The division's Detachment 3 at Clark Air Base functioned as the movement control center. In 1962, ranch hand C-123s had flown a series of defoliation missions in South Vietnam. See Chapter 10. The results led the Joint Chiefs to conclude in April 1963 that aerial spraying of herbicides had military value to kill the foliage, concealing the enemy, and to destroy his crops. The Kennedy administration granted joint authority to the U.S. ambassador and MACV to order defoliation spraying, but it cleared no U.S. crews and aircraft for spray missions against Viet Cong crops. Specific approval for each crop destruction target had to come from Washington. The chemicals worked best in the wet season when the vegetation was actively growing. Ranch hand therefore waited until June and July 1963 before clearing growth from the Saigon to Dai Lat power line and canals in the Cao Mau Peninsula. This and other spraying over the year improved the view and reduced cover for hostile ambush operations. There were 87 square kilometers defoliated through 1963 compared to 20 in 1962. In January 1964, the U.S. Army Division advisors were allowed to make wider use of aerial spray around depots, airfields, and outposts. They could also approve hand spray operations against enemy crops. Warnings had to go out to the civilian population before spraying. In consequence, the ranch hand C-123s flying at 150 feet were exposed to enemy ground fire. In 1962 and 1963, the average number of hits on each spray plane per mission was 4 small arms bullets. The risk rose in 1964 as spray flights treated areas totally dominated by the Viet Cong. On April 30, a ranch hand aircraft ran into 50 caliber fire that wounded the co-pilot and tore 40 holes in the plane. Fighters regularly escorted spray missions and struck the areas from which the C-123s took ground fire. The ranch hand C-123s staged to Da Nang in May and June 1964. They set about spraying the elephant grass and other vegetation that sheltered the enemy along the roads in the A Shau A Lui Valley and other areas near the Laotian border. Completed quickly before the Viet Cong could fully react, these flights sustained just 4 hits in the course of 26 sorties. On 5 spray missions in 3 Corps during May, C-123s were struck 15 times by ground fire. On 2 occasions, MACV suspended operations where heavy firing persisted. Ranch hand functioned on temporary duty until July 1964, supported by the Tactical Air Command. Then the 3 spray C-123s and their specialized crews became Detachment 1 of the 315th Troop Carrier Group, permanently assigned to PACAF. Though Vietnamese helicopters and ground troops had sprayed crops in 1962 and 1963, no American aircraft or personnel had been permitted to take part in crop destruction prior to 1964. On July 29, 1964, Ambassador Taylor received the authority to approve crop destruction operations without first referring them to Washington. In May, VNAF helicopters had resumed crop destruction but were unable to spray crops in certain areas. Taylor therefore directed ranch hand to spray some crop targets beginning on October 30. The ranch hand planes had to operate under the farm gate concept when spraying crops. That is, they carried temporary South Vietnamese markings and were under the ostensible control of a South Vietnamese aircraft commander who was also on board. To cut exposure to ground fire, the 3 ranch hand aircraft in August were given modified spray systems. Now they could dispense herbicides at the rate of 3 gallons per acre, double the old rate, and finish a mission in a single pass. Their first 19 crop spraying sorties lasted 10 days in October, directed against rice, corn, manioc, bananas, and pineapples near War Zone D. While fighters escorted all flights, enemy ground fire scored 40 hits on the C-123s. In November and December, ranch hands sprayed enemy rice near War Zone D. An intelligence source quoted the Viet Cong Phuc Tang Provincial Committee as reporting that the destroyed rice would have fed their troops in the area for 2 years. During these flights, ground fire shot out an engine on a C-123, and the plane barely made it back to Bien Ha. A 4th C-123 was added in December. By the end of the year, the detachment had flown 72 survey flights and 363 spray sorties, defoliated 353 square kilometers of vegetation, and destroyed 7,620 acres of Viet Cong crops. This contrasted with the 750 acres of crops sprayed by the Vietnamese in 1962 and the 197 acres in 1963. Concern of Washington officials over strengthening the Cang government focused fresh attention on psychological operations during the spring of 1964. Psychological warfare had been conducted since 1961, but with uneven results. In November 1961, Farmgate had first used 4 SC-47s for leaflet drops and loudspeaker broadcasts. The SC-47, however, was not well suited to remote area work. Farmgate wanted a plane that could land at a forward site, pick up local officials or Viet Cong defectors, and let them speak from the air to people who would recognize their voices. To do this, the L-28 Helio Super Courier, later designated U-10, seemed ideal. The aircraft, specially configured for the CIA, featured short takeoff and landing and other admirable characteristics. Farmgate requested 8 L-28s, an authority to create a psychological warfare branch of 3 qualified officers and 2 technicians to forge a sophisticated psychological warfare effort. These efforts were abruptly dampened. On February 11, 1962, a low-flying SC-47 dropping leaflets near Da Lat crashed and killed 8 Americans and 1 Vietnamese. Embarrassed by the loss of so many Americans on a flight that was supposed to train Vietnamese, Secretary McNamara ordered leaflet and speaker missions turned over to the Vietnamese. The Joint Chiefs directed that U.S. aircraft refrain from such operations, except in unusual circumstances. In June 1962, the Vietnamese equipped a C-47 with speakers for airborne broadcasts. The Air Staff and PACAF wanted Farmgate to train Vietnamese Air Force personnel for psychological warfare. But by April 1963, the 2nd Air Division Director of Operations, Colonel Winston P. Anderson, judged the Vietnamese to have little recognition of its importance. From June 1962 through January 1963, the Vietnamese speaker-equipped C-47 had made a total of 22 flights, 14 loudspeaker and 8 psychological warfare. Now and then, the standard C-47s dispensed leaflets, and the L-19s of the liaison squadrons participated in a small program of civic action, troop information, and enemy leaflet dissemination. In September 1962, Farmgate received 2 of 4 authorized U-10 Helio Super Couriers, 1 being rigged with speakers. Between December 14, 1962 and May 13, 1963, Farmgate made a number of flights in the U-10 to evaluate as a psychological warfare aircraft. And in May, Mr. McNamara approved the use of American planes to supplement Vietnamese psychological operations, provided minimum U.S. personnel were aboard. The mission was then divided between the Vietnamese Air Force and the 2nd Air Division, with neither of them given authority to coordinate the overall psychological warfare program. The 2nd Air Division favored the Helio Super Courier. While the C-47 carried a navigator and was better for night flights, the U-10 was more maneuverable, not as noisy, and less susceptible to ground fire since it was smaller. The weight of the U-10's laminated fiberglass armor diminished aircraft performance, but protected the crew against light caliber fire. After speakers and other equipment were installed in 2 more U-10s, the 2nd Air Division had 3 planes for speaker and leaflet missions. Their flights stepped up after May 1963. By October 22, 2nd Air Division aircraft had flown 386 psychological warfare sorties. In the spring of 1964, aerial psychological operations were often the sole swift means of communication between the government and remote rural peoples. Since part of President Cong's weakness stemmed from loss of contact with the hinterland, it was proposed to expand the training of Vietnamese in psychological operations. While visiting Saigon, Carl T. Rowan, director of the U.S. Information Agency, was impressed with the potential of these activities. He supported the proposal to enlarge them, which President Johnson approved on April 28. To support the Vietnamese armed forces in political warfare, the Vietnamese Air Force set up a General Political Warfare Directorate with headquarters at Tan Son Nhut and officers at each wing. 10 single-engine utility aircraft, 6 U-6As, and 4 U-17As were delivered to the Vietnamese Air Force for modification to psychological warfare duty. Also, over the summer of 1964, the 2nd Air Division worked with the United States Army Support Command, Saigon, to test a public address system. It consisted of 8 125-watt speakers installed in the Vietnamese H-34 helicopter. Messages could be heard on the ground as the chopper flew at a fairly safe altitude of 3,000 feet, but the rotor blades distorted the sound. The 2nd Air Division abandoned the project, while the Army continued to maintain 7 UH-1B copters fitted with a public address system. American and Vietnamese aircraft in August 1964 reached a new high of 132 psychological warfare sorties. The Vietnamese were nevertheless more concerned with internal personnel services to the soldiers and airmen. Caught up in the conversion to fighter aircraft, the Vietnamese paid scant attention to psychological warfare. 4 U-17s were used in and around Saigon, yet only 1 U-6 was modified due to the complications in installing speakers. The U-10 section of the 1st Air Commando Squadron was authorized 4 aircraft and 6 pilots. An accident claimed 1 plane in September, and the absence of a planned flow of replacement pilots proved even more serious. In November, the U-10 section was down to 2 pilots, each averaging more than 100 flying hours during the month. Psychological warfare sorties by USAF and Vietnamese aircraft totaled 106 in September, 109 in October, 69 in November, and 102 in December 1964. Although 4 USAF replacement pilots finally joined the U-10 section, the impression was current that we are piddling with psychological operations and not getting anywhere. That impression also applied to the broader canvas of events in Vietnam. This is the end of Chapter 20. This has been read by Paul Hampton.
Chapter 21, Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Betty B. Chapter 21, End of the Advisory Phase. Viet Cong night outposts and hamlet attacks doubled in intensity during the last half of 1964. They were especially severe in the 3rd and 4th Corps tactical zones. In October, the enemy scored marked successes in the 2 Corps, which had been almost pacified a few months earlier. General Moore thought it just a matter of time before the Viet Cong tried to spring a psychologically damaging surprise raid or a mortar bombardment on a major airbase. Although the Vietnamese were responsible for interior security and perimeter defense, the 2nd Air Division had its own force of 1 officer and 280 airmen as additional guards. Proper aircraft dispersal was virtually impossible at the overloaded airfields, thus inviting sabotage or attack. This prompted PAC-F to ask SINC-PAC in August 1964 to allow one of the 2 B-57 squadrons to move from Bien Hoa to Tak Ly. Action was put off until October, when General Harris spoke personally with Admiral Sharp. The latter then permitted half of each squadron to return to Clark Air Base for training. This trimmed the number of B-57s on alert at Bien Hoa to 18, but the field remained overcrowded and poorly defended. How insecure Bien Hoa was became clear on the night of November 1st, when a Viet Cong mortar squadron penetrated the Vietnamese perimeter defenses. The ensuing 30-minute barrage killed 4 and wounded 72, destroyed 5 B-57s and 1 H-43 helicopter, and damaged 13 B-57s and 3 H-43s. Vietnamese losses totaled 2 killed, 5 wounded, 3 A-1Hs destroyed, and 3 A-1Hs and 2 C-47s damaged. Some houses, a mess hall, vehicles, and fuel tanks were also destroyed or damaged. The attack provoked discussions on countermeasures at the highest levels of government in Washington. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had previously agreed on positive action against North Vietnam, but differed on the severity, timing, and location of that action. The major point of indecision stemmed from the stand of Ambassador Taylor. He held that the United States could start no strong move against North Vietnam until a stable government existed in Saigon. Consequently, planning for an air campaign had continued on a contingency basis. At the end of his first year in office, President Johnson remarked that his principal advisors had made no unanimous recommendation for air activity against North Vietnam. As noted earlier, Secretary of Defense McNamara put hard questions to the Joint Chiefs regarding the effects of bombing the 94 strategic air targets identified in North Vietnam. In their reply, the chiefs accepted SINC-PAC assurances. The targets could be attacked without depleting fuel and ordnance needed to meet a Chinese intervention. SINC-PAC had already prepared a plan to attack all the targets in 20 days. Since there was no doubt that Hanoi was administering and sustaining the war, General LeMay pushed for Air Force and Navy airstrikes on North Vietnam's source of supply. He felt that interdiction would be far more expensive and much less efficient than closing North Vietnam's ports and destroying the supplies by strategic bombing before they started south. General Greene, the Marine Corps Commandant, had backed LeMay, but the other chiefs supported Ambassador Taylor's view. LeMay countered that there could be no sound Saigon government without morale-building offensive operations. The Vietnamese military establishment was the sole stabilizing force. If that collapsed, the United States might well have to fight to get its military advisors and their dependents out of the country. Now, the Bien Hoa attack spurred the Joint Chiefs toward a strong reprisal. On November 1st, they verbally recommended to Secretary McNamara immediate U.S. airstrikes against infiltration targets in the Laotian Panhandle, airlifting U.S. Army and Marine Corps units to defend Da Nang, Tan Son Nhut, and Bien Hoa, and assembling U.S. Air Force units within 60 to 72 hours for air operations against North Vietnam. The air campaign would consist of an initial B-52 night strike flown from Guam against Phuoc Yen Airfield, first light naval airstrikes on other airfields, and the Hanoi, Haiphong oil storage areas, and rapidly progressing attacks against the entire 94 targets listed. Angered by the Bien Hoa affair, Ambassador Taylor favored limited retaliation against selected North Vietnamese targets by American and Vietnamese aircraft, coupled with a policy statement warning of a similar U.S. response to future incidents. President Johnson's civilian advisors, chiefly Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, counseled patience. The president listened. He was concerned about the upcoming election and about possible Viet Cong action against American dependents in Saigon. Ruling out an instant response, the president ordered quick replacement of the destroyed and seriously damaged B-57s at Bien Hoa. He further directed a National Security Council working group, chaired by William P. Bundy, to outline political and military options available against North Vietnam. In its early deliberations, the Bundy Group leaned toward restrained action. In contrast, the Joint Chiefs on December 18th recommended, first, a hard-hitting, fast, full-squeeze air campaign against North Vietnam, completed in 20 days. Secondly, as a fallback position, they proposed tightly controlled and gradually increasing air pressure over a 2-month period. Meanwhile, on the night of November 6th, Air Vice Marshal Nguyen Cao Ky led 32 Vietnamese A-1Hs against a Viet Cong camp in Zone D. The mission was a widely announced reprisal for the Bien Hoa incident. According to South Vietnamese intelligence reports, the attack caused 500 enemy casualties. On the 16th, the Viet Cong troops in Zone D forayed out and battled Vietnamese forces for 6 hours near Ben Cat. General Khan personally directed a massive operation in response. 115 U.S. Army and Vietnamese helicopters lifted 12 battalions of ground troops to the fringe of Zone D near Ben Suc. They killed 163 guerrillas, 83 by air, and captured 68. These and other sizable Vietnamese assaults did not deter the insurgents surrounding Saigon. Severe floods from typhoons in November, together with resurgent communist activity, virtually collapsed governmental authority in the 10 central provinces. As the floods receded, the Viet Cong moved in to take almost complete control of the countryside in the populous Quang Nghe and Binh Dinh provinces. The enemy confined the government's presence to district towns and provincial capital cities. Vietnamese ground forces could open a road briefly by committing 4 to 6 battalions of troops, but as soon as they withdrew, the guerrillas moved in. Constant Viet Cong actions kept the army units off balance and cost them dearly in men, equipment, and morale. The enemy seemed to easily recruit replacements for his losses, and the National Liberation Front stood ready as a shadow government to seize power when the Saigon regime crumbled. During a press interview in Saigon on November 21st, Ambassador Taylor depicted the principal problem in Vietnam as the dual inability to form a solid national government and to stop Viet Cong reinforcement. The ambassador realized the military value of airstrikes against Laotian infiltration routes and North Vietnamese infiltrator training areas. He suggested a few selective bombings, but clung to the belief that a sound government in Saigon was the first priority. On the other hand, the Joint Chiefs more and more accepted the U.S. Air Force position. Stopping Hanoi's support of the insurgency was a prerequisite for a stable Saigon regime. William Bundy's National Security Council Working Group outlined 3 possible courses of action for the United States. One envisioned reprisal attacks, intensified covert operations, resumption of offshore naval patrols, and stepped-up Laotian T-28 attacks. Another called for the fast, full squeeze bombing of North Vietnam favored by the Joint Chiefs, which Bundy termed almost reckless, an invitation to Chinese intervention. The last specified a slow squeeze of air attacks on infiltration targets in North Vietnam. All 3 would give an impression of steady and deliberate pressure building while permitting the United States to halt at any time. Bundy and Assistant Secretary of Defense John T. McNaughton liked the last option. Ambassador Taylor arrived in Washington on November 26th to join conferences on strategy. He advocated U.S. actions to restore adequate government in Saigon, refine the counterinsurgency campaign, and convince or compel Hanoi to cease helping the Viet Cong. Taylor set out a 3-phase program. The first phase was to consist of heightened covert actions, anti-infiltration attacks in Laos, and reprisal bombing, all to stiffen South Vietnamese morale. The second would afford more air attacks on infiltration objectives in North Vietnam. The third was to ultimately destroy all important fixed targets in North Vietnam. He thought, much like Bundy, that the first phase should start at once. The ambassador believed that U.S. aircraft ought to take part in the air operations over Laos, the initial phase of the stepped-up action. This would demonstrate American willingness to share in the risks of acting against North Vietnam. Armed reconnaissance strikes on infiltration routes in the Laotian Panhandle would signal a deeper U.S. involvement in the conflict and a resolve to back the governments of both South Vietnam and Laos. Briefed on December 1st, President Johnson accepted the premise that a stable South Vietnamese government was the first essential to end the insurgency. On the 2nd, he approved the first phase military actions. He said that subsequent ones would project progressive air bombardment to the north rather than by functional target systems. At first, the heavier Laotian T-28 and U.S. Air Force strikes along Laotian infiltration routes, as well as special covert maritime operations, would be psychological warnings to Hanoi. After an unspecified transitional period, air attacks on North Vietnam would begin against infiltration objectives just beyond the demilitarized zone. Then, moving northward to the 19th parallel, the strikes were to eventually hit the Hanoi airfields and PAL storage, while naval forces mined and blockaded North Vietnam's ports. Upon his return to Saigon on December 7th, Ambassador Taylor stressed to Vietnamese leaders that Washington wanted political stability above all. In line with the president's decision, a joint state defense message on December 8th instructed the U.S. ambassador in Vientiane to seek approval for American airstrikes on hostile communications in Laos. The go-ahead was given on the 10th, and Secretary of Defense McNamara authorized 2 missions a week, each consisting of 4 aircraft. This very restricted bombing was nicknamed Barrel Roll. Weekly, a National Security Council committee was to designate 2 segments of the line of communications for armed reconnaissance, as well as a fixed target for ordnance remaining at the end of the route sweep. Both U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy planes were to play a part, with MACV acting as the local coordinating authority. Publicity was forbidden, as were attacks on the Laotian people. Targets of opportunity had to be unmistakingly military activity of a transient or mobile nature. Fixed installations could be hit only during attacks on clearly identified military convoys and personnel, or as secondary targets. No mission could be launched from Thai bases or carry napalm. Secretary McNamara's explicit and detailed orders left little room for combat commanders to specify tactics, ordnance, routing, and like matters. Admiral Sharp, CINCPAC, was impressed with the high-level national interest in the Armed Reconnaissance Program. He gave the maiden mission to the F-105 Thunder Chiefs of PACAF's 80th Tactical Squadron at Korat, Thailand. Sharp selected a section of Route 8 for the armed sweep and the Nape Road Bridge as the target for unused ordnance. The 15-plane force took off from Da Nang on December 14th. 3 RF-101s served as pathfinders and damage assessment craft. 8 F-100s flew combat air patrol to guard against MiG interference. 4 F-105s carried 750-pound bombs, 2.75-inch rockets, and 20-millimeter ammunition. The mission achieved slim results because the heavy ordnance load led to miscalculation of time and distance. Short of fuel, the F-105s made a hurried attack on the bridge and missed it. Navy planes flew on December 17th. 4 A-1Hs, escorted by 8 F-4Bs, conducted armed reconnaissance of routes 121 and 12, with the Ban Buang Bao Road Bridge as the fixed alternative. The aircraft failed to damage the bridge, but destroyed 8 buildings at one end. The next mission sent 4 F-100s of the 428th Tactical Fighter Squadron along Route 8 on December 21st. Lightly armed with CBU-2As and 2.75-inch rockets, the fighters became disoriented after receiving heavy flak, ran low on fuel, and found no secondary target. Reports on the first 2 U.S. Air Force missions disturbed General LeMay. He sent word to General Moore that he expected higher professionalism, even though he recognized that the tight curbs complicated air operations. To prepare for the 4th mission, PACAF's 44th Tactical Fighter Squadron deployed 6 F-105s from Okinawa to Da Nang. 4 of them reconnoitered Route 23 on December 25th with a strike against the military barracks at Chipone. The operation went well, though the dive bombing at Chipone was inaccurate. During the 5th mission on December 30th, 4 Navy A-1Hs struck the military camp. Planners for a mission on January 13th chose the Ban Ken Bridge, the most important potential checkpoint on Route 7. Aerial photos showed 34 anti-aircraft guns, 37mm and 57mm in place, with up to 70 more firing positions built but not occupied. The planners scheduled an RF-101 as pathfinder and another for bomb damage assessment. 8 F-100s carrying CBU-2As for flak suppression and 16 F-105s from the 44th and 67th Tactical Fighter Squadrons as strike aircraft. The 2 flights of F-100s were to fly low level and abreast across the gun sites to knock them out with cluster bombs. Immediately thereafter, the F-105s would attack the bridge. Each of the first 8 F-105s were to drop 8 750-pound bombs. This would be followed by 8 F-105s loaded with 6 bombs and 2 AGM-12B bullpup air-to-ground missiles. An Air America C-123 was to serve as airborne control for rescue helicopters. The F-100s pummeled the gun positions, but some firing continued. The first wave of F-105s cut the bridge with their 64 bombs. The F-100s and the second wave of F-105s made multiple runs on the gun sites, the mixed ordnance of the F-105s requiring at least 3 passes to expend. Moreover, the Thunder Chiefs had to descend into flak range to control their missiles, and 1 plane was downed. An F-100 on its 5th pass was also shot down. 4 other aircraft were damaged. General Moore said that poor judgment was displayed in the attack. To escape the losses, the planes should have broken off the engagement after knocking out the bridge. While it seemed impossible for ground transportation to bypass the Ban Can Bridge, the Communists within 3 days converted the top of a dam just upriver into a traffic route. Press reports of the 2 lost aircraft prompted Senator Wayne L. Morse to charge that the air operation violated the 1962 Geneva Agreements on Laos. Armed reconnaissance sweeps by 7th Fleet aircraft on January 2nd and 10th, 1965, detected no enemy. On the 15th, as 6 A-1Hs reconnoitered Route 23 at night, the flight leader became separated from the flare plane and wandered west of the road. He sighted and attacked moving trucks and also adjacent buildings that turned out to be the friendly village of Ban Tang Ve. No further secondary targets were assigned for night missions. Admiral Sharp, near the end of January, took a close look at this relatively small interdiction campaign, conducted at least risk and under tight control from Washington. He concluded that the program could be better managed from Laos. He insisted that militarily effective interdiction had to be constantly and completely responsive to the tactical situation. General Harris, the PAC-F commander, agreed that the missions were too few to sway Hanoi. Still, they may have imparted political strength to the Laotian government at a critical juncture. In late January and early February, an armed coup was defeated. Meanwhile, in South Vietnam, General Cong and several associates had seized power from the Provisional Civil Government on December 20, 1964. Ambassador Taylor strongly protested, and after that the relations between him and Cong were strained. Taylor was apparently concerned that the feeble Saigon government might yield to elements clamoring for a ceasefire and coalition with the National Liberation Front. He may therefore have hinted that U.S. advisors were about to take command of the Vietnamese armed forces. In any event, the unstable conditions in the country encouraged the Viet Cong. They increasingly turned from hit-and-run guerrilla tactics to more conventional mobile warfare by regular units. This pushed the United States into stronger support of the counterinsurgency. Secretary of Defense McNamara had already made clear that the conflict was chiefly a ground war in which aviation could make only secondary contributions. While this strategy precluded the full use of tactical air power, the rather small Vietnamese and U.S. air operations were central to saving the Vietnamese ground forces from piecemeal defeat. On December 9th, for example, A-1Hs from the Vietnamese 516th Fighter Squadron struck a Viet Cong force and left 33 enemy dead. The force on December 7th had attacked the An Lao district headquarters in Binh Dinh province and ambushed government relief troops. In the 3-day battle, the foe inflicted battle losses of 28 killed, 50 wounded, and 22 missing. Also on December 9th, a Viet Cong battalion assaulted and overran a government battalion command post and 105 millimeter howitzer platoon near Tam Kỳ in Quang Tin province. A U.S. Air Force captain joined the 18 strike sorties flown by the 516th Fighter Squadron against the hill position. All the strikes were directed by an O-1A pilot and Vietnamese observer who were in the air for 10 hours. Direct hits on the artillery site exploded ammunition and killed enemy gunners. The last flight of 4 A-1Hs landed at Da Nang after sunset when the ceiling was under 500 feet and visibility less than a mile. Government troops retook the ground and confirmed 162 Viet Cong killed, 85 by air. Friendly losses totaled 26 killed and 33 wounded. During the night of December 10th, 2 Viet Cong battalions struck outposts at Long My in Truong Thien province and ambushed relief forces. A U.S. Army L-19 and a U.S. Air Force O-1F located the ambush and put 4 covering A-1Es on the camouflage foxholes. U.S. Army helicopters from Soc Trang held the enemy until Vietnamese and A-1Hs arrived and delivered ordnance in the face of intense ground fire. 1 A-1H was downed, 3 A-1Hs and 5 helicopters damaged. By fine teamwork, the A-1Hs and armed helicopters killed about 400 of the 1,500 enemy troops and probably saved a government battalion and a regional force company from being overwhelmed. Viet Cong night attacks on hamlets and outposts soared to a new high. A total of 96 incidents took place over the last 10 days of December, drawing flare and strike aircraft. The planes forced the foe to break off the assault in 94 of the cases. Still under test, AC-47 gunships joined the air alerts and performed well. On the night of December 24th, for example, an AC-47 used its miniguns to blast guerrillas off the wall of a fort under siege. At night on December 27th, 2 North Vietnamese regiments raided the hamlet of Binh Gia. The next morning, a reinforced Ranger battalion, aided by 3 armed helicopters, tried without success to relieve the hamlet. That evening, the Viet Cong hit the Rangers at the nearby town of Nghe Giao, but were driven off. On the 29th, 24 U.S. Army UH-1Bs, protected by 15 armed UH-1Bs, lifted 2 other Ranger companies to a landing area near Binh Gia. Small arms and machine gun fire claimed 3 of the helicopters. 1 Ranger company fought its way out. The second was overrun. The defeat seemed to have stemmed from the absence of pre-planned coordination of tactical air support for the heliborne operation. Another factor was the late request for fighters, made only after the loss of the 3 helicopters. 8 A-1E sorties covered the downed UH-1Bs. 4 Vietnamese H-34 helicopters carried ammunition into the area and evacuated wounded. A C-47 flare ship lighted the scene through the night. Escorted by 15 armed UH-1Bs, 26 UH-1Bs lifted the 2nd and 4th Marine Battalions into the zone. 8 helicopters were hit and 1 exploded, killing the crew. Finally, on the afternoon of December 30th, 4 A-1Es and 5 A-1Hs responded to requests. The strike aircraft blasted 2 spots in the rubber forests around Binh Gia that reportedly sheltered 2 Viet Cong battalions. At the same time, H-34s evacuated and 49 wounded men. A C-47, 4 A-1Es, and 1 AC-47 furnished night illumination and fire support. The 4th Marine Battalion battled its way into the rubber forest on December 31st and was soon surrounded by the enemy. Identified from captured documents as the 48th Main Force Viet Cong Regiment. The Marine commander radioed the U.S. Air Force Forward Air Controller overhead for air support. 4 A-1Es responded and hit enemy positions with napalm and general-purpose bombs. In the afternoon, 8 A-1Es were scrambled and sent to the scene, but the senior ground commander ordered them returned to Bien Hoa because air support had not been requested through Vietnamese Army channels. Armed helicopters tried to launch strikes later that day. However, they learned from U.S. Marine Corps advisors with the surrounded battalion that the thick branches of the rubber trees absorbed the rockets and machine gun fire from the air. Attacking at dusk and using massed automatic weapons, the Viet Cong overpowered the 4th Marine Battalion. All through the night of the 31st, 3 C-47s, 2 C-123s, 1 AC-47, and 4 A-1Hs supplied flare fire support. Even so, just 232 of the 532 men of the 4th Marine Battalion managed to straggle back to Binh Gia. General Cong took personal charge of a large operation set afoot in Phuoc Tuy Province on January 1, 1965. C-123s flew the 1st and 3rd Airborne Battalions from Tan Son Nhut to Vung Tau. Then helicopters whisked them to the battle area. On January 2nd, helicopters transported the 7th Airborne Battalion directly from Bien Hoa. Tactical fighters supported continuing operations with cover and escort, landing zone preparations, and strikes on enemy positions. On the 5th of January, 8 A-1Es were each loaded with one Lazy Dog XM-44 canister and normal high explosive ordnance. The aircraft employed the Lazy Dog missiles against Viet Cong troops, firing at U.S. Army helicopter observers. Government troops kept clear of the Lazy Dog zones, but U.S. Army air observers reported that after the drops, they no longer received ground fire. An intelligence report stated that the Viet Cong carried away from the strike areas 15 ox cart loads of dead and wounded. At General Khan's order, government battalions with tanks and armored vehicles continued to swing through the safer areas of Phuoc Tuy Province. From January 10th through February 15th, a small air support operations center managed the flights aiding the massive sweeps. The operations achieved little, for the Viet Cong evaded ground contact. Analysis of the Bin Gia defeat revealed a failure to use available fixed-wing air support properly. Armed helicopters were unable to provide the needed firepower. As the MACV J-3 reported, the armed UH-1B did not possess heavy enough ordnance to destroy the VC in prepared positions or deter their assault, since they were concealed under a dense canopy of trees. Meanwhile, an incident in downtown Saigon brought the United States to the verge of direct all-out action. On Christmas Eve 1964, a 300-pound charge exploded in the Brink Hotel, bachelor officers' quarters for U.S. advisors, killing 2 Americans while injuring 64 Americans and 43 Vietnamese. Admiral Scharf and the Joint Chiefs recommended an immediate reprisal. On December 29th, President Johnson ruled against it. The Brink Hotel explosion, a direct attack against and an open challenge to the United States, was ominous. But the battle at Bin Gia was potentially disastrous. To U.S. officials in Saigon, it was a highly visible defeat of serious proportions. On December 31st, Ambassador Taylor reversed his thinking. Bolstered by Deputy Ambassador Hugh Alexis Johnson and General Westmoreland, he sent a joint message to Washington. It advocated American air action against North Vietnam, despite the persistent weakness of the Saigon government. Attention then turned to the airstrike aircraft on hand. Attack planes in Vietnam numbered 48 U.S. Air Force A-1Es and 92 A-1Hs of the Vietnamese Air Force. This combined force could fly about 60 combat and 30 training sorties a day. Air Vice Marshal Keyes need to have an elite Palace Guard flight of standby A-1Hs at Tan Son Nhut, constrained Vietnamese combat sorties. These planes were piloted by highly trained, screened, and politically dependable personnel who routinely flew strike missions in the 3rd and 4th Corps areas. However, assignments to thwart coups and to control dissidents often diverted them from action against the Viet Cong. Although individual Vietnamese strike crews performed valiantly, the growing independence of unit commanders diluted the control of the air operations centers. Typically, 50% of the aircraft were held on 5-hour ground alert. A squadron deciding to fly would call for a target about an hour before the end of its ground alert and receive a set of coordinates for attack, usually in a free strike zone. Hence, it was difficult to scramble or to redirect aircraft to meet emergencies. Early in January 1965, the Vietnamese 62nd Tactical Wing and a detachment of the 516th Fighter Squadron's A-1Hs deployed from Pleiku to Nha Trang, where work was to start on a new runway in February. The move stationed these strike aircraft too far away to properly support the critical highland provinces, including Pleiku and Kon Tum. Ambassador Taylor now wanted to use the U.S. Air Force B-57s at Bien Hoa in combat. He also wished to put off indefinitely the plan to form a 5th and 6th Vietnamese fighter squadron so that the Vietnamese could focus on operations in lieu of training. PAC-F on January 12, 1965, suggested that heavier air demands argued for greater air assets. It asked for 13 tactical strike squadrons in Vietnam, 7 to be U.S. Air Force jet units, extra U.S. Air Force air liaison officers, and tactical air control parties to extend direct air support nets to province and sector levels, and at least 175 U.S. Air Force and Vietnamese O-1s more if continuous air reconnaissance was authorized. Defending the role of U.S. Army helicopter gunships, General Westmoreland said that they had performed magnificently at Bien Gia. At a briefing on January 13th, he asked if stepping up air firepower made sense in Vietnam. In other words, were there significant and vulnerable targets in Viet Cong sanctuary areas, and how could they be brought under attack? General Dupuy, the MACV J-3, addressed the question in a paper that was largely the work of U.S. Air Force Colonel Alan C. Edmonds, Deputy Assistant Chief of Staff J-3 for Air. Targets were available, the study said, and lifting the curbs on using U.S. Air Force aircraft in the country would expand air power. This could best be done by drawing on Guam-based B-52 bombers as well as U.S. Navy carrier aircraft on South Vietnamese offshore stations, for air facilities in Vietnam were scarce and overcrowded. The Vietnamese ground forces were apparently unable to give a high degree of security against Viet Cong attack of air bases, and it was hard to haul ordnance and aviation fuel to Vietnamese airfields. Air Staff analysts agreed with part of the study. Calling on aircraft outside the country would indeed alleviate the airfield security problem. As early as December 9, 1964, General LeMay had suggested sending U.S. ground combat units into Vietnam for air-base defense. The Navy and Marine Corps had demurred, saying that it was contrary to national policy. The Army had objected on the ground that 4 divisions would be needed to defend 18 operating sites. As for the supply system, there was no doubt that conveying POL and ordnance was cumbersome, slow, and risky. This was especially true when done by barges, lighters, and trucks requiring security guards. On the other side of the coin, using aircraft located outside the country could hamper attempts to improve air-base security and Vietnamese air facilities. Both were long overdue. Although the B-52 bombers were unmatched in all-weather, heavy saturation attacks, the long flights from Guam would be expensive. Furthermore, using these strategic bombers would reduce SAC's worldwide deterrent posture. While the interest of General Westmoreland in tactical air was encouraging, he failed to understand 2nd Air Division and PAC-F hopes for building a well-rounded air command, coordination, and control structure in Vietnam. On January 24, 1965, General Moore advised General Westmoreland that the fastest way to bolster air power was to make full use of the U.S. Air Force resources now in the country. Moore believed that the most compelling needs were to let U.S. Air Force jets fly missions in South Vietnam, do away with the requirement to carry a Vietnamese observer or trainee on operational missions, and remove helicopters from air bases to allow an expansion of facilities. Some optimistic signs emerged from the lingering debate on air demands. A measure of political stability in Saigon seemed to give the Vietnamese armed forces confidence and initiative. A MACV press release told of air attacks killing about 2,500 Viet Cong in November and December 1964. Given these indications, were more strike planes really required? Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force A-1s flew 2,339 combat sorties in January 1965, filling every request for close air support. The combined air forces flew a total of 4,550 sorties, yet could not meet 50% of the requests for all types of air activity. Estimates showed that all of them could have been met had there been no operational restrictions. In a saturation test during January 19th to the 21st, Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force A-1s dropped 800 tons of bombs on pre-planned targets in the Bois Loire woods of Zone D ranch hand C-123s, then began a massive defoliation program in Bois Loire to cover 48 square miles of dense forest hiding a key Viet Cong base. The operation tied up many of the combined strike aircraft. On January 26th, in a separate action, 2 government battalions surrounded an enemy battalion near Bac. Helicopter gunship and A-1 strikes accounted for half of the estimated 450 insurgents killed that day. Late in January, the Joint Chiefs secured approval for using U.S. Air Force jet aircraft in a strike role within South Vietnam, if Ambassador Taylor agreed in advance to each mission, and if these strikes could not be carried out by Vietnamese A-1s. According to this formula, Taylor could authorize jet airstrikes solely to save American lives or to spoil huge Viet Cong attacks like the one at Binh Gia. He could do this only if the Air Support Operations Center certified that conventional aircraft were unavailable and if a Corps Tactical Zone commander, the Vietnamese Joint General Staff, and MACV all thought the action necessary. As for airstrikes on North Vietnam, President Johnson rejected them in January 1965, despite his growing conviction that the feeble Saigon government needed help of some sort to survive. Trials and tribulations, including militant Buddhist opposition, prompted CIA Director McCone to expect Khan to fall from power and a serious political crisis to follow. On January 23rd, in a speech interpreted by some observers as a bid for negotiations, William P. Bundy suggested a diplomatic meeting similar to the 1954 Geneva Accords as the answer for a secure and independent South Vietnam. 5 days later, Presidential Assistant McGeorge Bundy informed President Johnson that he and Secretary McNamara were pretty well convinced that our current policy can lead only to disastrous defeat. The preferred alternatives were to use our military power in the Far East and to force a change of communist policy, or to deploy all our resources along a track of negotiation aimed at salvaging what little can be preserved with no major addition to our present military risks. Secretary of State Rusk opposed both options. The consequences of both escalation and withdrawal are so bad, he said, that we simply must find a way of making our present policy work. Not sure whether to support Saigon more vigorously or to disengage from a losing proposition, the president on February 4th sent a fact-finding party headed by McGeorge Bundy to Saigon. The party's arrival coincided with a visit to Hanoi by Soviet Premier Alexei N. Kosygin. Since Khrushchev's departure from power in October 1964, Kosygin had tried to restore closer Russian ties with Hanoi. He and a sizable Moscow delegation that included top Soviet Air Force officials reached Hanoi on February 6th. According to the Chinese, Kosygin hoped to persuade Hanoi to halt military aid to the Viet Cong as a precondition to negotiation, as William Bundy seemed to have suggested. But in McCone's opinion, Kosygin sensed an imminent Viet Cong victory and wanted the Soviet Union to share in it. Kosygin would probably offer more economic and military aid and encourage stepped-up warfare in South Vietnam. Consequently, McCone proposed that the United States start air attacks on targets in North Vietnam. These would commence at the 17th parallel and work progressively northward. Conflicting signals stopped on Sunday morning, February 7, 1965. Viet Cong mortar squads and demolition teams attacked the small U.S. advisory detachment in 2 corps 4½ miles north of Pleiku. In addition, they struck Camp Holloway, headquarters of the U.S. Army 52nd Aviation Battalion, also near Pleiku. The joint assaults killed 8 Americans and wounded 104, destroyed 5 Army UH-1B helicopters and 2 CV-2 transports, 3 U.S. Air Force O-1Fs and 1 Vietnamese O-1F. Moreover, the teams damaged the main building of the advisory detachment. Bundy, Westmoreland, and Taylor jointly sent from Saigon their recommendation for a reprisal strike, and President Johnson ordered an instant air response. That afternoon, U.S. Navy aircraft and on the 8th Vietnamese and U.S. Air Force planes hit enemy military barracks near Dong Hoa in an operation called Flaming Dart. At the same time, PAC-AF air transports commenced to lift U.S. Marine Corps light anti-aircraft missile units from Okinawa to Da Nang and to evacuate U.S. dependents from South Vietnam. The Viet Cong struck on the 10th near Quy Nhon, taking 23 American and 7 South Vietnamese lives. On the following day, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, and Vietnamese Air Force aircraft in Flaming Dart 2 pounded troop barracks in the North Vietnamese panhandle. The Joint Chiefs quickly ordered the deployment to South Vietnam and Thailand of 4½ U.S. Air Force tactical squadrons from bases in Japan, Okinawa, and the Philippines, and the movement of 30 B-52s to Guam. South Vietnamese control deteriorated in all of the core tactical zones as Viet Cong action exploded. On February 8th, a major enemy force crossed Route 19 between Pleiku and Quy Nhon. The crossing occurred even though 4 A-1Es dropped lazy dogs and killed about 100 of the enemy. The attackers then enveloped and damaged 2 battalions of the 40th Regiment and a troop of M115 armored personnel characters in Vinh Binh Province. That night, an AC-47 poured 20,500 7.6 rounds into the area, killing around 250 enemy soldiers. To shore up the 2-corps defense, General Moore ordered 8 A-1Es to Quy Nhon, where conditions were unsafe in every respect. Staying close to the scene of action, each pilot flew at least 3 strike sorties a day and significantly helped to blunt the enemy offensive. On February 13th, President Johnson gave the green light to measured and limited air attacks on North Vietnam. Called Rolling Thunder and planned for swift execution, the strikes were delayed for 2 weeks by political and military turmoil in Saigon and by bad weather. The capital was directly and immediately threatened by the Viet Cong 9th Division, which had no less than 2 well-armed regiments under forest cover in Phuoc Tuy Province. The mystery of how these troops were getting modern weapons was solved on February 16th. A U.S. Army helicopter pilot discovered, and Vietnamese A-1Hs sank, a steel-hulled vessel at Vung Ro Bay. An investigation turned up 100 tons of arms and ammunitions at a nearby cove at Cap Varela. The U.S. 7th Fleet at once started naval patrols to stop these deliveries. General Westmoreland wanted to send B-57 light bombers against the Viet Cong 9th Division base camps in Phuoc Tuy Province, which had been pinpointed by infrared reconnaissance. Securing emergency authority on February 17th, he planned to launch the planes on the 19th. On that day, dissident military leaders revolted against General Khan. Their troops seized Saigon and took part of Tan Son Nhut to ground Key's anti-coup air force. But Key got his planes in the air as C-47s brought loyal troops from the 1 Corps to clear Saigon of the rebels. The Armed Forces Council then removed Khan and exiled him. At the height of the coup crisis in Saigon on the afternoon of February 19th, 4 B-57s from Bien Hoa flew the first open U.S. Air Force mission in South Vietnam as they bombed Viet Cong base camps in Phuoc Tuy. The aircraft struck again during February 21st to 24th, while Key kept most of the Vietnamese Air Force A-1Hs on counter-coup alert and out of combat. Judging on February 21st that the United States was not fully committed to winning the war in Vietnam, General Westmoreland was ready to change the nature of the American involvement. He would make more use of jet aircraft within South Vietnam, restore U.S. markings to American-manned A-1Es, and abolish the requirement for Vietnamese observers in American planes. Enemy action on February 24th involved the elite Communist battalion that had apparently just arrived in the Central Highlands. The battalion surrounded a ranger company and a civilian irregular defense group company on Route 19 in the An Khe Valley near the Mang Yang Pass, where the Viet Minh had wiped out a French mobile group in 1954. General Westmoreland used his emergency authority to commit U.S. Air Force jet aircraft in an all-American relief effort. F-100s, B-57s, and A-1Es covered and supported U.S. Army UH-1Bs that rescued the surrounding men. The covering attacks by the 613th Tactical Fighter Squadron F-100s, 405th Tactical Wing B-57s, and 602nd Fighter Commando Squadron A-1Es cost the enemy 150 men killed. They also allowed the helicopters to land 3 times in the area without a single casualty. The copters evacuated the 220 officers and men who, according to Colonel Theodore C. Metaxas, U.S. Army II Corps advisor, would otherwise have been lost. The employment of B-57 and F-100 jets marked the end of the long U.S. combat advisory phase and the beginning of direct and open American action in the Vietnam War. On March 1st, the new Commander-in-Chief of the Vietnamese Armed Forces, Major General Tran Van Minh, established the Vietnamese Air Force Air Request Net as the primary means to obtain immediate air support for all regular and paramilitary operations. He further removed the restriction that only a Vietnamese forward air controller could mark targets for airstrikes. After approval by higher headquarters, the Joint Chiefs of Staff on March 9th directed that U.S. aircraft could be used for combat operations in South Vietnam. No strikes were permitted from Thai airfields, and American aircraft were not to accept missions that the Vietnamese Air Force could carry out. But the planes now boldly displayed U.S. insignia, and a Vietnamese airman was no longer required to be aboard in combat. The United States Air Force advisory effort spanned the decade between 1955 and early 1965. From the time the United States formally took over the training of the Vietnamese from the French until American aircraft first openly engaged in combat. During this interval, the Vietnamese Air Force expanded from a few hundred to over 10,000 men. Its 5 squadrons of obsolete French and American planes at 2 air bases swelled to 14 squadrons and almost 300 more modern aircraft at 5 major air bases. In addition, the Vietnamese Air Force forged a chain of command mirroring that of its American advisors. Most of these changes took place through the final 3 years of the period when the threat from the North grew ever more serious. The U.S. Air Force experienced parallel growth in Southeast Asia during the decade. In the late 1950s, there were 68 airmen stationed in Vietnam and 44 in Thailand. From 1961 on, these numbers gradually rose, and on the eve of Americanization of the war, stood at 6,604 and 2,943 respectively. By February 1965, the Air Force had 222 planes in South Vietnam and 83 in Thailand. 70% of those in South Vietnam were clustered around the Saigon area, operating from Tan Son Nhut or Bien Hoa Air Base. The remainder were up north, primarily at Da Nang. 1/3 of all these aircraft were C-123 transports, operating for the most part out of Tan Son Nhut. Reconnaissance missions also originated from Tan Son Nhut, flown by RF-101s and RB-57s on temporary assignment. This Saigon base further housed a handful of F-102s for air defense. The attack fleet of 48 A-1Es for in-country strikes was positioned at nearby Bien Hoa, also the headquarters for the forward air control mission performed by 22 O-1Fs. From Da Nang, the Air Force operated one transport squadron and one temporary duty squadron of F-100s for missions in Laos. A sprinkling of support aircraft rounded out the total. The U.S. Air Force presence in Thailand was still small at the start of 1965. Air defense of the country was provided by 4 F-102s from Don Mueang Airport outside Bangkok. Farther up country, a squadron of F-105s at Udorn Royal Thai Air Force Base, RTAFB, and another at Tak Lee, RTAFB, flew against the infiltration routes in the Laotian Panhandle. At Udorn RTAFB, just south of the Laotian capital, 20 T-28s worked to stem the Pathet Lao tide in northern Laos. These were supported by 8 air rescue helicopters from the same base. None of these aircraft took part in operations in Vietnam. Despite this sizable swelling of personnel and aircraft between 1955 and 1965, the U.S. advisory mission failed to end Hanoi's support of the insurgency in South Vietnam and Laos. The decision early in 1965 to replace advisors with combat troops recognized 2 facts that had come clear in late 1964. Infiltration from north into South Vietnam was growing rather than tapering off, and the government of South Vietnam, still unstable since the assassination of Diem, could not cope with the situation. U.S. policymakers saw the confluence of these 2 factors spelling defeat for the South unless a new approach was taken. Thus, the purely advisory function was abandoned in favor of direct U.S. air and ground participation in the conflict. The U.S. Air Force units in place early in 1965 would form the nucleus for the coming buildup. End of section 21.
Chapter 22 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 22, Appendix 1, Growth of Major United States Air Force and Vietnamese Air Force Units to February 1965. 1. Vietnam. Bien Hoa Air Base, 1955 June. Vietnamese Air Force. Air Force Depot transferred here from Hanoi. 1956 June. Vietnamese Air Force. 1st Fighter Squadron organized, consisting of 25 F-8F Bearcats. 1961 November. United States Air Force. Farmgate arrives. Designated Detachment 2A, 440th Command Combat Training Squadron, made up of 4 SC-47s, 4 RB-26s, 8 T-28s, and 155 men on temporary duty. Detachment 9, 13th Air Force, established to support United States Air Force units here. 1962, April, United States Air Force. Farmgate renamed Detachment 2A, 1st Commando Group, TAC. May, United States Air Force. 2 RB-26s of Project Blackwatch join Farmgate. June, United States Air Force. Detachment 913th Air Force, replaced by 62 21st Air Force Squadron. 1963, January, United States Air Force. Farmgate increased to 19 B-26s, 13 T-28s, 6 CHC-47s and 4 U-10s, plus 275 men. Some aircraft deployed to Pleiku and Soc Trang. Vietnamese Air Force, 514th Fighter Squadron A-1Hs replaces 1st Fighter Squadron. July 1963, United States Air Force, 34th Tactical Group organized, 6,221st Air Base Squadron renamed 34th Air Base Squadron and placed under 34th Tactical Group. July, United States Air Force, 19th Tactical Air Support Squadron activated under 34th Tactical Group. By August has 22 O-1s. 6 of these go to Can Tho. Farmgate renamed 1st Air Commando Squadron and assigned to 34th Tactical Group. October, Vietnamese Air Force, 518th Fighter Squadron A-1Hs activated. 1964, May through June, United States Air Force, Farmgate T-28s and B-26s replaced with A-1Es. June 1964, Vietnamese Air Force, 23rd Tactical Wing formed, incorporates 514th, 518th, 520th, newly formed, fighter squadrons, and the 112th Liaison Squadron. August 1964, United States Air Force, 36 B-57s arrived from Clark Air Base, 18 returned to Clark in October. October 1964, United States Air Force, a second Farmgate Squadron, 602nd Fighters Commando Squadron, organized and assigned to the 34th Tactical Group, some type of aircraft, A-1Es, and missions as the 1st Air Commando Squadron. Detachment 4th Pacific Air Rescue Service established with 3 H-43Fs. Vietnamese Air Force, 520th Fighter Squadron activated. Can Tho Airfield, 1962, June, United States Air Force, Detachment 3, 6220 Air Base Squadron established. 1963, July, United States Air Force, Detachment 2, 33rd Tactical Group replaces Detachment 3, 6220th Air Base Squadron. 1964, January, United States Air Force, $2.5 million approved for new airfield. April, United States Air Force, Detachment 3619th Tactical Control Squadron, 5th Tactical Control Group organized. Vietnamese Air Force, 47th Tactical Wing organized. December 1964, Vietnamese Air Force, 520th Fighter Squadron flies 5 A-1Hs from here during the day and returns to Bien Hoa at night. Da Nang Air Base, 1955, November. 1st Liaison Squadron moves here from Hue. 1957, November. Vietnamese Air Force, Air Force Support Base 4 activated. 1961, October. Vietnamese Air Force, 2nd Helicopter Squadron activated. December 1961, Vietnamese Air Force, 3rd Liaison Squadron activated. 1962, January, United States Air Force, Air Support Operations Center formed. A combat reporting post radar installed. Detachment 3, 5th Tactical Control Squadron. Detachment 11, 13th Air Force organized. 2 Mule Train C-123s detached here from Tang Son Nhut. June, United States Air Force, 2nd Mule Team Squadron, 777th, established here, with 16 C-123s under Tactical Air Force Transport Squadron Provisional 2, Tang Son Nhut. 12 aircraft remain here, and 4 go to Don Mueang, Thailand. United States Air Force. Detachment 11, 13th Air Force, renamed 6222nd Air Base Squadron. December 1962. United States Air Force. Detachment 2, 8th Aerial Squadron organized. 1963, January. Vietnamese Air Force. 213th Helicopter Squadron replaces 2nd Helicopter Squadron. 110th Laotian Squadron replaces 1st Laotian Squadron. 114th Laotian Squadron replaces 3rd Laotian Squadron. Moves to Pleiku later in this year. Air Base 41 replaces Air Force Support Base 4 to support Vietnamese Air Force units. July 1963, United States Air Force. 6222nd Air Base Squadron becomes the 23rd Air Base Group, 2nd Air Division. 777th Troop Carrier Squadron redesignated as 311th Troop Carrier Squadron, with permanent station here. 1964, January. 41st Tactical Wing established, incorporating all Vietnamese Air Force squadrons here. February, Vietnamese Air Force. 516th Fighter Squadron moves here from the Trung. April, United States Air Force. Detachment 1, 619th Tactical Control Squadron organized. May, Vietnamese Air Force. 217th Helicopter Squadron established. Moves to Tang Son Nhut in July 1964 and to Binh Thu in December 1965. June 1964, United States Air Force. F-102s on 10-day deployment for air defense. July, United States Air Force. HU-16s on temporary assignment from Clark Air Base. August, United States Air Force. 6 F-102s here from Clark Air Base for air defense. August to December 1964, United States Air Force. F-100s from the 27th Tactical Fighter Wing, Cannon Air Force Base, and the 401st and 405th Tactical Fighter Wings, England Air Force Base, rotate in and out in response to the Gulf of Tonkin incident. December 1964, United States Air Force. 6 F-105s arrived from Okinawa. Detachment 2, 18th Tactical Fighter Wing established. 1965, United States Air Force. 12 F-100s with the 3rd Tactical Fighter Wing fly from here in attacks on Chap-la Barracks and in Flaming Dart. Nha Trang Air Base. 1951, June, Vietnamese Air Force. Air Training Center established. 1965, July, Vietnamese Air Force. 2nd Laotian Squadron transferred from French to Vietnamese. 1959, October, 2nd Laotian Squadron moves to Tang Son Nhut. 1961, December, Vietnamese Air Force. 2nd Fighter Squadron T-28 activated. 1962, February, United States Air Force. Detachment 2, 13th Air Force organized. June 1962, United States Air Force. Detachment 12, 13th Air Force becomes 6,223rd Air Base Squadron. September 1962, Vietnamese Air Force. 12th Air Base Squadron organized. December 1962, United States Air Force. Detachment 4, 8th Aerial Port Squadron organized. 1963, January, Vietnamese Air Force. 2nd Fighter Squadron renamed 516th Fighter Squadron. July, United States Air Force. 37th Air Base Squadron, 33rd Tactical Group replaces 6223rd Air Base Squadron. February 1964, United States Air Force. 3 C-123s and 3 C-47s here to support Army Special Forces. Vietnamese Air Force, 516th Fighter Squadron moves to Da Nang. June 1964, Vietnamese Air Force, 116th Laotian Squadron activated, 01s. 1965, January, Vietnamese Air Force, 62nd Tactical Wing moves here from Pleiku. Pleiku Air Base, 1962, March, United States Air Force, 2nd Air Support Operations Center fully operational. June 1962, United States Air Force, Detachment 1, 62 20th Air Base Squadron formed. December, United States Air Force, Detachment 3, 8th Aerial Port Squadron activated. Vietnamese Air Force, Air Base 62 activated. 1964, March, Vietnamese Air Force, Air Base 62 becomes 62nd Tactical Wing. 1965, January, 62nd Tactical Wing moves to Nha Trang. Tan Son Nhut Air Base, 1955, July, Vietnamese Air Force, 1st Transportation Squadron C-47s organized. September 1955, Vietnamese Air Force Communications Section formed. 1956, February, Vietnamese Air Force, Air Traffic and Weather Section formed. June 1956, Vietnamese Air Force, 2nd Transportation Squadron C-47s organized. Headquarters, Vietnamese Air Force opens here. 1957, June, Vietnamese Air Force, 1st Helicopter Squadron H-119s organized. 1959, October, Vietnamese Air Force, 2nd Laotian Squadron L-19s moves here from Nha Trang. 1961, October, United States Air Force, Detachment 2, 507th Tactical Control Group establishes a mobile control and reporting post to train Vietnamese in the tactical air control system. Pipestem reconnaissance operations start with 4 RF-101s and a photo processing cell. November 1961, United States Air Force, Detachments 7 and 8, 13th Air Force organized to support United States Air Force units. 1962, January, Mule train arrives, 12 C-123s and 243 people on temporary duty to provide airlift. 2 aircraft sent to Da Nang. Unit becomes permanent in June as the 776th Troop Carrier Squadron. Ranch hand arrives, 3 C-123s for defoliation. Joint Operations Center set up, consisting of a permanent combat reporting center to monitor air traffic and deploy fighters. Subordinate air support operations centers established at Da Nang and Pleiku. Pipestem F-101s depart, leaving photo processing cell, now designated as Attachment 1, 15th Technical Reconnaissance Squadron. February 1962, Vietnamese Air Force, Air Force Communication Section renamed Air Force Communication Squadron. March 1962, United States Air Force, Hilo Hati arrives, a C-54 fitted with infrared equipment for reconnaissance, remains here until February 1963. 4 F-102s deployed here for air defense. Later, F-102s alternate with Navy ED-5Qs in 6-week tours of air defense duty. Operation moved to Clark Air Base in May 1963. April 1962, United States Air Force, Detachment 3, Pacific Air Rescue Center established. May 1962, United States Air Force, Mule train and ranch hand C-123s consolidate under Tactical Air Force Transport Squadron Provisional 2. 2 RB-57s on temporary duty from Japan. June 1962, United States Air Force, Detachment 7, 13th Air Force renamed Detachment 2nd Advanced Echelon. September 1962, United States Air Force, Squadron 64, 92nd Combat Cargo Group Troop Carrier organized and attached to the 315th Air Division, Japan. October 1962, United States Air Force, 2nd Air Division replaces 2nd Advanced Echelon. December 1962, United States Air Force, Headquarters 315th Troops Carrier Group Assault replaces 64 92nd Combat Cargo Group. Able Marble Reconnaissance Task Force moves its 4 RF-101s here from Don Muang, Thailand. Vietnamese Air Force, 293rd Helicopter Squadron activated. 1963, January, Vietnamese Air Force, 413th Air Transport Squadron replaces 1st Transport Squadron. 415th Air Transport Squadron replaces 2nd Transport Squadron. 211th Helicopter Squadron, F-34s, replaces 1st Helicopter Squadron. 112th Liaison Squadron, L-19s, replaces 2nd Liaison Squadron, moves to Bien Hue in June 1964. February 1963, United States Air Force, Brave Bull C-97 replaces C-54 for reconnaissance. March 1963, United States Air Force, 2 RF-101s added to Able Marble. April 1963, United States Air Force, 13th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron activated. July 1963, United States Air Force, 33rd Tactical Group organized. Detachment 1 consolidates all reconnaissance units under its control. 309th and 310th Old 776 Troop Carrier Squadrons activated under the 315th Troop Carrier Group. Tactical Air Force Transport Squadron Provisional 2 discontinued. December 1963, Vietnamese Air Force, 716th Composite Reconnaissance Squadron formed, T-28s and C-47s assigned. 1964, January, Vietnamese Air Force, 33rd Tactical Wing formed, incorporates all of the above squadrons. April 1964, United States Air Force, Able Marble contingent increased to 10 RF-101s, 619th Tactical Control Squadron organized. June 1964, United States Air Force, Detachment 2, 421st Air Refueling Squadron arrives from Yokota for Yankee Team operations. Vietnamese Air Force, 716th Reconnaissance Squadron inactivated. Pilots retrained for new 520th Fighter Squadron, Bien Hue. Mission assumed by 2nd Air Division. August 1964, United States Air Force. 2nd Air Division Command Post established. 6 F-102s deploy here from Okinawa. 6 RF-101s added to Able Marble. Vietnamese Air Force, 293rd Helicopter Squadron inactivated. October 1964, United States Air Force, 19th Air Commando Squadron Troop Carrier activated under the 315th Troop Carrier Group, assigned C-123s. December 1964, FC-47 gunship used in combat for the first time. 2. Thailand, Don Muang Airport, Thailand. 1961, April, United States Air Force. Control and Reporting Center and a Control and Reporting Post set up. Belton Detachment 4 F-102s of the 509th Fighter Interceptor Squadron moved here for indefinite duration. November 1961, United States Air Force. Able Marble Reconnaissance Task Force formed, consisting of 4 RF-101s and a photo processing cell. Detachment 10, 13th Air Force established to support United States Air Force units. Detachment 1, 5th Tactical Control Group organized. 1962, June, United States Air Force, Thailand. 4 C-123s arrive here from Da Nang's 777th Troop Carrier Squadron. Air Force Component Command of Joint Task Force 116 deploys here. July 1962, Detachment 10, 13th Air Force replaced by 610th Tactical Group, 13th Air Force. November 1962, all of these are United States Air Force. Able Marble discontinues Laos flight. Continues coverage in South Vietnam. December 1962. Joint Task Force 116 inactivated. Detachment 1, 8th Airport Squadron organized. Able Marble moves to Tan Son Nhut. 1963. July. 610th Tactical Group redesignated 35th Tactical Group. Beltone Detachment redesignated Detachment 4, 405th Fighter Wing. 35th Air Base Squadron, 35th Tactical Group, organized. 1964, July. Detachment of 6091st Reconnaissance Squadron, C-130s, arrives. 1965, January. 35th Tactical Group relieved of responsibility for air defense. It goes to Udorn Royal Thai Air Force Base. Korat Royal Thai Air Force Base. 1963, July. All these are still United States Air Force. Detachment 1, 610th Tactical Group, Don Muon, organized. 1964, August. F-105s from McConnell Air Force Base began rotational temporary duty here. October 1964, F-100s deployed here temporarily. Tockley Royal Thai Air Force Base, 1962, May. F-100s from Cannon and England Air Force bases begin rotational temporary duty here. July 1962, 611th Air Base Squadron organized. 1963, July. 331st Air Base Squadron, 35th Tactical Group, replaces 6011th Air Base Squadron. 1964, August. Detachment 1, 421st Air Refueling Squadron, organized. Udorn Royal Thai Air Force Base. 1964, April. Detachment 6, 1st Air Command Wing established with 4 T-28s to train the Royal Laotian Air Force. June. Detachment 2, 35th Tactical Group, Don Huang, organized. July 1964. A control and reporting post and an air support operations center established. August 1964. Deputy Commander 2nd Air Division assumes control of all U.S. Air Force operations in Thailand and Laos. October 1964. Detachment 2, 35th Tactical Group becomes 333rd Air Base Squadron. 1964, January. Deputy Commander 2nd Air Division assumes responsibility for Thai air defense from Don Muang. End of section 22. Chapter 23 of Vietnam, The Advisory Years to 1965 by Robert Futrell and Martin Blumenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 23, Appendix 2, Development of a Viet Cong Anti-Aircraft Capability, 1962 to 1965, by Ronald H. Cole. During the first 3 years of the war, the Viet Cong grew accustomed to their reputation for superior mobility over Saigon's forces. In the fall of 1962, however, the Vietnamese Air Force introduced heliborne and close air support operations that temporarily jarred Viet Cong complacency. The effectiveness of the South Vietnamese airstrikes resulted in the Viet Cong's sagging morale, rising fear, and suspicion of spies in their midst. Defections occurred, and the Viet Cong had to recruit arduously among the peasants to maintain their forces. Steps to counter the air threat intensified at once. As a stopgap, the Viet Cong instructed their soldiers to shoot directly at the fuselage of the enemy aircraft with any gun at hand or hurl a flying bomb. Among the Viet Cong, only those regroupees of North Vietnamese army cadres who had infiltrated South after 1960 had any semblance of anti-aircraft training. Thus, the visceral reaction of Viet Cong officers and non-commissioned officers to South Vietnamese air operations in September 1962 was to order their men to shoot aircraft flying straight, and to fire liberally and with all available means. The training of gunners and the drafting of field manuals took time. Nonetheless, during the winter of 1962-63, Hanoi worked feverishly to develop anti-aircraft tactics for infantry weapons that could be instantly used by men in the field. Programs to train inexperienced soldiers in the basics of anti-aircraft warfare were also begun. Still, it was not until the end of 1963 that the Viet Cong had an effective anti-aircraft capability. In October 1962, Viet Cong provincial committees distributed to district and village troops the first detailed anti-aircraft directive. The document depicted the vulnerable spots of South Vietnamese fighters, reconnaissance aircraft, and helicopters. It further outlined procedures for organizing anti-aircraft personnel and firing commands, and methods of shooting at aircraft with infantry weapons. In a section entitled Nature of an Objective in the Air, the directive explained how to gauge the target size of an aircraft by its shape and angle of approach. For example, at 150 degrees, we only see the aircraft nose, target size 1/4. At 30 degrees, we can see the wing and the fuselage, equal in size, target size 1/2. At 50 degrees, the wing seems longer than the fuselage, target size 3/4. At 90 degrees, we see the entire aircraft, or target size 4/4. The directive described the average fighter plane used by the South Vietnamese in late 1962 as about 13 meters long and flying at 200 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 150 to 200 meters. Since the aircraft was therefore vulnerable to rifle and machine gun fire, a formula was devised for computing a firing lead. The Viet Cong taught their trainees both passive and active anti-aircraft tactics. Passive tactics consisted of camouflage, spiked landing zones, and sentinel chambers. For camouflage, the Viet Cong used dirty brown netting, natural cover, and concealment. To spike a possible landing zone, they planted pointed bamboo shafts, 2 to 4 inches in diameter and 6 to 15 feet high, very close together, in an area as large as 100 by 800 meters. The Viet Cong dug conical holes 5 feet into the ground, with their walls slanted down at 50 degrees for sentinel chambers. These echo chambers permitted a sentinel to hear an aircraft approaching from a great distance and to determine its direction of approach. Anti-aircraft tactics included mortar assaults on landing zones, infantry charges against unloading helicopters, and the 3-man cell technique. In the latter method, riflemen formed three-man cells arrayed in an L-shaped configuration with three machine gun teams. The machine gunners positioned themselves at the two ends, and at the junction of the L, the riflemen and machine gunners practiced synchronized firing in this formation, which was specially designed to down fixed-wing aircraft. In December 1964, U.S. and South Vietnamese pilots had not yet assessed the success of this formidable-looking technique, since the number of Viet Cong aircraft attacks fluctuated monthly from 20 to 100. The Viet Cong constructed their first anti-aircraft weapons training center in Quang Ngai Province. Aerial reconnaissance revealed that this site probably offered instruction in aircraft recognition, techniques of fire, calculations of firing leads, preparation of anti-aircraft sights, drills in the use of these sights, and basic tactical formations for use against South Vietnamese heliborne operations. One major difficulty persisted: the scarcity of anti-aircraft weaponry. The Viet Cong began to receive more sophisticated anti-aircraft weapons from Hanoi in the fall of 1963. Infiltrators brought with them 12.7 mm Soviet DSHK and 50 caliber machine guns. In addition, reports reached Military Assistance Command, Vietnam, of 20 mm cannon and 13.2 mm machine guns in War Zone D, and of a 35 mm anti-aircraft gun in Quien Pong Province. Moreover, in April 1964, MACV J2 intelligence anticipated the early arrival of two new anti-aircraft weapons from Hanoi: the 37 mm gun weighing 4,600 pounds and the 40 mm gun weighing 10,000. Within months, the impact of this influx of weapons was felt. Records of anti-aircraft attacks commenced in January 1963. Monthly incidents remained low throughout 1963, rose to about 100 in January 1964, and tapered off to only 50 in March 1964. The number then climbed to more than 180 in April 1964, and the average over the next 6 months was at least 180, the greatest number for any one month being nearly 400 in September 1964. After April 1964, the correlation of increased anti-aircraft attacks and the quantity of anti-aircraft weapons available to Viet Cong gunners is obvious. End of chapter 23.